Damn. Appreciate the like. Give me them likes. Rashad, peace, bro. Late show, what's happening? All right, let me start this countdown timer. I put together a little light reading for us this morning. This afternoon. So all right, let me start this countdown timer, y'all. Give me a second. And we gonna get it on. Something. So boom, here we go. I'm gonna pay my man Heat Rock single, Keep It a Stack. Here we go, y'all. 3:30, let's get it. Come on in here, y'all. Wipe y'all feet off at the door. You feel me? Hit that like button.
Take y'all on a journey. Notorious, glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit.
What?
Money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that comes along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do.
My man said he came straight in and hit the like button.
And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta say you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. When I was coke dealing, the rules was no squealing, no stealing from your mans and no feelings. For these hoes, that's just gonna mess up the guap. 10 toes down whenever you on your block, or even when you ain't. Don't know them from a can of paint. Just be loyal and trustworthy. You ain't gotta be a saint. A lot of y'all be geeking, backstabbing and sneaking. Nose clean during the week, but they dabble on weekends. Oh nigga, I be peeping. Your niggas might be sleeping, but I was trained to tread water in the deep end. Jellyfish sting, but them sharks will bite your head off. Run up on you while you park, get the dumping, then they slid off. The hood know who did it. Now let's see if your homies with it, or your name die in vain cause one of your homies did it. Ain't no reason to kill your man over a kilogram. Had you thinking y'all fam, then spin you like a ceiling fan. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you see him, you ain't give him no rap. But let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. And once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. While I'm still rapping at 40, well, let's chat about it. First of all, my life's amazing. Let's get that about it. Wife is blazing, and our kids get the life savings. Follow the drip, nigga, my eyes glazing. Yo, FSO, in the best that flow. Bars, storytelling, visuals, cadence, and concepts. Content, impact, yeah, the boxes is all checked. I just need that one song, yeah, that one song. And I could clutch the earth with just one palm. Never anxious, look in my eyes, I'm dumb calm. They either gon' walk with you, or you gon' run for them. Either way, you gon' have to let your heater spray. Lose yourself, might even have to put that weed away. Now that's a lotto, that's my medication. Gotta stay high, yo, till a nigga die, yo. Album out now, hit the link in my bio. Go ahead, talk to him, you ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Now let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't got gotta tell me you gonna be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack.
Yeah. And that's what it did. That's what it is. That's my man Heat Rock Scholar. Good friend of mine. I shot a couple videos for him when I was doing my photography thing and videography. So I'm gonna get back into it. I've been wanting to get back into it. You know, everybody got their vaccine, so it's time for me to start being back around people. And I'm gonna get back to it. Is it on Apple Music? He'll say, dude sound like Nas. Nas his favorite rapper though. That's all that nigga talk about is Nas. You know, that nigga Erky for real. I don't know where it's at. I'm gonna throw his stuff in the I'm gonna throw that whole album in the joint so y'all can check it out. I'm about to text him now. But yeah, give me them like buttons. Give me them like buttons. I hope everybody weekend was good. How my volume? Do I sound good, y'all? Let me know. Like I said, peace, Rashad, Late Show, DeAndre Black, Dave B, Anthony Smith, Bonita, Too Smooth, Peace Family, Vince, yeah, Blue Dave, Vasa, what's up, Vasa? Enigma 9x9. Y'all hit that like button. Bonton, hit the like button. I see everybody in here. Everybody. Danny Wilson, what's up? Rasta man, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right, yo said I'm crisp. All right, so I'm live. Let me take this off the what's the name. So yeah, I hope everybody weekend was good. Let me switch this camera. Crazy. All right. I hope everybody weekend was Gucci. I had a pretty good weekend, so I can't complain. Meant to go live yesterday, but my Ravens took a mean beating, so you know I just wasn't in the mood. I just wasn't in the mood. Plus, I was doing a lot of other things, so you know I just said, well, tomorrow morning I definitely go live and holler at the pseudo killers. You know what I mean? Because we all pseudo killers. That's why y'all over here. You dig what I'm saying? But anyway, I want to talk about slavery in Africa. We talked about it briefly last week. I feel like we ain't get nowhere. I feel like we didn't properly define slavery, right? And then once we properly define slavery, then we have to define its role in Africa. The Masi, shout out to the Masi, Kofi Pasa research team, my man Sutek and them over there, Sean, Kofi, you know what I mean? Yeah, all right, I'm crazy. I'm doing 3 different things. I'm tripping. All right, cool. This girl texted me something crazy, y'all. This is nuts. I can't even. I had to respond to that. I'm sorry. I had to. That was just sick. Yeah, so properly defining slavery. Properly defining slavery in this context to Africa. They was saying that slavery the way that we understand it, didn't exist in Africa until outsiders brought it into Africa. So we're trying to figure out, did Africans practice indigenous forms of slavery? So what y'all think? What y'all think? Do y'all think that Africans had to wait for Arabs and Europeans to come into Africa before they knew anything about slavery and enslaving other human beings? Is that solely a concept that's foreign to Africa? Or is it indigenous to Africa? Yo, if y'all seen what was on my iPad screen, y'all will be like, I see why he distracted. But that's a whole nother, it's crazy. It's crazy. I gotta respond, y'all. I got to. Okay, Rasta said, I think they had slavery, but not on the scale. Okay. Now that's fair. What you said was fair, Rasta man. Right? That was fair. Danny said, taking others captive is something that has been done since the beginning of time. Facts. Blue Dave, you feel me? Blue Dave, man, they lying. Africans was the world's first slavers. Look, that's what it's looking like, right? We give Africa credit for all of the good things and none of the bad, right? If humanity started in Africa, if its first concepts of right and wrong came out of Africa, if it's came, hold on, I gotta respond to this. Let me see. That was crazy. Yeah, if we want all of the good to come out of Africa, right? Every time I turn on the video, we're talking about the great things that Africa gave to the world, right? So, but we believe that the bad things, all of the bad things, were things that came from outside of Africa. So, I really want to take a dive into it. So we're going to do a light reading, right? Now, in a light reading, we're just going to see what the scholars, right, say about it. Yo, we definitely need a we definitely need a bat signal for the pseudo killers. I'm gonna work on that. See, I take everything y'all say into consideration, right? Because we all pseudo killers over here. So yeah. Stop looking at the screen. I gotta stop looking at that screen. It's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely Blackology. So we're gonna look at it from all right, Cedric said involuntary imposition of will is wrong everywhere in every form. Facts. Pseudo killer official, my man Cedric. After I do the reading, said I'm gonna send out the link for y'all. What's up, Sosa? Definitely gonna kick that pseudo shit, that slavery shit. But we're gonna do a light reading. All right. We're going to do a light reading. And in a light reading, we're just going to see what the scholars, right? What scholars are saying. Because I know Masi is going to come with firsthand, what you call it, they will always want to go to primary sources. Now, let's remember, all primary sources on West Africa came from people outside of Africa. I'm going to say it again. The primary sources that we're going to look at about Africa that they're going to bring is all going to be outside sources, either European sources and Arab sources, right? So, in one hand, they tell you, let the African speak for himself. Well, when it comes to West Africa in the 1400s or before, they wasn't literate, right? So all sources that's going to come about, that's going to talk to us about African society from those centuries are going to be outside sources. So don't let them trick us on that primary source shit, right? We're not going to let them, they can't pigeonhole us on this. When you're talking about slavery, right, we have to go to written accounts, and they're all going to be outside sources about Africa. So we have to assume pretty much this is what's going to happen. They have to look at Africa, right, from the time of first contact or people writing about Africa, whether it's an Arab source or European source, right? And then after we read their account of the people that they found in Africa, the different people that they found in Africa, those outside sources wrote descriptions of the people and their societies. Right? Now, as they wrote those descriptions of those peoples and those societies, now we have to look back on those sources and figure out, was that slavery? So let's go look into it. Boom. Here we go. Wow. I just pulled up something crazy. If y'all would have seen that, y'all would have been like, yo, this dude is nuts. All right, I got an article from PBS.org because they not going to believe nothing. Any source that you bring, they going to question it. So I'm going to tell y'all right now, this is from PBS.org. Are y'all still with me? All right, here we go. This is the slave kingdoms. The slave kingdoms. This is from PBS.org. And we on the Pseudo Killers iPad right now. The Pseudo Killers got an iPad. I hope y'all all can see it. And before I start reading this, certain people in history that we give a lot of credit to as being ancestors, right, was actually slavers. Everybody heard of Queen Nzinga, right, of the Ashanti Empire. And she's celebrated. After reading up on her and the Ashantis, I don't know if we should still celebrate Queen Nzinga anymore. Yes, she sold hundreds of thousands of African slaves. Us. Now, when I talk about African slaves, we have to start thinking about it in the sense that us in the West, we was the ones that was getting sold. That messed with me. Our direct ancestors was on those boats, right? Our direct and they sold us. All right. All right, here we go. Ren L rated, peace. We sit around and talk about the same things because we like the subjects. Like, we just like the subject matter. That's all. You know what I mean? You're welcome to sit around and chat it up with us and listen to the content. You know what I mean? But we like the subject matter. We trying to learn this shit. We trying to see where we wrong, where we need to fix our stuff. You know what I mean? Things we need to correct. So we like the subject matter. So here we go. Confronting the slave legacy of the African slave trade. Historically, West Africa is associated with the slave, gold, and ivory trades, perhaps most often the former. West Africa is also the place of the origin of voodoo, the only indigenous African religion to survive the transatlantic slave trade and remain in practice in the Americas today. The historical roots of racial discrimination in the United States today can be traced back to North African slavery and the kidnapping of more than 20 million Africans. It is easily assumed, therefore, that the African slave trade pit brutal gun-wielding European slave traders against unsuspecting passive African victims. While the Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, English, and French slave traders were often brutal, they were not always working alone. Many Africans were also complicit in this victimization. Pre-colonial empires such as Dahomey and Ashanti, located in what is now Benin and Ghana, where slave ports at Odea and Elmina flourished, accumulated enormous wealth and power as a result of the trade of their fellow Africans. Do y'all hear this? Okay, shall I continue? In fact, Europeans often, listen to this, y'all. In fact, now this is what we're going to have to figure out, right? I'm reading from pbs.org, Infinite Minds. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah. Now, this is the point of, this is going to be one of the biggest points of contention, right? Let me read it again. It says, in fact, Europeans often acted as junior partners to African rulers. I'm going to read that again. In fact, Europeans often acted as junior partners to African rulers, merchants, and middlemen in the slave trade along the West African coast from the mid-15th century on. This is saying that Europeans acted as middlemen, meaning the trade was already going on of Africans. The Africans was already doing it, and the Europeans just got in on the trade. Wow. In fact, Europeans often acted as junior partners to African rulers, merchants, and middlemen in the slave trade along the West African coast from the mid-15th century on. Two factors contributed to this dependency: the coastal geography and the diseases of West Africa. Seasonal wind patterns along the Atlantic coast of Africa generated heavy surf and dangerous cross currents, which in turn buffeted a land almost entirely lacking in natural harbors. All right, so what this is saying is that the West African coastline was so rough that they didn't have many natural harbors. So Europeans couldn't even dock in harbors to even get inland, on land, to get inland, to even participate in the slave trade. Do y'all hear that? Now, this is nature. This is nature. This don't have nothing to do with anybody ideology. This don't have nothing to do with religion. This is saying basically through natural through the nature of the geography of the West African coast, Europeans was at a disadvantage to even get to Africa, for those big boats to even get to the coast of Africa. So what was happening? Now let's keep reading. Okay. It says hazardous offshore reefs and sandbars complicated the matter even further for seafarers along the West African coast. European commerce in West Africa took place, therefore, most often on ships anchored well away from the shore and dependent on skilled African canoemen whose ability to negotiate across the hazardous stretch of water between the mainland and the waiting ships made the Atlantic trade possible. Do y'all hear that? It was the Africans, right? And their ability to cut across the currents and the winds and the sand dunes, right? And the reefs and their smaller hulled canoes, right? They was the ones who was bringing the slaves to the boats, to the European ships in their canoes. First point. Okay. Even in places where Europeans were able to conduct trade on the mainland, their presence was limited by an epidemiological situation that impeded their livelihood and threatened their lives. Malaria, dysentery, yellow fever, and other diseases reduced the few Europeans living and trading along the West African coast to a chronic state of ill health and earned Africa the name white man's grave. In this environment, European merchants were rarely in a position to call the shots. Okay, again, hit that like button. What this is saying, this article is saying, is that not only the rough African, this is from PBS.org, African slavery, PBS.org. Is an article written on PBS.org. But African science, we're definitely going to look and see if we can corroborate these things that's in this this article. So by no means is I'm saying that this article is the end all be all. We're going to look at things that can corroborate the things that they're saying in this article. So, you know what I mean? So what it's saying is basically that the Africans, not only that Africa geographically, West Africa had a harsh coastal line that Europeans couldn't even, that we didn't have natural harbors, too many natural harbors because of the rough seas, right? And if you ever been to an island, for y'all Americans, you know, American blacks, when you go to the islands, or if you go like to Ocean City or anywhere off with a coast to the sea. Any place resort that's coast to, that have a ocean coast, you'll see that it's certain parts of the island that's made of beaches, right? That you can swim in. And then there's certain parts of the island where it's just rough as hell and you don't never see people swimming over there and you don't see boats over there or nothing, right? So that if you ever, all right, for instance, like if you ever go to Cuba, right? Cuba have very small beach lines, right? On the Havana side, right? Is other beach areas on the opposite side of the island. But on the Havana side, the sea is choppy as hell. So it's basically saying like, you know, the majority of the West African coast is rough as hell. It's hard for, you know, ships to get real close to inland without wrecking their ship. So it was the Africans who negotiated the seas and, negotiated the coastline in their smaller canoes, right? And then they had coral reefs. And then they also talked about how the disease that the white man would encounter in West Africa was also another hindrance for them to be able to take over that trade, right? So only thing I'm establishing is that there were Africans that conducted the trade, that had to be the backbone of the slave trade in order for it to happen. In order for it to happen, it was Africans. That's a hard pill to swallow. I know. Trust me. Okay. Furthermore, when Europeans first initiated a trading relationship with West Africans in the mid-15th century, they encountered well-established and highly developed political organizations and competitive regional commercial networks. Boom! I'm gonna say that again. Listen to what we just read. It says, furthermore, I'm down at the third paragraph. It says, furthermore, when Europeans first initiated a trading relationship with West Africans in the mid-15th century, they encountered well-established and highly developed political organizations and competitive regional commercial networks. So this is saying that the Africans were organized already when the Europeans got there. These wasn't some wild Africans just living in the bush, you know what I mean? All of that. It's nothing like that. It's the Africans were well established and organized, meaning they had structured societies. And then it goes even further. It says that they had well established and competitive regional commercial networks. So the networks of trading and commerce was already put together by the Africans. The European did not put nothing together for the Africans. They already had their organizations together, meaning their political bodies. They knew who the hell was in charge, right? They respected it. And they also had commerce and trade and networks between each other. So there was already a trade going on between Africans. We wasn't backwards. Well-organized societies already. We was not backwards. And we were trading with each other. We had trade networks like any other people. Do y'all see this shit? All right. Domestic slave ownership, as well as domestic and international slave trades in West Africa, preceded the late 15th century origins of the Atlantic slave trade. I'm going to read that again. It says domestic slave ownership, as well as domestic international slave trades in West Africa, preceded the late 15th century origins of the Atlantic slave trade. Did y'all hear that? There was already domestic slavery in these African societies that these Europeans encountered. There was already trade, and there were already slaves. Now let's keep reading. Since most West African societies did not recognize private property in land, slaves functioned as one of the only profitable means of production individuals could own. Why do they always say that chattel slavery was new to the Africans? Did y'all hear what I just read? They always, when they talk about they say it wasn't chattel slavery, right? They throw out that word chattel, right? It's a spooky word now. Now this is something that only Europeans and Arabs did. It was a particular form of slavery that they try to rip off to us, right? That Africans might have had war captives, right? But they didn't have chattel slavery. Now, let me read this line again. It says, since most West African societies did not recognize private property in land, slaves functioned as one of the only profitable means of production individuals could own. Now, they're going to try to redefine chattel, but we're going to put the definition of chattel on the goddamn screen. All right? We're going to define these words so they can't get around them. So they can't get around them, right? Okay. West Africans therefore acquired and expressed wealth in terms of dependent people, whether as kin, clients, or slaves. West Africans therefore acquired and expressed wealth in terms of dependent people, whether as kin, clients, or slaves. Moreover, caravan routes had long linked sub-Saharan African peoples with North Africa and the wider Mediterranean and Middle Eastern worlds. Not only was slavery an established institution in West Africa, therefore European traders arrived, but Africans, before European traders arrived, let me read that again. Not only was slavery an established institution in West Africa before European traders arrived. I'm going to read it again. Not only was slavery an established institution in West Africa before European traders arrived, but Africans were also involved in a trans-Saharan trade in slavery along these routes. I mean, but this article could be lying, right? This article could be from white people. Or this article could be from people who don't know shit about Africa, right? But we have something for that. We have something for that. Okay. I'm going to read that over. Where was I at? All right. Not only was slavery an established institution in West Africa before European traders arrived, but Africans were also involved in a trans-Saharan trade in slaves along these routes. What routes are we talking about? Remember those commercial routes between the different African nations that I had mentioned in the first paragraph that we read in this article, okay? African rulers and merchants were thus able to tap into pre-existing methods and networks of enslavement to supply European demand for slaves. African rulers and merchants were thus able to tap into pre-existing methods and networks of enslavement to supply European demand for slaves. Okay. Enslavement was most often a Enslavement was most often a byproduct of local warfare, kidnapping. Start this line over. Enslavement was most often a byproduct of local warfare, kidnapping, or the manipulation of religious and judicial institutions. Look, this is sick at this point. This is sick at this point. This is sick at this point. Listen to what this just said. Now, we all know that people put the work, POWs, prisoners of war. Prisoners of war always got put to work. All right, that's one form of slavery. We ain't talking about that, right? Because we know that happened everywhere, right? If you didn't kill everybody, you enslaved them, right? You had work to be done. And you sold the excess of people, right? For other people who needed stuff done. So that was common. Nobody denies that form of slavery in Africa. But listen to what this says again. It says it was a byproduct of local warfare and kidnapping or the manipulation of religious and judicial institutions. Man, so y'all think the religious shit that they're talking about is the Arab shit, don't y'all? Y'all think they're talking about Islam in particular or Christianity. Nah, they talking about indigenous religious systems, indigenous African societies and their religions, right? Who are using their religion to enslave people. Judicial, right? The religions were using their religion to adjudicate people, right? And to sentence them into slavery through the religion. They created gods around this shit. Indigenous African gods that overseen the capture and the enslavement of people. And sometimes their own people. This don't have nothing to do with Arabs and Islam. This don't have nothing to do with Christians, with Europeans and Christianity. We're talking about Africans. It said they were kidnapping. So strike the warfare part of slavery, right? The POWs out of the situation. Now they going to kidnapping. We were thinking that the European was the ones that was, hold up. We were thinking that it was the Europeans that was just running up into Africa, right? Kidnapping Africans. Where they did that, it was minor. Most of the time, it was Africans doing the kidnapping. Now let's keep reading. African rulers and merchants were thus able to tap into pre-existing methods and networks of enslavement to supply European demand for slaves. Enslavement was most often a byproduct of local warfare, kidnapping, or the manipulation of religious and judicial institutions. Military, political, and religious authority within West Africa determined who controlled access to the Atlantic slave trade. And some African elites, such as those in the Dahomey and Ashanti empires, took advantage of this control and used it to their profit by enslaving and selling other Africans to European traders. Now, they just mentioned the Dahomey and the Ashanti. And they told y'all in this article what these people did. They were enslaving Africans, kidnapping them, and selling them to Europeans. It is important to distinguish. Okay, now, this article is going to give what Unc and them was saying credit. So they're not ruling out none of this. But they told the harsh reality first. Now, let's get into more of it. It says, it is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery. In most cases, slavery systems in Africa were more like indentured servitude, in that the slave retained some rights, and children born to slaves were generally born free. The slaves could be released from servitude and join a family clan. In contrast, European slaves were chattel or property, who were stripped of their rights. The cycle of slavery was perpetual. Children of slaves would by default also be slaves. Okay, so it's saying that Europeans, right, practice their form of slavery in some cases. Now, this is not a blanket statement. This is not a blanket statement. I know most people are going to take this as a blanket statement. So let me read it again and tell y'all where y'all about to fuck up at. Hit that like button, y'all. We going in. It is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery. In most cases, slavery systems, it says in most cases, slavery. Listen, in most cases, it says in most cases. Hold on, let me send out this, the pseudo killers asking for the link. Let me send out this link. I guess they want to come in and beat me up for reading. But I'm not even halfway in yet, because I'm going to go into some documents and establish some of the points that this article is making. And I'm going to disprove some of the claims that they're making also. All right, so let me send out this link. But what y'all think so far? Do this article sound like it's on point? Or do y'all have an issue with some of the things that we've read in this article so far? Remember, this is a PBS.org article on the slave kingdoms of Africa. So what y'all think? Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. I do romanticize Africa a little bit, though. I'm not gonna lie. But I try to keep it in context. All right, let me get this up here. I'm gonna grab the link for the pseudo killers. I'm gonna finish reading this article in a minute, and then we got we also got the Cambridge History of Africa, a 3-volume work. We're gonna look at that, and that's the Cambridge History of Africa. Oh man, I'm joking, yo. My baby mother tripping, yo. I will get my daughter from school today. I was joking. Dang, give me a second, y'all. My bad. Sending out this link to the pseudo killers. I had to text my baby mother back. Oh, I'm sorry. Got to figure out who gonna pick up the kid. Can't leave him stranded. Boom. Cedric and Sosa, I'm about to send a link in the back chat now. Yo, this be a lot. Link is coming through now, y'all. Boom. All right, got my man Corey up in here. Let me get Corey up in here. Corey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, peace, Chef. What's good, bro?
Ain't nothing. What's going on? I know you at work right now. What, you on lunch break?
No, I ain't at work. I'm my daughter, I give her a day where she can keep me home or she can stay home. So she played that card today.
Oh, okay.
I stayed home and shit. And she stayed home. We went out to breakfast and then we just got back from lunch. So, just chilling, taking it easy with the daughter. She got what she want now. She wanted a Barbie, really, so she good. She ain't paying me no attention no more.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. So you been listening to the show? What you think?
Yeah, I was in and out, man. It was man, that's a touchy topic, that slavery. So you brought the source, and it was talking about how they already had, trade established. It ain't like white people came in and developed this slave trade or the trading system that was going on. They had already had one in place, which only makes sense to me. It rarely does somebody come in and change the whole dynamic of one society, even if they come in and colonize or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The society, for the most part, is going to stay pretty much the same. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You'll have some differences in the way that the governmental system may be ran, but as far as how trade and commerce go, that's all in one's culture. You know what I'm saying? And it's just hard to see somebody coming in and changing the way, one do trade and commerce. I mean, just imagine if the Russians came into the United States or the Chinese, you know what I'm saying, and came and took over. I mean, they're not going to change much. You know what I'm saying? Like it's going to be the government will be ran by different people, but it ain't like we're going to start doing different things. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because it's already a well-oiled machine. All
No
they
doubt.
got to do is get in on it.
Yeah, and then, like I say, it's like you said, it's like a well-oiled machine. Not only that, it's like a train. Because if you try to interfere, you can't stop a train. You know what I'm saying? You get ran over trying to, go against the grain with the way this system works.
That's a fact. Cedric, what's going on, Cedric?
What's good, Corey? What's good, Chef? Man, you just with the daggers today. What's up? There's blood all over the place. Somebody call the mortician. Jesus Christ, daggers.
No, look, but they're going to push back on this article. So
they can push back all they want. You chop that head off from the opening comment. All they got to do, anything they want to say, they just got to rewind it from the beginning. First of all, I keep saying, if we look around the globe at any particular point in time in history, resources, technology, our consciousness of our environment dictated the way we did things. Humans were humaning all over the world at the same time.
Humaning. I like that.
When there were ritual sacrifices taking place in the Americas, it was the same concept that was taking place in the East and in Africa. Look, these things, humans humaning, there is no other way to put it. So Africa is no exception to the rule. Slavery existed there for the fundamental reasons you put down. Concept of ownership didn't exist. People, for different reasons, applied this system. It was a worldwide system. So to exclude the African from this reality is a flawed way of reasoning. To assume that the European came in and all of a sudden we adopted this method, if they want to acknowledge that we adopted it, is also absurd. Like you said, there's an infrastructure in place that you can take over. Corey mentioned the train. You can get on the train, but you ain't about to change the tracks. You might be able to take over the train, but the train is going to go the direction it's going. The tracks are laid down. There's a locomotive. You can't just uplift those things and turn them around and do as if they don't exist. And this article, man, I'm getting off and I'm going to listen and with a smile on my face as you keep teaching. Great job. Great job.
I appreciate you, bro.
What's the name of this article? Because I just jumped in the middle of it when you was reading. Like, where'd you get this article? Like, and who's author?
PBS.org. The Slave Kingdoms. It's called The Slave Kingdoms, Confronting the Legacy of the African Slave Trade. I put it in the back chat a couple days ago. We be putting so much stuff in, you can,
right.
You know what I mean? But I'm not using this as my main source. Again, I'm using this as a template, and we're going to see if this article is correct with other sources. All right? So I'm
Right.
using this PBS article again as a template, but it's saying everything that I wanted to say. It's a very concise article because these books, the Cambridge History of Africa is 3 volumes. So I had to comb through it and pull excerpts out of it that supports this article, right? What's the other book? Slavery in West Africa. Let me see. We have, this a good book by, let me see. His name is Paul Lahori. And it's that's also from Cambridge. It's Transformations in Slavery, A History of Slavery in Africa. It's a must read. And again, it's peer-reviewed work. All right? Peer-reviewed work from Cambridge. That's one of the most prestigious colleges in the world.
Right. A lot of Richard Dawkins books are published by Cambridge.
Exactly. So when the shit is published by Cambridge, it's definitely peer-reviewed.
Yeah.
It's definitely
a lot of
peer-reviewed.
biological. A lot of the biology books is published by Cambridge. They to that real big.
So
Well,
I'm going to be reading. I'm going to cite some things out of. I'm going to read this source again. It's The Transformations in Slavery, A History of Slavery in Africa by Paul Lahori, and is out of Cambridge University. So that's going to be where we're going to substantiate some of these things that this article is saying. And it's not to bash Africa at all. But since we got into the conversation, when we mentioned that, Africans participated in the slave trade, we was told that they only participated in slavery and only knew about slavery through Europeans or Arabs. Like they were just sitting around on their hands like they was stupid or something. Like they didn't know how to exploit people. Like what people don't know how to exploit people. Like that's fucking crazy. Listen, the Inca and the Aztecs never seen white people, and they were slave societies. Way before the white man got here, they were slave societies. Goddamn, like 90% of the people in Aztec culture were slaves. That's crazy. We think that everybody in the world was sitting around in China. Before they came in contact with white people, they knew how to enslave people. They knew how to, what are y'all talking about? Like it's crazy, like Cedric said. It's not human, it's human beings are gonna be human. They're gonna kill each other, they're gonna go to war, they're gonna have sex, they're gonna rape. They know everything before they have to come in contact with another group of people. It's crazy. We had an argument, and we had an argument about whether the Africans had chains. Like, what? Like, oh man, that's crazy. Hold on, there's somebody else coming here. No. All right, let me finish reading this article.
Hold on, before you start, I wanted to touch on something you said too, because we was having a discussion about something the other day. I forgot what it was, but we gave an example of how human beings, two groups of human beings, could be on two different sides of the planet and still do the similar things. Like so, humans don't do what humans do. Slavery is obviously a human thing. Obviously, it's a human thing because humans do it. And what I wanted to say to you is where you're gonna get the pushback at is people say, well, in Africa, it was a way out of slavery. You know, like you can only be a slave for a certain amount of time, or you know, you once you work off your debt, then you get your freedom or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So like they'll give you some pushback on that. But my thing is, it don't matter what the degree is. I kind of disagree. I don't believe that really myself. But owning another human is owning another human. It's no degree to owning another human. You know what I'm saying? One guy owning me is not better than another guy. You know what I mean? Like,
Say it again.
It's
right. That's crazy. We act like it was better under Africans. Like
right.
What?
Right.
Slavery? Like
yes, it's slavery, man. It's no degree to owning another human being. You know what I mean? Or who is nicer, and you know what I mean? The ownership. Nobody should be owning
other human beings.
You know, period, for any amount of time.
And have the ability to sell them. Meaning they didn't have rights. Listen to that. These Africans were selling slaves to other African nations.
Right,
it was a part of the things that they were trading with each other. If I sell you, you don't have rights.
No doubt.
If I kidnap you, I take you forcibly from your city or your village or whatever, right? And I bound you. You don't have no damn rights because I let you get married, right? And I let you have children. I could still sell you. This is what was happening. Like you. I don't get it.
The dog breeder let the dogs have babies.
Right. Hey, Corey. Hey, yo. Now that's a dagger. The dog breeder lets the dog have babies. The hell do you mean? They can marry and have sex. So
it's you think that ain't profitable for the slaves to have babies and get married? You know what I'm saying? Like, even if I was a slave owner, it's more profitable for my slave to be happy and healthy than it is for my slave to be in distress, right? So no one, you know, let's say there, it even hurts me to even say put this word combination together, but let's say a slave master treated his slaves good, it would only be beneficial to him as the slave owner to treat them good. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's counterproductive to like beat your slaves and you know, try to forcibly do things. And furthermore, Sheffrin, when you said they was able to sell them, that goes to the myth that you was able to get out of the slavery. Because if I sell you, if you got a slave, Sheffrin, and that slave been a slave to you for 10 years, and then you sell him to me, I don't give a shit how long he been a slave,
it's
bro.
Start over.
You just you know what I'm saying?
Right. It's start over.
I just paid my thing for him, whatever I was gonna pay for him, right? So it's no time limit. You're not putting a time limit on what I'm owning. That's like me going to buying a car from you, Sheffrin, and you say, look, you can only put 40,000 miles on this car, Corey. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I already put 40, and the limit on this car is 80,000. I'm gonna look at you crazy, Chef. Like, I'm not buying that car from you, first of all. And if I do buy it, I'm gonna put 200,000 miles on there if I want to. You know what I'm saying? It's just mine. That's just the reality thing. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead and read some more, man. I'm enjoying it, man. I love the controversial conversations. I'm gonna put out there the next conversation I want to have either later or tomorrow. I want to talk about drugs and alcohol, man. I think that's I think we've been misled. I think Van shared it with me, but I've been reading up on drugs and alcohol for the past 2 days, man. And I think we've been misled, man. We've been sold a myth on drugs and alcohol, just as well as slavery. So go ahead, Chef.
Okay, we definitely can get into that later on this evening. We can do a second show. I'm definitely with it. I mean, because I seen some of the stuff that Vance had put in the joint. I had watched the podcast with the dude that
Professor Hart.
Man, he's serious dude. Serious dude. I enjoyed that. So, and I liked some of the stuff that he was saying. And I have a lot of addicts in my family, so I definitely it's crazy. I have addicts and I have drug addiction counselors in my family. So
yeah. You know. So yeah, all that is relevant too, man. It's like all of everything that comes with drugs is all relevant in that conversation. So yeah, we want to definitely have. That's going to be a good controversial. That's another controversial conversation. I like those controversial conversations. So let's just keep on rolling. I don't want to change the flow.
All right, we only got 2 more paragraphs to read in here. All right. It is important, I'm going to read this one over, because this is where the contention is going to come in at. Damn, they can't even see this last paragraph. All right, I'm going to have to hold the screen. All right. It says, it is important to, this is where the controversy going to come in at, right? This is where they're going to hang it at. On this paragraph, the second one to the bottom, it says, hold on. It says, it is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery. This is their main point right here. It says, it is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery. In most cases, slavery systems in Africa were more likely indentured servitude in that the slaves retained some rights and children born to slaves were generally born free. The slaves could be released from servitude and join a family or clan. It says the slave could be released. Could be released. Could be released from servitude and join a family or clan. In contrast, European slaves were chattel or property who were stripped of their rights. The cycle of slavery was perpetual. Children of slaves would by default also be slaves. Boom. So that's going to be their main point to hold on to. But we're going to go into, okay, here come up now. Here come up with the daggers. Here come.
So it's that was a little bit. Can you read that again, man? About the chattel slavery again?
Yeah. All right. It says, it is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery. In most cases, slavery systems in Africa were more like indentured servitude, in that the slaves retained some rights and children born to slaves were generally born free. The slaves could be released from servitude and join a family or clan. In contrast, European slaves were chattel or property who were stripped of their rights. The cycle of slavery was perpetual. Children of slaves would by default also be slaves. Now they was contrasting that between different slave societies in Africa, meaning the slavery in Africa, all the time the children, you know what I mean, wasn't, if you had children, your children wasn't slaves automatically because you was a slave, right? And it was saying like, so it wasn't generational. Right. And it was saying that you was able sometimes to be able to join a family, a free family or clan, right? Basically,
So that's what, right? Chattel is meaning generational. That's what I'm gathering from what.
Chattel means prophecy. See, this is where the confusion comes in at. That's why I'm saying I'm gonna go to the Cambridge joint so we can define exactly what they're talking about, because that's the murky area that they want to play in, right? That's the murky area.
But I'm thinking to myself though, Chef, as you're reading that, right? That's why I wanted you to read it again so I'm clear on the way I'm thinking, because I'm always thinking, right? That probably would get me in trouble a lot of the time, but especially with my wife anyway. But you said that they was able to join a family or a clan. I'm thinking me personally, I'm thinking like, bro, if and you know, it depends on what time period you in. Like, this nigga is 45 years old. Like, I'm not gonna get much more production out of bro. You can go ahead and you done yours, bro. Go ahead and you can join in. You one of us now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can go ahead and get you your own house. Like, you got 2 more years. You work that off. I'm gonna help you get your own thing together, man. You good. We can get you into society or whatever, or however they did it, you know, or go ahead and get your own thing. You know what I'm saying? You got 2 more years. I'm gonna use you, and then you just go about your business after that. You know, that's what it seems like to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can only use a person,
but for so much useful anyway.
It's not like they're gonna make like I said, especially in the time period, it's not like you're gonna make some 55, 60-year-old get out and work for you. I don't care how much you beat them, it's just not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna make a 65-year-old work hard for you or do hard manual labor, you know, especially in these times, in more ancient times, I guess, or I don't even know if I would call it ancient times. You're talking 1800s, you know what I'm saying? 1800s, you know, even. You're not going to get that out of a 50, 60-year-old, you know, especially with the health conditions and things of that time. So I just don't think it's real. I think it's unrealistic to think that you can enslave somebody for the entirety of their life, though it did happen in the United States, though that did happen, and I'm sure it happened in Africa. I mean, I don't have the documentation on it or nothing, but it blow me over if that didn't happen in Africa, that people were slaves for the entirety of their life. You know what I'm saying?
Because you had short lifespans back then. Like, it wasn't like you could. They act like these people was outliving, like slave communities was outliving slavery. Are y'all serious? Like,
yeah. You know, people think that living to 100 is like, they don't realize that's only like 50 years old.
Right.
They're like that, like, you know.
And the
like,
slave had the harshest treatment. So his life expectancy, see, in Africa, they had to keep replenishing the slaves. That's what the people don't get. They had to keep replenishing them. That's why they were raiding and kidnapping constantly. And you make your clan bigger that way, right? Like, after a while, you know, the person can't get back to their own society or whatever, and you might have destroyed their society when you went and raided it for fucking slaves. So if a person is useful enough, right? If he's like a skilled carpenter or whatever, he becomes useful to the goddamn to the owner. He become useful. So that owner is going to give him more privileges. He's going to say, yeah, after a certain amount of time, right? This dude is smart, right? He's he brings worth to our family. So look, we're going to let you join, right? We're going to give you a name. We're going to give you a wife. Now you want us. But that does not negate the fact that this guy was a slave and forced into it. That's the issue. What? It was slavery. Y'all want to argue the degree of slavery or the slave system. We're not talking about the system of slavery. We talking about slavery. And again, they saying I boomerang dagger myself. No, I'm reading this article. I'm putting it out there, not boomerang daggering myself. I'm not a liar. I'm going to read the whole article. But listen, it says right here, go back up to the third from last paragraph. It says, African rulers and merchants were thus able to tap into pre-existing methods and networks of enslavement to supply European demands for slaves. So where did I boomerang dagger myself? I'm reading the article now that's giving you the contrast of what Unc and them was saying, right? They wasn't completely off. So we're reading where this is what Unc and them had interjected. This right here. I'm going to read it again. Because y'all looking for a way to let Africans off the hook. So for y'all, I get it. You know what I mean? This is what...
Hold on, though. But ask yourself, Chef, like what degree would you be owned? You know what I'm saying? Like the people in the chat, at what degree would it be okay for someone to own you?
The African part. They didn't want to be owned by the Europeans or the Arabs, but they cool with the African doing it, right?
Wrong. It's cool. As long as it's an African,
yeah,
they can.
The African form of slavery was the right form of slavery.
Let's just put it. Let's go here, Jeff. What degree would you be okay for your daughter to be owned?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like there is no degree for it to be okay for your daughter to be owned. So like if the Africans owned my daughter, that wouldn't be okay. That would not be. There would not. I wouldn't say. Well, at least it's not a European. That wouldn't be my thought pattern. You know what I'm saying in that. But go ahead, Chef.
Okay. All right. Although the historical I'm on the last paragraph, y'all. Although the historical reality is sometimes difficult to accept.
Hey, scroll up a little bit because I can only see the first sentence of the last paragraph.
Can you see it? Because I'm gonna have to make it smaller.
No, just scroll up just a bit. That's it. You good. You good.
Right. Now, this is where it kill us at right here. Right? It says, although the historical reality is sometimes difficult to accept by African Americans. I'm going to read this again because y'all niggas in the chat that's having the issue with this. The writer of the article is addressing y'all personally in this because I have the same issue as y'all. Trust me. Like I'm an African American too. Like what the fuck? I want the white man to be completely wrong. You know what I mean? So look, it says, although the historical reality is sometimes difficult to accept by African Americans who still face racial discrimination over a century after the abolition of slavery, African complicity in the slave trade neither justifies today's social problems nor minimizes their seriousness. Right. 15th century Africa was not a homogeneous group of people. Some African elites benefited from the enslavement of their rivals, their enemies, their poor, and other culturally foreign groups from the 15th century through the 18th and even into the 19th centuries. Class, language, religion, gender, ethnicity divided Africans. And it was along these lines that certain Africans participated in the slave trade. Understanding the dynamics of African complicity in the slave trade is important in understanding Africans as historically active and diverse human beings. This understanding should not detract from the horrors of the slave trade or from its American legacy of inequality and racism. I feel like he ended that article beautifully. Hey, Unc, what's up? Unc in the building. Unc is in the building.
How you doing, man? No,
Killer. What's up?
What's up, brothers? How you doing, Concrete Corey, brother Chef?
What's going on?
I'm glad you read that article, man. I just wanted to let the listening audience know that I'm not actually. I have a basic understanding of the subject, so going forward, I'm just kind of working on things. If I know I'm not superior in the subject, I'm just not gonna argue because I know I understand maybe a little bit more than Chef or a little less than Chef. When I speak on shit now, I'm finishing niggas off.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm finish you off. So I'm not able to finish him off in the subject. I'm still trying to figure some things. What I will say is I appreciate that he read the article because it was saying shit I was saying. Like, I always felt like that when the Christians raised their chests up, they say, yeah, nigga, they enslaved you, Africans enslaved y'all too. Like, they didn't have a command of that statement and how crazy the statement was. Based off of the last part you just read, it wasn't no homogenous shit. Mm-hmm. And I always felt like the Christians had a horrible command of it. On the flip side, I always felt like we was taught a horrible aspect, like we didn't get the scope of it either. So it's always like this. Both sides is halfway wrong in what the fuck they saying. And just talking to support that conversation. So I'm glad you actually read the article because it kind of ties things together. You know what I'm saying? Like, it showed the slavery aspect of it, but it also showed those differences, right? Now, whether those differences should actually make you feel better about a motherfucker snatching you up, that's just based off how you weigh. Because I told Chef on the phone, I think, man, I just got to rethink that shit. Like, we taking up, we on the side of the guy snatched up. We should be mad as a motherfucker.
Right. Everybody should be blamed that participated in it.
Yeah, that was kind of trying. That was trying for me to really, say, damn, like I'm part of the bunch that got snatched up, and I should just be mad at niggas regardless of what type it was. Nigga, I'm over this wild ass motherfucker. So, it's all of us gonna have to take accountability of what we think we know, and those who teach need to really understand the nuances and what it meant to be captured, regardless if it was just you and your family wasn't in. I got it, man. Fuck that shit, man. You snatched my ass up. But I think a cultural awareness needs to happen, and to really have the serious, thorough conversation on it. But I think this was a great, so you can kind of like, okay, let me get my feet wet. Okay, yeah, all right, okay. So I actually like the article you read. But go ahead, fella.
Yeah, I appreciate what you said because it's not this conversation ain't about right or wrong. I think that's where we get confused that it's not about one being right and the other one being wrong because it's a lot of nuance in this conversation. So you had to take all that into consideration. You know what I'm saying? It especially like in the last paragraph, that kind of really like laid down a lot of the it kind of put all of the confusion on the table, basically. You know what I'm saying? Where you just have to take everything into consideration. You know what I'm saying? And 1 degree, like I said earlier, 1 degree ain't better than the next. It's all bad. The ownership of human beings is all bad. But you can get into that conversation. The degrees, like what went on in these different slaveries, and you know what I'm saying, the difference between the Africans and the West and in the chattel slavery in the Americas or whatever. So it, like I said, it's not a black and white conversation for the most part, because like I said, it has to do with class. It has to do with religion. I mean, it has to do with a lot of things comes into play when you're talking about slavery on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like you still deal with that here in the Americas, the class, you know, the oppressing one because of his ideas, or they don't go with the societal norms. You know what I'm saying? They outside of the societal norms. Like in today's world, all that is oppressive. You know what I'm saying? And they practice that even back in West Africa too. So just to put that all out there.
Yeah, good point. And I think it's just it just shows the detail and how each individual has to take it upon himself to really get into the nuances and really understand African culture. So, like for instance, if you're in a culture, say like Islam, and they practice having more than one wife, right? So you couldn't apply it to your mindset right now and what you think it may mean. So Black women will get upset about that idea of having more than one wife. But in certain cultures, right, it wasn't an upset thing. That's just the way the culture was, right? And the way you felt about it was different. Okay, and so you couldn't say that they was wrong for having more than one wife. The flip side, you can't say you're wrong for having one wife, and you can't say that the sisters are wrong when they feel like you should at least be honest if you want to have more than one wife. You can't say they, you know what I mean? That's still, it's just it's culture. Mm-hmm. So like when you bury the king and bury the subjects, you know, me and Chef argue with this all the time, but it's in the culture, yo. They felt like it was cool. Or maybe they did. I don't know. I wasn't there, right? But studying the Viking culture, whenever they was going to war, people would actually volunteer to get sacrificed. It wasn't I made you do it type of shit. Okay, eventually that shit fell out, but that was how the culture expressed itself. So you know, like it's just interesting the way human cultures grow, and they do a lot of things out of ignorance. Like there are things we do now out of ignorance, right? That people would look back on and say they was crazy as fuck for doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you have your bathroom that close to the living room? Like maybe they will find out. Like watch this. I was looking at a program and it was talking about how the SARS MERS, I think it was in China, how an infected man was in these high-rise buildings. And how he was infected and he used the bathroom and he flushed it and it went down the pipes. Watch this. And the virus escaped when he flushed it and it went down into the pipes, right, into the other, the bathroom underneath of them. The virus kind of escaped, went into the vent, and it ended up affecting the whole goddamn apartment building. So later on, they're going to say, why would they even have that shit that close? You get it? Like they was ignorant to that fact. You know what I'm saying? Like people didn't know that feces and shit was carrying germs back in the day. And I'm sure we'll learn how to stop having, you know, if somebody cook fried chicken, if you ever lived in apartments, right? And somebody cook fried chicken, you could smell that shit. Mm-hmm. Right? I worked in apartment buildings where if you got roaches, yo, you literally get roaches. The roaches, when you spray the roaches go next door. They go over the pipes. They do all this shit. The inner workings. If you ever build a house, right, or build around building apartment buildings, and Concrete Corey can speak to this, because I know he's been around a lot of structures being built. Man, literally, pipes and shit is like a highway for insects to go back and forth. So when you spray it, just move over there, back and forth, back and forth. So I'm saying this to say that a lot of times we just do shit in ignorance, but it's the social and cultural norm. But it's still slap crazy to later develop cultures that will say, "Nah, why did they do that?" And I hope I didn't get y'all mixed up with the examples, right? But I'm just trying to show you how something can be ignorant, but to the culture, it's a cultural norm. It's what they thought it was, right? And the same will happen to us later on. Go ahead, Corey.
And in retrospect, you know, looking at things in retrospect, you always got a clearer view. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, I mean, that's just the way the universe works, basically. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we at. And that's a good point. You know what I'm saying? I can never take that point away from you. Like we always, my mama say hindsight is 2020. So you know what I'm saying? So I definitely get what you're saying and definitely hear where you're coming from on that. Yeah, we look back on it like, you know, oh, it's crazy. But like I said, like human beings, and Cedric came in and said it, human beings is gonna do what human beings gonna do. So it never takes one group to influence another group. You can have one group of human beings on one side of the planet and another group of human beings on the total opposite side of the planet, and they never come in contact with each other. You better believe they're gonna be doing similar things. You know what I'm saying? Like humans are gonna do what humans do. You know what I mean? If it's slavery going on one side of the planet, you better believe they got something similar going on that other side of the planet, because humans gonna do what humans gonna do. You know, but yeah, I just that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to add that to what you said.
Like trying to okay, so I was trying to tie it up with the feeling in the culture about slavery and the way they treat each other might have been different from culture to culture. So that's the point I wanted to make. You know, with that, so as African Americans, we see slavery as being crazy as a motherfucker, and of course, but obviously the Europeans didn't see it as being crazy because it was a legal institution. Okay, so you know we realize that slavery is barbaric, right? We see it as being a crazy ass institution. So despite the different degrees, despite the fact that the African kings weren't enslaving their people. So the Christians is wrong, but the Black Islanders is wrong when they say, yo, we didn't do it. Obviously, we did it. There's different varying degrees and different cultural feelings towards the act. But in 2021, all that form is crazy as fuck. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? I might have got lost in trying to explain the nuance and trying to explain culture and how, you know, ignorance later on will be something that was the cultural norm becomes ignorance to us. So I hope I tied that shit all together right there. But that's the point I was actually trying to make right there.
Yeah, I got your point about the nuances and having to be able to look at it and see that, you know, with certain things in different societies that, you know, we ain't gonna just understand just you know, by a general reading of their history or culture. Yeah, certain things, like, you're just not gonna understand it. So I definitely get your point.
Yeah, but it don't take away from the fact that nigga, we just seeing you kill the subjects with the king, nigga. That's what we saying. Yeah. We think that somebody died because of y'all shit. We see it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they might have thought it was right, that person that was dying might not have felt that way. They might not was ready to go.
You feel me?
Have we ever? And I'm just throwing this question out there because it just came across my mind. Like I wonder if in other primates do we see something like that, like servitude, some type of servitude or something like that. You know, I never.
I think maybe hell, them damn chimpanzees is at war right now in certain places. Not to mention in the Stone Age. So you know what I'm saying?
A world war actually. It's actually a world war against the chimpanzee. But go ahead.
What about they? So here goes something that's slick that we learned from chimpanzees that humans absolutely do, and you can't alleviate the African from doing it. Whenever chimpanzees actually come like get into each other's space zones, when they cross zones, they kill each other. That's exactly what humans do. I'm gonna say it again. Whenever a clan of chimpanzees cross over into another clan's territory, They kill each other. They fight. They have wars. They drag each other off. They kill each other. Whenever humans do that, man, they kill each other. They have wars. And so humans learn how to deal with that by developing borders and say, yo, but this is, if you come over here, then so they still do it. So Russia, you know, like if you go, like at the Arctic, they got a space where it's Russia, United States and all that, and a space where they say, don't nobody need to be there, period. If you cross over to that area, you could actually cause a war where you start killing each other. Because that's exactly what chimpanzees do, and that's exactly what humans do. So they learn a lot about human behavior by studying chimpanzee behavior. It's very interesting. So there are things that chimpanzees and humans do, and there are things that totally make humans totally different. That's why we study chimpanzees and other primates. That's why chimpanzee is a model species. A model species is something that you can learn about being human from another animal. Just like with evolution, beetles are model species because we can learn a lot about human evolution period, by studying the dung beetle.
I think one of the points of contention that I didn't tackle was slavery being introduced or being known in Africa or practiced in Africa before Arabs got there. Now, we see that it was practiced in indigenous African societies before the Europeans got there, right? Now, these people wasn't Muslim, the ones that I showed, the homie and the Ashanti, right? They wasn't the Muslims. So, but y'all gonna say, but Muslims was already in Africa, maybe they learned it from them. It's just gonna be rabbit hole after rabbit hole, like the African cannot think for himself. Like, it's crazy. Like, so
He evil to the white people got there, yo.
yeah, niggas ain't know how to be evil to the white man got there, yo. Like, fucking crazy. Or the Arab. All right, so
I feel that way in my heart, but I know I'm wrong, but I just feel that. Just for the listening audience, man, that's part of my belief, yo. See, but the difference between me and most people, I'm man enough to recognize what I believe and what I know. That's why I stay around different people that will cause you to think, right? And
outside
as you
your
think,
box,
you realize,
right?
well, that's just a belief.
That's how you grow.
Yeah.
That's how you grow.
Yeah.
Your shit gotta be challenged, right? You gotta be willing to move off of your position. You know, with information, right? Or the better argument. You know what I mean? Like Unc said, I feel like, you know, I don't have a whole command of the subject yet, so it ain't either I'ma just back up for right now. But in his heart, he feel like, nah, we ain't do that to ourselves. You know what I mean? I'ma wait till I find something where I can finish you off, because that's what he hoping happened. He hope, right, that we ain't do this shit to ourselves or participate like that. But the truth of the matter is, we did. So it ain't like I have the same feeling, but as African Americans, we supposed to have two feelings, right? Because let me say this. The Africans that was took from Africa was Africans. The slaves that was taken, they were Africans, and they loved Africa. The same amount as the Africans that, so what I'm saying is they were completely African. They loved their African culture. It's just their African people did some bullshit to them. And we should have the right to say that. Am I saying I'm not African no more because some Africans sold us? No, Africans sold Africans. That don't mean that the Africans that got sold was like, fuck Africa. No, they was like, fuck them Africans that did that bullshit to me. But they ain't say fuck their mother and their father. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's crazy that people in the chat are talking like we're trying to disown Africa because we want to keep this shit real.
What?
Yeah. Like we want to keep the shit real. Why can't we look? We're just as much African as the motherfuckers who sold us. So we can't speak our fucking truth. We supposed to only go at the white man, right? For buying us or what? What the fuck? Because his system of slavery was harsher. What?
That just sounded funny when you said that. Though.
Yeah, like we supposed to just go at the white man because his system. Yeah, no, the motherfuckers, the Africans was kidnapping us. They was doing this shit to us. They was selling us. They got museums in Africa. If you never go to Africa, we have a thing called YouTube. Africans are on YouTube. They go to their different museums, the slave dungeons, the slave markets. These shits is still up. And they make museums out of them. And they tell you how much slaves were sold for. Right? They show you all of the products that Europeans would bring them. And they would show you how much the Africans would take like one bottle of rum, 20 slaves. Like they got the prices still on the fucking walls. Who was they selling this rum to? Africans. Who was they selling these cannons to? Africans. Who was they selling the umbrellas? The shit that made me mad, because if you look at pictures from the 18th century, right, and earlier paintings, they would show the goddamn, hold on, let me turn this on, because y'all ain't even listening. Hold on. I'm going to send out the link in a minute, y'all. I see y'all want to come in. But look, they would, y'all ever seen the pictures, right, of the Africans, right? They sitting at their court, right? And they have a white person hat on, like a European hat on, their regular African garb, right? And they have the people holding the umbrellas up, right? Because they sitting in the sun. Well, the Europeans were selling these umbrellas. And those umbrellas that these African rulers in them was sitting under, they was paying 40 slaves an umbrella. That's how much we the ones who got sold for fucking umbrellas. That don't make y'all mad? The African was selling 40 of us for one fucking umbrella. So he wouldn't have, the African king didn't want to have to sit in the sun. So he would sell 40 human beings to get one fucking umbrella. And you some bitches sitting out here mad at me because I'm saying it? Y'all fucking crazy. Y'all don't like yourself. Y'all like the Africans in Africa historically more than you like the people who went through fucking slavery. They was Africans too. The ones who got slaves, they was Africans too. You don't feel for them. You only feel for them when you find out the white people was beating on them and fucking them up. That's the only part that make y'all mad. But it don't make you mad that it was Africans raiding these fucking villages, right, on behest of their king, so their king could sell these motherfuckers and get wealth from Europeans. Y'all not mad at them? Only the European. The fuck is wrong with y'all? And I'm wrong for saying this shit. Like, who gonna speak up for the African that got fucking sold? The African that sold them was wrong too, y'all. Y'all do know this, right? They was wrong. You can say that. The fuck is wrong with y'all? But go ahead, I just had to get that off my chest.
I mean, so like y'all know who I am, yo. I fight for Africa, yo. And I'm still mad at motherfucking Chef for this dumbass conversation because it hurt, right? But I can get through it because I know Chef ain't coming from a place of hate. He's coming from a place of sticking by what the fuck we is. We the pseudo killers. That don't mean you gotta turn out Africa. So if telling the truth is turn down Africa, then we just not gonna be dedicated to the truth. So there's always context in anything, but the truth remains. regardless of what type of servitude we had, right? There are a few, like very few, kings and nations, like very, very few, that participated, but they did that. And as a result of their participation, it made it easier to garnish people that would later on be spread around the world. Now, if you can't see that or understand that, then you need to go to another channel where they go ahead and baptize you and make you feel good. But if you want to be able to teach your children the facts, then you give them the information in proper context, right? There's a learning process to understanding the whole thing, not the quick bam, 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 boom. Nope. Like I said it before, the Christians stuck their chest out, and they said, "See, African kings enslaved their people. They was slap fast lie. They wasn't their people. There was another nation, another tribe, another clan, just like the Brits and the fucking Romans were totally two different people. There wasn't any genetics that would let you know that they were still part of the same God. They didn't know none of that, right? And so they give Europeans credit for having different separate nations, right? But they make it seem like we was all one people, meaning we was just crazy motherfuckers, and we didn't know how to separate, divide ourselves into different types of leaderships and different types of. No, it's not the truth. So the Christians fuck it all the way up with that. No, we didn't sell our own people.
Right.
Simple as that. Not saying we was perfect, but you ain't had no African king say, I'm gonna grab this nigga from here, from my house down the corner. I'm like, no, that's not how that worked out.
But what if I show you cases that it was happening?
You say what?
What if I can show you cases that, in some cases, that was happening?
Because I was about to say, of course, because absolute greed and power absolutely corrupt.
Facts.
And so if you still need to make that quota, I mean, once you down that road, listen, man, once you selling drugs, let me give y'all something, man. And I can't wait to the drug conversation, right? Once
people
you
end up selling to their own family members.
Yeah, you end up saying, yo, my uncle getting high, or my son.
He gonna get it from somewhere.
I mean, you want to say, no, your mother. Like, what you gonna do? So your mother getting high, like, what you gonna do? I'm not gonna. So what? Let me show you what happened.
You're not gonna let her be ill, and you're not gonna let her just sit there and be sick.
Hold on. Don't do it, because I know you understand.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. So, what you gonna do when you say, yo, I ain't gonna sell it to my brother or my sister or my mother, but then they go outside and get it from another motherfucker, and then they don't know what they get. It's a crazy situation. It's like y'all can't even fathom the situation, yo. Right? You run across a 15-year-old nigga that's on a corner putting that shit together. What you gonna say, yo? You 15, you can't work. Okay, but the nigga out there working, and he getting it, and he come at you with 10,000, and he's 15 and 16. You gonna say no, right?
Right.
Because you underage, my nigga. No, I know I was 15 and 16, right, and was buying pounds of shit. A motherfucker, what you gonna say? No. You're never gonna say no. Now I thought I had scruples, so I can't recall fucking with a 15-year-old. But if he was 18 and 19, you know what I mean? And so the 18 and 19-year-olds, what I'm gonna say? I know they were selling to the niggas that was younger, getting money. What I'm gonna say? I ain't gonna sell it to you because you selling to them. So I'm just saying, like, that's why some shit you shouldn't just fuck with. So you shouldn't even be fucking with it. My point is, you shouldn't even be messing with the slave trade, because it's gonna be a time when you're gonna snatch us niggas that they wish they had your clan, but you ain't really like them. And you need to make that quota. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, some shit you just shouldn't just fuck with.
Right.
I like that example too, because it highlights the tribal thing, and it kind of reminded me of some of the situation I was in. Now, I was 14 and 15 and shit out here in the streets. I had a pack, but I couldn't get the pack, from my cousins and them, right? Because they had the pack, right? But what I could do because I grew up in Little Mexico, is I could go to the Mexicans and get it. You know what I'm saying? And the Mexicans didn't have no problem because
As long as you had that money.
I wasn't a Mexican. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a nigga. You know what I'm saying? To them, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a part of their family. I'm not even a part of their tribe, their local tribe. You know what I'm saying? So it was more comfortable for them, for me to go get the pack from them and for them to sell me the pack. You know what I'm saying? Rather than get it, you know, from some of the OGs in the hood who would tell me to, you know what I'm saying, go get lost. You know what I mean? No matter how much money I had, they tell me to go get lost. You know what I'm saying? So it just highlights the tribal aspect of it. You know what I mean? Like I said, the Mexicans didn't have no problem with getting me the pack. But go ahead. I just wanted to touch on that a little bit.
I'm gonna share a personal story with y'all. We're gonna hit one. If you, my phone messing up.
Can I?
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Montoya speaking to you.
No,
I gotta go to work, man. I want to throw out some context.
Oh man,
I gotta
you
go to
can't
work.
dive in like that, you dove in, Montoya. Damn.
I'm diving in because I gotta go. I go. If I can dive in,
you don't let me dive. You don't let nobody dive in like that on your shit. But go ahead, I'm gonna let you dive in.
Go ahead, Montoya. What's going on, Montoya?
I'm fucking up, but I gotta go. So I gotta get it in before I go to work. Because I'm late already.
Peace and Black Power African family. What's going on? Nah, let's mess with it. Go ahead, yo.
What's going on, Montoya?
You're so
go
funny.
Ahead, Montoya.
Go ahead, Montoya.
All right, cool. That's all, bro. So, you know, mad respect for the channel. Always trying to get to the truth. There's a little more context, though, to what Chef was saying. So here's the context that we got to add. So due to our ancestors' removal from the continent, the context that we're speaking in is the context of being removed. So when we say, for example, when Chef says, you're mad at the European for beating on us, but not the African for selling us, the context is, here's the context is lost. So where we're exactly right, the brother who just talked about tribes and what y'all said about tribes is just simply what humans do. Uncle's heard me say this a million times. So humans just act in tribes. The context of race, the fact that we even have this title, you know, the slave trade of Africa, you know, and I know y'all, what I'm about to say right here, I know y'all already understand, but I want to add a little more context. The fact that we even say the slave trade in Africa, because the fact that we even refer to the continent as such is a context of our removal. So what's also a part of our context is to, when you ask, am I mad at the Africans for selling us? My answer is no, and here's why my answer is no. Again, more context. Because when you understand that all humans do the same thing under similar circumstances, all groups, there's no race, there's no ethnic group that's worse or better than another. That's the reality of what humans do. And once you understand that people move in tribes, it's as if all of us is the pseudo kill, you know, me, you know, the pseudo killers. Let's say we wanted to start going over down to Mexico or whatever, you know what I mean, and taking over. If we go take over Mexico and say Mexico got beef with El Salvador, however you say it, say whatever. And so we go take over, we try to go conquer shit in Mexico or deal with them. And Mexico is El Salvador is a whole nother country. If they're not and we say, hey, let's make some deals because we need those motherfuckers to be our slaves. It ain't Hispanics sold Hispanics to each other. It's the Mexican tribe sold their enemies to another person. If the El Salvadorians, I'm just using this made up example, as if they're enemies. So it's no reason to be mad at your ethnic group because two enemies sold areas in all groups, which y'all correctly already pointed out. So no, we should not, as African Americans, be mad at the Africans that told our ancestors because they were beefing already, just as tribes do. So it makes no sense to have a context to be mad at Africans. It makes no context because the only reason we even say Africans is because we were removed and put through the transatlantic slave trade to even refer to the continent as such. It's not even proper context. So no, we should not be mad at Africans.
Go ahead.
I don't understand. Did you get what he was saying?
I just totally disagree with that because
Yeah.
at that point, now we saying because what we saying is that they didn't know right from wrong. You know
No,
what
that's
I'm saying?
not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is just like the British and Irish still
You
been
cut
battling
him
for
off,
over thousands of years.
Montoya, you cut him off, Montoya. You gotta let him finish.
No. I was done. Go ahead. I wanted his response.
Yeah. I'm not saying no. Hell no. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the Irish and British still ain't that in favor, but they spent 1,000 years battling each other. But Great Britons and Irish people here in America, if they consider themselves white or Americans, they're cool. They're not saying I'm mad at my European brothers. That's what you know. What I'm saying, we got to put it in context. It's like asking the British and the Irish to say, "Are you not mad at Europeans?" Because that's how we're saying as a continent. It's just an improper context. Whites don't say I'm mad at other Europeans. They don't say that.
No, they don't say they mad. They demonstrate. So they still get at the Russians, and we still put trade embargoes on them. We still steal their intellectual.
Don't say I'm mad at
we steal the German
We're saying we're
intellectual
mad
property.
at Africans. We're saying we're mad at Africans. They don't say they say
right. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they don't. The Europeans don't have to say that they mad at them, right? They still do shit. They still do devious shit.
I'm disagreeing with you, brother. I'm not disagreeing with that part. I'm asking you to put in the context of us saying that we're mad at Africans. If we put what they do, when Irish are mad at Britons, they'll say they're mad at the British. The British will say they're mad at the Irish. If we put it in the context we're putting in today, it would have the British saying, I'm mad at Europeans. I'm saying we're saying it in the wrong context. I'm talking about the context.
Okay, so what you're saying is Americans, the white Americans don't talk about they mad at Europeans, right? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is let's take the British and Irish who we know don't care for each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll still say they don't care for each other for a lot of reasons. They got a lot of history for why they don't, right?
Right.
What they'll never say is when they're talking about the Irish people that they may be cool with or might not be cool with, you're never going to hear them say, I'm mad at Europeans if they're mad at the Irish. And the day we're talking in the context because the only reason
I got you. Yeah. So we're making a blanket statement when we say
because we've been colonized to refer to the continent as Africa. So unless we can go back and find out which tribe sold us, and then if Jeff wanted to come on here and say, I've done my history and I'm mad at the motherfucking tribe, I would have no issue. But we can't. We should not, as African Americans, say we're mad at Africans. We can't have that context because that context was handed to us.
I agree with what you're saying, but I think that's pretty much what Sheffrin is saying. I think because of our ignorance. Hold on.
He is saying that. I'm just saying let's be particular and no longer say it
because
wrong.
we don't have that luxury though. We don't have that luxury.
We don't have the luxury of using a blanket statement either because that's unfair. You have to get it right psychologically. You can't just say mad at Africans. So we either do the homework and find out which tribes, but then we can't say we're mad at Africans because now we're applying to blanket people because a lot of Africans didn't sell nobody. Most of Africans didn't sell us to you. So we can't make blanket statements and be completely incorrect. Because if we're talking about being accurate, we must be accurate in how we speak.
All right, well, let me be accurate because I wasn't talking and I had named specific African tribes or nations, right? They was laid out in the article that I read. So, but when I talk about African, I'm saying this conversation stemmed from a previous conversation where Africans was given immunity for the crimes of kidnapping and enslaving us, right? So once they was given immunity, then I turn around and use that same blanket statement because they made a blanket statement first.
We could be better though. We could be better.
But if they say Africans didn't, right, practice slavery, right? They say if Africans didn't practice slavery before Europeans and before Arabs or Muslims, right? Then I can say.
But we're not gonna give credence to pseudo shit though.
No,
like,
hold on. But
that's pseudo. That's pseudo though.
Yeah, hold on. But that was the conversation. So if they said that, if we say European, all Europeans didn't enslave us, but we still say Europeans, right? And then it's up to the person who having the conversation to have enough common sense to know that we're not talking about all Europeans, right? But
we really say whites. Let's be honest. We say whites.
Oh yeah, and we know all whites.
But But whites did enslave us because that's a particular context of the colonization that Europeans didn't consider themselves whites until they made themselves whites, which are the people who actually enslaved us. Like, let's just be accurate.
No. Now you playing with semantics.
No, I'm not playing with
yes,
semantics.
you are. Because think about it. I'm telling you in the context that we were having a conversation. Now think about it. Garfield, you're not disagreeing with me then, right?
No, what I'm just saying is I'm challenging you to be better than the people who gave you the context in the wrong context. Just clarify that. And so we don't just throw back at them, be mad at the Africans, even though they use it that way. As the pseudo killers, we should be the ones to teach and not just respond back the same way just because they did it that way. Right, we should be the smarter ones.
Definitely. So that's why I brought out the article where it named specific groups. So they didn't have no way to dance around it. Once you start naming specifics, there's no way to dance around it.
I agree 100%. So right. You should always do specifics and never do what they did.
No, check it out.
All right,
Garfield came on.
Let me tell this piece real quick, Chef.
Go ahead.
So then I was understanding what you were saying, but I know Chef kind of got specifics, right? But when you say that Europeans enslaved us, that's ridiculous because all white people aren't Europeans. And I always say that shit. The fucking Russians ain't Europeans. I don't give a fuck where they live at. They'll cuss you out.
Exactly. They're not.
So we can't say, so you can't do the blanket statement either way. You need to name specific groups of specific nations, the Brits, the Germans, all the motherfuckers participated. We got the names, we got the records. So we can have a specific conversation, right? But the general conversation is white people enslaved us and them African soldiers.
I disagree. What are y'all talking?
No, I'm agreeing with you, Chef.
Russians are Europeans.
You can't do a blanket statement. Huh?
Russians are Europeans. You keep saying
no,
that.
Not. Yo, they do not belong to the European Union. Yo,
yeah, Russia's not on the continent of Europe.
What?
Russia's not on the continent of Europe.
Yo,
I don't know about that.
Russia's considered Asia.
Yeah, Russia's not part of the European.
Part of Russia is considered Asia. You know how big Russia is?
Yeah, they call it Eurasia, but the concept of Europe being a continent is false within itself. So we're gonna have that discussion back and forth. Can I get a bit right in there?
Is Russian Indo-European language?
Yes.
All right.
That's not the point, though. Y'all bugging, yo.
Do the people come from Europe?
I want to bring it back to the subject matter and make just a simple comment with regards to the emotional response that we're seeing in the chat. We're the pseudo killers. Over here, emotions get put aside when you're dealing with facts. Ankh made it clear how he emotionally feels and yet how we can look at the evidence as is, take a pause, see if we can find something to come back with, but the evidence stands as it is. First of all, why do we think that people on the African continent, let me be a little bit more specific, wouldn't engage in practices that are done everywhere else in the world? Now, the relationship that was developed with the European form of slavery, what took us to this side of the world, is, put it in context, it's different. Again, involuntary imposition of will is wrong. We established that. But to say now that as pseudo killers examining history for what it is has to do with any emotional response is absolutely ridiculous. This is a channel where we're gonna do some grown folk stuff. We're gonna grow. We're gonna take things and put them into context. I was one who, when anybody said the African enslaved the African, I would go apeshit crazy. I would use the arguments like Montoya was trying to slip in there. Oh, they came to enslave us, and because we didn't want to get enslaved, we took our neighbors. No, there was a system of slavery that existed.
I know they slaved us. I definitely didn't say that.
There was a system of slavery that existed. They came and they traded. Eventually, when they ran out and the European had his other plans and eventually took over, that took place. However, there was no real force in the situation. It was just the way business was done at the time in the world. That was a point Chef was trying to make. And we can't disagree. We cannot pretend as if on the continent that practice didn't exist in its various forms. It just simply did.
Facts.
I hope nobody heard me say that bullshit. I'm saying the context of how we say it. I'm just talking about the context of talking about it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Look, I didn't mean that you think that.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't saying you thought that. No, Montoya, I get you long time. You make points and you bring points that are in the general public. So I understand that. But that is what we said. And I was one of those that would argue that point with my life, because it was one of the statements that was made, right? And I would one of those that used the argument that no, they came in and they put a gun to our heads and we were forced to enslave our brothers. I made that pseudo argument myself until you start to examine the facts and you just put things in perspective. Look, humans were humaning all the time.
That's fair. I thought y'all received that from me. And I like,
no.
I thought I would
no. I'm not saying that you think that way. Okay, I'm sorry.
I was just challenging him to keep bringing those specifics. Is all I really was challenging.
I appreciate it. I agree.
Because humans fuck each other up. That's what humans do.
Yeah, and that was the conversation. And that was the conversation, actually.
But yeah, of course, I'm agreeing with all that part, Chef. Yeah. I would just challenge you on the context of saying being mad at Africans. That's all I called you to challenge you on. Just the context of how you say it.
Yeah, but when we say
they mad at Europeans, though. It wasn't all Europeans.
But Garfield said it was. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm challenging 16 different conversations that different people. This is Garfield came on and said every European nation participated in slave trade.
Yeah, that's not
European nation. But the major European nations, the world powers did. Absolutely.
Cool.
And
he said every.
Yeah, they did, but not all.
No, golf
not
again.
Every, no, not every. Not every. No, not
right. Every. So those blanket statements, right? We can
Eastern European countries were enslaved, were enslaved, but a lot of the Western European countries. So they could not engage in the slavery that we experienced in the West. Switzerland, Finland, Greenland, those are all European countries that didn't participate in the slave trade.
They ain't even had access to African slaves. Like that shit just...
The African slave trade.
Like this is...
Oh, shit.
It's crazy.
Oh, shit. So they have a problem with drinking that shit, huh? All right, all right.
Yeah, you going off a blanket statement that was wrong. It was a blanket statement.
No, I can have the conversation that's being had. Like, I don't have to. For me, I know what a person is saying, and I can deal with them. And that on that level, I don't have to boil a conversation down to where we just arguing over semantics, or you know what I mean. Like, I can understand a general conversation and a specific conversation, right? if you say Africans didn't enslave other Africans, right? I can have that conversation. If you want to have the conversation of what specific African group did it, I can have that conversation too. You see what I'm saying,
Well, see,
Montoya?
that's not all
that's
I'm
the
saying to
problem.
you,
The,
though,
the
Kev. Go ahead.
goalposts keep getting moved.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When
I'm
we
not
get
moving
when
the
we get into
goalposts, though. I
these
want to be clear. I want to be
controversial,
clear. I'm not.
hold on.
I'm
I'm just
sorry.
saying.
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Not saying you doing it, Montoya. I just
Yeah,
want
go
to
ahead,
say
brother.
though, every time we get into these touchy and controversial conversation, the goalpost always continues to get moved. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to have a point. You know, we want to get a concession. We want to. That's what we always look for concessions. In these conversations, when nobody has to concede, or we just haven't. These are data points, and these data points are facts. Now, we don't have to have a comeback for a data point. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not how things work in everyday day-to-day life. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Montoya. You want to say something?
That's a great point. Who's talking? Because I can't see right
Corey.
now.
That was
This
Corey.
concrete.
Corey. All right. So great point, Corey. Now I want to go. I'm gonna challenge a little harder on the psychology of what I'm saying. I agree 100%. So I understand that based on how I came in, it sounds like I'm asking for one of those concessions. I'm going to, because I understand exactly what you're saying, and I can step outside of myself.
Your ass should be at work though, nigga. Cause you like,
I'm late.
I gotta go to work
I'm
right
late.
now. Hey, yo, he
Let me
got
finish.
us.
I gotta go.
us.
I'm rushing to work right now. I'm late already.
You won't trick us no more with that.
He pulled a Wu Jiao.
I'm actually late for work. I'm late for work.
Yo, it's all good, Montoya. We appreciate you coming over. Go ahead.
I'm literally about to get off. You kill me with that little bullshit. So Corey, so what I'm saying is, I understand you completely. Here's what I'm saying, because this matters due to the fact that we went through the transatlantic slave trade. If we're gonna, because this is not just simply a data point to make a concession. What I am talking about is here's when accuracy matters. Accuracy matters because, like Chefs to a degree is saying, what's wrong with saying it if it's the truth? Well, when you put it out of context, just like it wasn't true when Garfield said it in a blanket way, well, it doesn't necessarily stand to be true when Chef says it that way. And you think I'm talking about semantics, but here's the reality. The reality is that there is a divide that happened due to the transatlantic slave trade. One of the best ways to improve that divide is to not devolve, and I consider it devolving, is to not to devolve in, well, what about the Africans who enslaved us? Are you not mad about that? So we can waste time being mad about it, and it's just a data point for what? When the reality is we're still speaking in the context that was taught to us. That's why it matters from a psychological standpoint. I'm not trying to simply make a concession. It's just, why would we as pseudo killers be the ones talking about it in a blanket way, in a way that no other culture would talk? No other culture would suggest that their continent, their whole continent.
But Montoya, did you hear what Unc said earlier? Hold on. Did you hear
we
what
let ourselves do that if we're going to the place where you talk accurate?
Listen, you hear what Unc said
you
earlier?
broke up for me. I don't know.
Yeah, you was breaking up. Unc made a point. He said white people and Christians said it first and was fucking it up. That Africans enslaved themselves. You know what I mean? So they said it. You feel me?
So why would we say it?
Like no,
we're not saying it. You're not saying it.
We look, listen. If the people that live in Africa did that, you saying we can't call them Africans?
Yeah, you didn't blanket the shit. Montoya just missed part of the conversation.
No, I'm saying even if I did, we can't call the Ashanti and the Dahomey people Africans? Hold on. We call the English and the French Europeans, don't we?
No, you saying why can't we? It's silly. It would be silly for a Briton who's mad at an Irishman to say, why the fuck I can't be mad at Europeans? That's silly as fuck. So it's silly when we say it.
No, listen. Hold on. Is the British a European?
Yes.
All right, so if I mention them in the context of them being a European, right? How am I wrong? Now, when we get down to the specifics, I can mention, you know what I mean, the nation state. But in a general, I can mention them as European also.
Would a British person ever say, how can I be mad at Europeans? Why would they ever say that? Like, that's silly as fuck.
No, so I have to speak the way a European goes. So my conversation need to go the way the European should go, or my conversation is not valid.
No, I'm saying it's silly. The only reason the whole world that we even call it Africa is because of what happened in the slave trade.
No, because
nobody
it
else
is
in the world
Africa.
speaks to a continent.
Hold on, because
we shouldn't speak to a continent because that was taught to us. There's no place in the world that speaks to an entire continent.
What?
We don't talk. Nobody talks like that but us because we were taught to talk like that.
So who colonized Africa? When it was it colonized as a continent, or was it? Explain that to me. At the Berlin Conference.
Okay, so
they divvied it up.
Right. So divvying it up, you're divvying it up after the Europeans, when they were already doing the slave trade, already had hundreds of years of literature of referring to the continent as Africa.
Right.
They had already been doing that.
He just said Europeans,
so the fact that
though.
they continue doing it at Berlin, it's just, all they've done is just fortify how we refer to the continent.
Right.
Like,
so why can't I refer to the continent?
Because they taught that to us during the transatlantic slave trade.
So that's just the language, right? That's how we refer to that body of land, right?
Well, but why is it just the language, though?
No.
That's what I'm talking
In order to have this conversation,
bro, what are you talking about?
that's just geography.
That's another conversation.
That's the landmass that we refer to as Africa. Right or wrong?
Let me dive in real quick.
Go ahead.
Hold
I don't want to get bogged down. Right?
Hold on. Everybody free. Yeah, what we call it is a rabbit hole. And at this point, Vance went through it. Let me tell you why it's a rabbit hole, because we're talking to African Americans. If you start giving specific names, they don't know what the fuck you talking about. So you say African, I know what you're saying, yo.
So here it is. And that's the point I made from the very beginning. So unless we're going to do the work to do so, because everybody else is able to do that, and if we're not able to speak to why we ain't able to do it, it becomes silly for us to reduce ourselves to the language that was given to us. Language matters. Words matter.
Man, what are you talking
about?
That's kind of wild right there.
Let me say something to you.
That's the only time we use that word. When we talk about
Quit using the white man's ideology, brother, in his language. It's breaking it down. That's what you sound like.
Let me say this. So my DNA, right? It's I got Fulani. Fulani is where my DNA goes back to. Now they participated heavily in the slave trade, right? But if I'm a Fulani, I would say to you, man, you can't blanket all Fulanis, because all the Fulanis didn't participate in the slave trade. You see how much of a rabbit hole you go down?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Now we got to get to, Walker.
I'm not doing
now we got to say
what I'm not doing here. What I'm not doing here is the not all. I'm not doing that is a not all approach. I'm not doing the not all. I am breaking down that due to the transatlantic slave trade is the only reason. Then we can say, well, whichever Africans did it, which I have no problem saying that Africans enslaved each other. So I don't have no problem saying that Africans enslaved each other.
You just got a problem with me saying it.
No. What you say is you said we can be mad at Europeans, but we can't be mad at the Africans. And it ends up being a futile point when you recognize the reason you're saying that is because the context you were given it in. No other place in the world would ever refer to an entire continent as who they're mad at, because everybody else has the bridge to their language and their country. We only say this because we don't. That shit matters.
What the man?
What's up, Adrian? Speak to the panel before you just
I don't
dive.
even know what the HE double hockey sticks dude is talking about. Like, dude, we
I
just
know
need
what
to
he's
come
saying
under
though.
the, we need,
Yeah,
we
Yeah,
need
don't
to
even
just come under.
go down that rabbit hole. Just get back
Look,
on what was on, man. Otherwise, just
look,
go ahead and
we
make your
just
point.
need to, we just need to have an understanding that Africans participated in the slave trade, and Europeans also participated in the slave trade, which led to colonization. All this other language stuff, all this other like Africans, you know, what African group? Look, we know what happened in the end. We over here. I mean, Lord Jesus, what's so hard to understand?
He gave you a mental note. What he did was he gave you a mental note. So I respect his placeholder.
Facts.
Meaning you would have to all say, stop. What that nigga just say? Oh, I get it. So the context of calling the continent Africa is a Indo-European idea. Bet, got you. But it doesn't, but what it don't do is it doesn't take away from the fact that Chef names specific tribes. So Chef actually addressed that in reading the source.
Yeah,
but
to
I
his credit.
respect the
I
placeholder.
credit him.
Yes.
I credit
Yes.
Chef.
But I really, but I respect your placeholder because it gave us a mental place to look. That's fucking interesting. So yeah, that fits right in. So I wouldn't bash you. I get
Let's
it.
be aware. Let's be aware. I got to go to school, but thank you for that. Yeah,
right,
just be aware. If y'all think it's silly, I respect it, but I think you're following what I'm saying. Just be aware psychologically in teaching, we can improve, and we got to be the ones that teach even smarter and better. Don't have to agree with everything I'm saying, but it is about, I'm talking about the psychology of it. It does matter sometimes. Just throwing it out. I got to go to school. I'll holler at y'all.
All right, Montoya, peace.
All I'm going to say is context. I get a point, but it is kind of irrelevant to the topic that we're having right now. I am one who always bring it up that I say I'm West African. I have no genetic connection to East Africa, and Africa is a big place. But in context of the discussion we're having now, especially when specific tribes were mentioned, it brought us right down into Central and Western Africa. So we were very specific of what we were talking about, especially when we're talking about the involvement with the transatlantic slave trade. We know that it's centralized in West Africa. So in terms of the pseudo-killers level of conversation, it is within context. Chef is not wrong, although I do understand and appreciate Montoya's point. But in terms of what we're talking about right now, it would be irrelevant. Why? Because then we're going to go into specific tribes and then specific kings, and then the conversation becomes way too specific when we're trying to establish a fundamental point with this conversation.
Yeah, let me just say though, I think too the show has got a lot of moving parts because people enter the conversation at different segments.
Right.
So it kind of had twists and turns, you know what I'm saying? But first there was no slavery in Africa. All they had was indentured servitude. That got beat up. Then it was Africa did not have a slave economy.
Beat up.
1500 to the 1800, it was a slave economy. Okay, that's over and done with. You know what I'm saying? So, right, then it's like, okay, Africans sold other Africans, keeping the context, Africans didn't enslave their own people. Well, the only slaves were not prisoners of war. We know that. So sometimes they did sell their own people, right? People who were arrested for other crimes. So it's like, no matter how you phrase it, no matter how you word it, you're not going to get around that argument, right? And then when you look at European slavery and juxtapose to African slavery, right? There's a different dynamic in play, okay? Because the Europeans didn't get the Africans through war. Nigga, they paid for you. You understand? I own you. I bought you. That's a different dynamic. That's a total different expectation of what I want from you and what I need for you once I paid you. Because, like, I bet all my money on you. You know what I'm saying? I put everything I had to buy you. You know what I'm saying? I own you. I'm not gonna ever let you go.
Oh.
Your kids is, you know what I'm saying? That's a whole different psychological mentality going on once you engage in trading or selling human bodies to other people for goods, bro. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, somebody else build.
So, what up, y'all? What up?
What's up, Sabio?
Hold on. Nah, hell no, Sabian. Yo, I got cut off by Montoya. Now, come on, yo. Let me get my fucking point. That was 40 minutes ago, nigga. I ain't crazy. I'm not silly, nigga. Remember, he just dove in out of nowhere, right? Out of nowhere, and I was great giving an example. So I'm sure as hell ain't gonna sit back and watch you go Sabian after everybody else and win. At a certain point,
with that
you just gotta be the person I gotta stop. Listen. Oh, shit. So listen, this is what I wanted to make a point. So I'm not challenging these guys yet because I realized I had to do an in-depth study of what I need to get a cultural lens. When I mean a cultural lens, I want to be able to stand in Africa, right? And view these people that were captured or kidnapped or enslaved from the cultural lenses. This is how I study. And when I can't do that, I realize that I'm ill-prepared for the conversation. I feel like it was a lot of slick shit said, but that's the way I feel because I don't have the true command. Now, I have the sources to get the true command, and when I get it, y'all know I'm gonna roar up like a motherfucking lion. But for now, I'm gonna do like niggas in the chat should do. Shut the fuck up. I want to give you a clear example of how you can be in situations where there's hard choices to be made. So then you might understand how people could have been kidnapped or taken by people that look just like us. Here's the example. This is a real true life story. Me growing up doing what I do, I'm in a situation to get money. I have sisters, older sisters, okay, that have children. Now, these children grow up, right? They see the situation I'm in. They see I'm getting money. Now, these children want to get money too. So, of course, you're not going to give your children's kids drugs to sell. Y'all would say, Unc, you's a crazy nigga. Why would you do it? And I'm saying I was with you. I was like, I'm not doing it. I don't care what you say, nigga. Your mother will kill me. Okay. Right. My older sister will kill me. And she barely speaks to me this day. She act like, you know how somebody act like they fuck with you, but they don't really fuck with you. Because this is what I had to do, and she couldn't fucking understand it. So just because you tell a person no, she told her son, no, don't sell drugs. Don't you do it. It's the wrong thing to do it. Matter of fact, they was Muslims, right? Watch this now. I'm not giving my nephew drugs because my older sister say don't fucking do it, and I agree with her. I agree with her, and Chef gonna get it until I seen the nigga on Pimlico and motherfucking Wild. Hey, Chef, do you know where that's at?
Facts. I definitely know where
First of all, Pimlico and Wiley was a ruthless motherfucking place. Hold on, I'm gonna say this again. It's a murderous, ruthless place in Baltimore, Maryland. There ain't no cut cars to this area right here. This guy is outside walking around selling pills. When I say pills, I don't mean like the pills they popping, but like pills of drugs. Like he might have had cocaine, crack. And I see him out there. Now you may ask yourself, well, what the fuck is you doing in a ruthless place? Because I controlled one of the corners around there. That's why. I don't think the nigga knew I controlled the corner out there. But when I seen him, I walked up to him, me and my lieutenant, I'm like, nigga, what the fuck you doing? I already know what you're doing. You either buying drugs or selling drugs. Now, no nigga, you ain't getting high. What you doing? He was like, oh, nothing, yo, nigga, what you doing? Oh, man, I'm selling some pills. Okay? You're about to lose your fucking life. Because niggas who just like sliding through trying to make sales, yo, that literally puts you in harm's way for other cruisers out there. Like, niggas hate that the most because niggas will come through. If anybody know anything about corners and shit, niggas come through burning people, right? And they beat the shit out you or fuck you up, you could lose your life. Niggas come in trying to sell. There's a rule, nigga. If this is a blue bag corner, then you gotta have blue bags. If this is a red bag corner, you gotta have red bags. You can't just be selling shit. This nigga breaking all the fucking rules. So I'm asking y'all, one or two, what the fuck y'all done?
And he don't belong out there, first off.
He don't belong out there, but he's not listening to nobody. Me running him off, he just would go to another ruthless spot to do it. So at this point, I'm in a quagmire. What the fuck should I do? Where's the morality on what the fuck I should do? I know what I did, right? So one, should I fuck with him? Or two, should I say, nigga, I'm not doing it because my older sister, who's not even connected to the drug world, all she know is wrong, you shouldn't do it. Or should I listen to her and do the two? I want to say it in the chat room, why I keep explaining what the fuck I decided to do. What I decided to do was, I was like, man, okay, I can't let the crew stomp him out to teach him a hard lesson, because that's crazy, because he'd have came back trying to shoot and act crazy. Well, he still would have been deaded out. I couldn't do that. So what I decided to do was, I say, damn. I say, nigga, you're no longer allowed out here, but nigga, I'm not gonna say you can't get no money. So what I did was, I say, yo, you gonna work for me. That's all I want to do, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
You could
all
protect
right, whatever.
them.
So listen.
That was
so
your
what
only
I do
way
is,
of protecting them.
That was the only way I could protect them. Because if I didn't do that, one, you're gonna start a war, or two, you're gonna get fucked up. So I say, fuck it, you with the crew. Even if I say I'm not gonna fuck with you, I can't let my daughter, my motherfucking sister's son get stepped on by some other niggas, because then I'm perceived as being weak. And then I'm not gonna, what I look like telling my sister, yo, they fucked them up, killed them, and I ain't do nothing about, like, so I'm in it at this point. So I say, fuck it, nigga, you work for me now. You afforded the protection of us. But nigga, what you can't do is you can't sell no motherfucker. He was like, what? I say, nigga, that's the rule. But I'm gonna put you in the stash house. Not the stash house, because nigga, your ass get locked up. Right. I put him in a house where we actually produce the shit. Meaning where we bag the shit up. I say, nigga, here's a mask, here's gloves, bag it up. Now the bagging up process, right? And some of niggas will get what I'm saying. It would take us a week to bag our shit up. It took that fucking long. That's how much dope we had. Putting that shit in a little bag, it'd be a week. So nigga, you work for a week. And then he'll be off. He'll be off for like 3 weeks until we run out of shit. And then we got to rebag again. Because you would literally have to take time. Everybody had to stop hustling and come in and bag. And so we'd be off for 3 days. They call it being off. We'd be off for 3, 4, 5 days while they bagging up. So I paid them a salary like that. That way, nigga, you're not getting robbed. You're not getting shot at. You're not shooting nobody. You under the protection. The door not getting kicked in, nigga, because don't nobody know where the motherfucking bag up house is. It's away from everything. Nigga, you in a safe space. My goddamn sister figure out, why does he have all this money? Oh, he with y'all now. He go, and she mad at me to this very day. And I looked in the face. I say, what the fuck was I supposed to do? Let this nigga get fucked up and get murdered, right? Or protect him? She still doesn't understand that. So, hit 1 in the chat if you think I should have did it the way I fixed the shit. Or 2, you know what I'm saying, listen to my motherfucking sister, and I guarantee you this nigga would not be living today based off of the area where he was at. Go ahead, y'all can add something to the comment. I just want to show y'all how shit ain't as simple as everybody wants shit to be. So you know what predicament nigga was in with the human trap. Y'all just fucking think we know, but we don't. That's my point.
That was a beautiful analogy, and I followed it concisely. And if you couldn't, that means you weren't listening to what was being said. And that's one of the things that the first thing that you said when you started, is I was over here shaking my head. Like, yes, exactly. We have to be able to put ourselves in the people that was participating and understand the situations and the dynamic that was actually in play at that time. You know, we're not taking everything into consideration. So yes, they were trading slaves. Yes, they did have slaves. That's something I've always admitted about Africa, because I've known history. You should know that slavery is as old as humanity. So, knowing that right there, you have to always be able to look at things in the proper light, in the proper way that things were going. And if you take out the dynamics of what politics, war, and trade, and things like that, you're doing a disservice. So I'm not up here to apologize and say that Africans didn't sell slaves or didn't have slaves. All I'm saying is that we have to take everything into account. Everything.
I don't agree. I think y'all got to take everything into account.
Gotta wiggle that cord on your mic a little bit.
I feel like y'all have to take everything into account because y'all looking for wiggle room, right?
No, it's no wiggle room.
Listen,
it's no wiggle room we're looking for.
No, listen.
You see, the thing is, hold on. You see, that's it right there. You think we're looking for wiggle room? No, because there really isn't a wiggle room. It's just the truth. And me being a historian, because that's what I went to school for. That's what I actually studied. I was going to be a teacher of history, of Black history. So I have to look at things historically, and I have to try my best to look at things, like I said, from those people's standpoint. That's why whenever I do history, that's why when I look at the shit that I'm looking at, I try to put myself in those people's minds and how things were going then.
Yeah, but see, this is the issue. This is the issue. Do y'all try to do that with the European?
Yeah, because that's the only way.
So y'all sitting here telling me.
Because I have to.
Hold on.
No, they don't, Chef.
Yeah,
they don't.
So y'all sitting here trying to tell me that y'all waiting to see the cultural context to why the European did it. They were hungry. Yeah. What situation was they put in Europe that make them say it's time for us to go enslave some fucking Africans, right?
Okay.
And
that's a great question.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Chef.
Yeah,
Chef. That don't make it wrong. It don't stop the right or wrong.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Don't. Like the cultural context, that's one
it's important,
thing.
Yo.
It is.
It is important, but it's not germane to whether the Africans did it or not. And if the Africans was making a profit off of it, then it kills even trying to look at it from a different perspective, right? Like they did it for economic purposes. If we can prove that, right, then any type of other reasoning why one person would do it, right? You might have found some that was under compulsion to do it, right? When I say it was compulsory, meaning they were forced to do it, like it was either them or the other group, right? So
that's what happens sometimes.
And I'm not knocking that off the table, right? See, everything could be true at the same time. But the fact still remain. It was African rulers and kings and nations that decided to go into this enterprise for benefit. That's what I'm talking about. And they did it.
I would like to add.
But should
I would like to add in what Chef read. We established that slavery in the African culture, just as it was endemic to every other culture, was almost systematic for a varying amount of reason. It was religious, it was political, it was based on war. There was indentured servitude. The involuntary imposition of will was the status quo of the world at that time. It was part of the age. So now we can go and try to look into specific reasons why one did it versus why the other did it. But the fact of the matter, it was a system not alien to the African. So the concept of engaging in trade for economic benefit, where slavery was concerned, either with his partner nation or with the European, was not alien. It was not brought to the African shores. And once we can agree with that, then we could move on. Like slavery in the Americas, the Aztecs enslaved the tribes around them. They refused to do manual labor. Those were the people that they used for their sacrifices. Slavery was the system of the world. It was endemic. Even the styles of build in the pyramid forms was endemic at that time. It was what humans did. So I can have the discussion void of any emotional relationship because no specific culture, ethnicity, group was void of this practice or knowledge.
I'll agree with that. I'll totally agree. Go ahead, Adrian. My fault.
I just have to ask a question because this usually comes up in like my classrooms right now that I take, right? At the end of the day, does Africans enslaving other Africans, right? During the slave trade and before it, does that excuse the destruction of culture, the destruction of language by Africans and Native Americans?
Talking about colonization. That's a different subject.
Let him
But I mean, does that excuse that though? Because as you brought up, the Incans, and I'm just being contrarian, but the Incans, yeah, they did enslave everybody, but does that excuse Europeans killing basically their entire population due to disease? American Dream said y'all need some organization to y'all show. Okay, anyway, but does that excuse European colonization?
Well,
you gotta be specific with which European tribes.
Can't
just say European.
Say yeah. You can't say European, bro. We don't know what you're talking about.
But does that excuse European colonialism?
I mean, of course not. I mean, like I said, hey, listen. A lot of people don't really like this type of commentary.
Is that
right or
laughing
wrong?
and joke
When
shit
you start talking about right or wrong and morality, all that shit is subjective, bro. All that shit is just subjective, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when you study history, like, forget about right or wrong. Just deal with the historical part. Like, if the shit happened to you, it's fucked up. Ain't no way around it. You know what I'm saying? If you the one doing it, like when niggas started the wars with black and they was suppressing goddamn them Europeans over there to celebrate. Nigga, we used to control all of Europe. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it only matters when you're the one oppressed. You understand me? Mm-hmm. So it's like shit happened to you, so it's fucked up. But you know what I mean? So there's no excuse for them to do it on your behalf. You know what I'm saying? But a white person might say, "Hey, look, man, we were warriors, man. Look, you're trying to lay that."
Yeah, that's a fact. American Dream, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, speak. I seen your hand raised. I thought you was going to jump in after Sabio had got finished. Go ahead, bro.
Peace, thanks. No, I wasn't gonna jump in. I raised my hand for a reason. My hand was gonna fall off, but so thanks.
I don't even be looking at that shit, yo.
Me neither.
I don't even be looking down at the hand raised.
Man, don't nobody pay attention to that.
I'll be looking at the chat.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what I was talking about when I mentioned, the idea about organization, because we should remember that the reason Europeans were able to go into Africa and take over that slave trade that was happening and really take advantage of it was because the Africans were so disorganized. And it's the same thing, the reason why Africa is in the state it is now with Europeans taking over their gold mines and all of their mines is because Africans just are organized in what they're doing. So people are always able to go in.
You made a good point for once in your life.
I don't agree with I don't agree with that, and that's why we need clarity, because niggas like this will jump in with this. See how he did that? So now he supposed that African niggas wasn't organized, right? So why couldn't they have been organized, right, and just participated in that?
Right.
Why is it always they just? You know what I mean? Like that's a bunch of bullshit. We know why they just organized now. Like, there's no debate on this panel on why niggas is disorganized right now, nigga, because it was a hell of an attempt to disorganize.
It was a hell of a plan.
Hold on, come on, Sabian, I don't need the goddamn sidebar real quick. Hold on for a minute, bro. Hold on for a minute, bro. So what I'm trying to tell you is, right, this organization is called, watch this, ladies and gentlemen, colonization. Colonization disrupts the natural order of a culture and a civilization to what? To support the people that are colonizing. There you go. Go ahead, African.
Good shots.
Right. So you know, I want to
Hold on, American Dream.
Hold on, let him respond to real quick before you jump in. Let him make his response.
Yeah, let him make his point. I ain't gonna go back and forth with you, American Dream. I'm gonna let you make your point. Go for it, bro.
Right. I really didn't want to go back and forth with you either, Unc.
I'm not gonna do that. Go ahead, get your voice out. Go ahead, get your voice, bro.
I just wanted to say two things. The first thing I would like to say is, you know, Chef did I think a really good job of breaking down, you know, the Africans' involvement in slavery and the slave trade. And then at the end of it, he I think it was the last paragraph where he kind of gave, you know, people an out, people who believe that, you know, Africa kind of shouldn't be blamed. I think he kind of gave them an out by stating that the fact that Africans were involved doesn't necessarily, I think it said, it doesn't minimize nor justify what happened, you know, with the slave trade. And I just wanted to make the point that no one that says Africans should take responsibility, none of them, at least I know I don't think that justifies slavery, nor does it minimize it. Saying that Africans are responsible as well, I'm not sure how that justifies it, and I'm not sure how that minimizes what you're just saying Africans should be responsible as well. So I don't necessarily think that Ankh and people that think like him gets an out. And the last thing I would like to say is, you know, the reason why people like Ankh are kind of have this passion for not blaming Africa, or this, I wouldn't say a passion, I think it's more of a need to not blame Africa. And I think that need kind of comes out of, it's the same need because slavery being European driven is kind of the backbone of the reparations movement, and it's the backbone of affirmative action, it's the backbone of civil rights. So, you know, all of those things that our community takes advantage of, like the free stuff we get, for the most part comes off of, you know, slavery being something that was done to us, not something that Africans had a role in. And I think that that's why we kind of want it. And I think that Africans, if we give up Africans' role, then we have to kind of give up reparations, because we don't really want to ask Africans for reparations. We really don't.
That's another comment. Reparations, not.
Yeah, man.
Right. All right.
Yeah, you make it hard. Hold on for a minute. You make it hard not to dive in shit.
Am I still talking or
Yo, hold on.
Unc just muted out.
I think Unc is gone.
I'm muted out. Hold on. Listen, I ain't going nowhere. I'm saying American Dream is why I'm here to guard against that. Because you super blanket shit. So when I made this statement that, wait a minute, through the study and research, African tribes that Europeans want to call tribes were well organized. We can look at cities before Europe. We can look at African cities before European cities. It's clear that these people were organized. And you would have to be organized to join an organized unit to participate in the slave trade. You would have to have some type of organization to you. So me saying that is not taking the responsibility away from Europe. As a matter of fact, it's placing the responsibility clearly on the African. Because I always say this, the African always had choices. So I don't know what you're talking about, American Dream. I just wanted to dive in on that part.
Hey, but I think he's talking. I think he's talking organized in terms of more of unified, right? They were organized, but I'm talking about like how the Portuguese and Spain became a unified front. Because at first they were at odds with each other. You know what I'm saying? But they aligned themselves together, became unified to make that move. I think that's what he's speaking. Not necessarily they weren't.
But once again, if that's the point, then he's wrong and you're wrong. Because we do the study on Queen Nzinga.
What am I wrong about?
I'm going to show you. The Portuguese and the Spanish, they wasn't on the same fucking page. As a matter of fact, they weren't on the same page so much so that they had to draw a fucking line down the goddamn map. That's how much they was against each other. Yep. Queen Nzinga fought a war on 2-3 different fronts. She fought against the Belgium, and she fought against the goddamn Spaniards. I mean, the Portuguese.
Right.
This is clear, bro. So they
my point,
wasn't.
And she was a damn slave trader. And she was a slave trader.
Yeah.
So
she
don't
was.
even bring
and
her
my point,
up.
the reason that when I'm talking about organization, right, is because they all bowed to the Pope. And because they were organized, even though they were disjointed, they were able to draw lines and say, okay, the Pope said, okay, you can have this and you can have that. And they go, oh, okay. You understand me? Because they were unified under Catholicism or Christianity. You feel me? That's what I mean. Otherwise, you can't draw a line. If Africa were a unified nation, you don't have to be buddy, but if you're unified, you can agree to terms and say, okay, listen, all three of us are going to bind together and get them out of here. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't have that type of unified front. That's what I'm speaking to.
Right.
And that's not the truth. Hold on. And I'm going to tell you why it's not the truth. You got the Masi. Watch this. The Masi, read how the Masi came together. Come on, bro. Listen how the Masi came together. They was different groups with different religions, bro. They came together just like y'all just said the Europeans did. So I'm just thinking, like that blanket statement shit ain't gonna fly with me.
No,
you start
that's
talking
not
about.
what I'm not talking about that.
You're saying that different European nations came together under what you say under being Catholics. Can't even pronounce the word correct.
Portugal and Spain, yeah.
Okay, and I'm saying that the Masis came together under that same type of banner. And formed a unified group on the subject. Hold on, to go against people coming in their country.
You talk about a group of individuals, group of tribes. Talking about two different nations, Portugal and Spain.
Okay, so I'm gonna say 3 different nations. Does that sound better for you? I'm gonna say 2 different nations, my nigga. How you want me to do it? 3 different nations with 3 different kingdoms came together, bro. And they came together to go against people, enslaving their people coming in, trading, taking their land. They came together under that.
And the Masi was slave traders. And the Masi was slave traders.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
And
but they wasn't allowed. But they wasn't allowed. Hold on. So guess what? But they wasn't letting niggas control their shit. How about that?
Yeah, they wanted. The only reason they fought against slavery is because the niggas wouldn't let them in. So they joined forces to wreak havoc on the slave trade only because they wanted to be involved. And then they said, okay, y'all niggas causing so much goddamn hell, we're going to let y'all get involved. And that's how they got involved, bro. That's not like some heroic moment in Africa.
All right, so listen. Say that again. Hold on. Say that one more time. I'm going to get you clear on tape. The Masi and the Zingan did what? I want to hit it too. He's my favorite too.
The Masi wanted involvement in the slave trade. They would matter of fact, they didn't want to involve. They wanted to take over the slave trade, but they couldn't. Right? They didn't have the numbers, so they went to war to destroy it. But eventually, after fighting with them so much, they let them in, and then they became slave traders.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna laugh at that too, because I got
Don't laugh
Chancellor
at it.
Williams. I got Chancellor Williams' destruction of a black.
No, I'm not. I'm laughing because we heard about Nzinga being explicit in the slave trade. We heard about the Masi. Now y'all fucking with it. Now I like that. Now this will get y'all head beat up. Right there.
It's a fact.
I found the point.
I'm on record.
I got the book.
I'm on record. Hey man, don't bring Chancellor Williams into this player. Leave Chancellor Williams out of this argument, bro. Go get something. We ain't finna do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
What's wrong with Chancellor Williams?
Yeah,
I'm saying you can't just throw Chancellor
go ahead.
Williams.
Tell me what's wrong with Chancellor.
Like Chancellor's authority. I got Chancellor Williams right here. I'm finna beat that. I got Chancellor Williams like
that. But people use sources.
Yeah, I got his book right here in my hand.
Hold on. So let me ask
Civilization.
you this, Savior, before you go. Let's get clarity. What did I say that was an error? Just make it clear and then point out what I said that was an error. Go ahead. What do you disagree with that I said? What do you disagree with?
What would I disagree with? I would disagree with a little bit of the things, some of the things that you said earlier. I can't really recall everything because I stepped away. But there was
Hold on, you can't recall. I said that the Masi wanted involvement in the slave trade. They wanted to take over the slave trade. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, and the only reason they went to war was because they could not take over the slave trade. And after going to war, they finally let them get involved in the slave trade. Do you agree with that statement or do you disagree?
I don't know about that.
I disagree.
I disagree with that.
Okay, you can't disagree if you don't know. If you don't know, that means I don't know.
I say source
so
up.
I'm gonna go
I say
look into
source
that
up.
first, and then I'm gonna come back.
I
I
disagree
say
with
source
that.
up. I say source up.
I'll source up.
I say
I'm driving
source
right.
up.
I'll drive up. Hey, listen, we'll do that. We'll put a period. We'll do a show on that. It's the Mossy about the Mossy involvement in the slave trade, and then we'll
Let's
source
do
up.
that.
I'm driving, so we'll
Let's
just
get
put a
that
period
straight.
in that, and then we'll deal with that with sources. Sure.
Yeah, I like that. I like that because I know what their prophecy is. They got a hell of a prophecy.
What about
when
the
the
great
first white
prophecy?
people, when the first
But-
white people appear in the land,
Yeah,
you know, the
I'm
land
right
is
here
free.
on it. How I go right
So what I
in?
don't gotta worry about is I don't gotta worry about them niggas wanting to parlay with them niggas inside their kingdom. So all right, so yeah, so okay. Yeah, so we got that, and we got Nzinga was a slaver. You saying Nzinga was a slaver there?
Yeah,
Chef?
they definitely was a slave. She wasn't at
I
first.
don't think I've
Parlay.
ever heard that.
I
And I
want to
disagree
say
with that.
though. I
You
want
never
to
heard
say
of
though.
Queen
It ain't.
Nzinga?
Hey,
I've heard of Nzinga, but not her being a slave.
Hold on. I'm gonna use a source. My source is coming from the African American Museum in Washington, D.C. That's my source.
Okay, I want to
Right
say
next
though.
to the motherfucking stuff. Hold on, right next
And
to
it's
the
saying what?
wall
And
where they
the
got the
source is
slave
saying
ships.
what? The source is saying
It
what?
said that she was,
What's the
it
source?
said that she was fighting against slavery, yo. And the
Oh,
slave,
she
it's in the
did.
slave
She
section.
did in the she did in the beginning. Yeah, she did that.
Nah,
And
hey,
then
nigga,
eventually
when I'm
she
telling you
became
it, I'm
and
not
then eventually
listening
she
to
became a slave
y'all.
trader.
I'm listening to the African American Museum.
Okay,
Hey,
you on record,
So bring
we
your
got you
sword. I'm on
live.
record. Yeah, I
You
can be
said
wrong,
Queen
but
Nzinga
y'all
was
better
not
prove that.
involved in slave trading. All right.
Yeah, and don't run to UNESCO. Don't do it because I already know what that is, right? That comes from Rob Bourne and them. Don't you do it because I'm on top of my A game. I went and seen for myself when they write the history of the lady. And I'm gonna tell y'all again, in the African American Museum in Washington, D.C., I suggest you all take your kids. When you go down to the first floor, you gotta get on the elevator. And you get off that motherfucker, you see the beautiful Queen Nzinga picture, yo.
Yeah.
See, that's the section where they talk about slavery. The shit is devastating. The shit is
they don't wanna-
devastating.
They don't want to break. They
No,
don't want to
no,
break the little baby's heart. They don't want to break the little sweet little baby's heart.
You ain't breaking my motherfucking heart, nigga. One thing, hold on. What I do know about her, yo, if she did it, nigga, it was a hell of a maneuver for her nation to win something. If she did do it, it wasn't because we sitting
She
around
was
just grabbing
official.
motherfuckers.
She was official.
Yeah, all right, okay.
I mean,
Don't get me
look
fucked
how
up. That's
look how
my
she came to the
favorite two
throne,
people.
huh? She
Yo, my
killed to get
favorite
to the
two people.
throne.
Nah,
She
you
must-
made that up too. Yeah, you
Bro,
made
I
it
mean,
up. Listen,
damn.
my favorite
Speculate.
two people in history is Queen Nzinga and the Mossy.
How did she
will
get
go
to the
to
throne,
war
huh?
with that.
All
I'm
flavors.
gonna say it slow. I'm gonna say it
How
slow.
did she get to the throne?
Listen, I will
How did
say
she
it
get to the
slow.
throne, huh?
I will
When
say
her
it slow.
brother died,
I'ma say
her
it slow
son
for you.
was supposed to be next up. What happened to the son?
I'm gonna say it slow for you. My
Knocked
favorite
off.
two people, the foundation of what I stand on, is Queen Nzinga and the Mosses. So much so there's a whole clan developed, you know what I'm saying, to the Mossy. So when you start talking that Mossy shit, now y'all niggas better stop the show and immediately
Where the
start
Mossy at?
studying.
We need to get the Mossy in here, man. Where the Mossy at?
No, we ain't diving in like that. We're gonna dive in with the real shit. We ain't gonna dive in like that on this. Because now
Hey,
y'all
Chef,
now
he's saying Queen
I
Nzinga
was
wasn't
waiting.
involved in no slave trading, Chef.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, ain't it?
That's crazy.
You on record, huh?
He on record
It ain't nothing
again.
wrong with the conversation progressing, but man, the goalposts be moving so. You
No,
know
we can
what I mean?
go back. Go back.
I
Go back.
do. It's fine to progress the conversation, but I just want for the record to be shown that we wasn't talking whether the Mossy participated in the slave trade or Queen Nzinga, which it's already proof that they had some dealings in the slave trade. And I just want to say, parlaying and getting money with somebody is two different things. You know what I'm saying? So like, just because I get money with you don't mean like I'm cool and I want to be your best friend and all of that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? So just to put that out there. So the Mossy, they wanted part in the slave trade, right? But they can do trade and commerce, that don't mean they gotta let the Europeans in their society. You know what I'm saying? But they can do trade and commerce with them. Just to put that out there.
Yeah, they wanted to control. Yeah, they wanted that shit under goddamn their control. They wanted to work that shit.
Right.
We won't get to it though. We won't get to it.
Yeah, but that don't mean they wanted them in their society. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, nah.
Right.
So to bring the conversation back to this conversation about slavery in Africa and slavery in general, because we have went off. The thing that I have recognized that we do is we don't look at the whole aspect of slavery and how everybody has slavery. Like we don't talk about when the white people was kidnapping white people, or when the Arabs was kidnapping Arabs and selling them. You know, we have to recognize that it's a part of human history, that it's a part of life. That people are going to do what? They're going to conquer people, steal people, and do whatever they can. It doesn't negate the fact that it was done in Africa and Africans had their own participation in it. But we always, like I said earlier, we always have to look at what was going on in those time frames, those eras. And then we can have a better understanding of why, you know, maybe the Masi wanted to participate in the trade and not the slave trade, but just the trade period, because they recognized that it was vital for what?
Because from the 1500s to the 1800s, the economy
was changing. Exactly, it was changing. Trust me, I'm aware of all this. I'm aware of all this. Slavery had become one of the.
But all the other stuff we already covered. Everybody do it. Humans do it. We don't context that mother to death.
So hold on, Sosa. I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off, Sosa. I didn't cut you off, and no one's disagreeing with that. But see the thing that we're missing, and I've been saying it, and I'm not even going to say it again.
It is Social show though. It's kind of hard to cut Social off on his own show though, nigga. It's kind of hard.
But he cut me off.
I mean, but damn, you know the rules. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I've been trying to figure out what do you think we ain't. Just tell me what you think we ain't covered though, as far as context. What do you think we ain't that we didn't touch on that we need to touch on before we go any further?
So we're talking about you're saying from 1500 to 1800. All right. When was America officially a country?
Man, that's
no. Because now
Independence Day, man. Come on, come on,
1619. Okay, so in 1619.
No, 1619, America wasn't made yet, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Independence Day, bro. That's the 4th of
It was
July.
a colony, bro, by the British.
Okay. So right there, we have a context, and we already know that they weren't bringing Africans to America, but they were taking Africans to other places as slaves. Can we say this?
I don't understand.
The majority of Africans who were taken out of Africa
South America.
oh my gosh, the majority of Africans who were taken out of Africa, they were brought to Brazil. The majority of them.
Not only Brazil.
No, Brazil is where the
majority.
A lot of them were taken. Okay. I will agree with some of that.
Yeah, 95%. Other 5% spread out.
But see, I'm trying to premise something, because there was a power in play that was controlling all those routes and were overlooking.
I get what you're saying now, brother. Keep going.
So if y'all pay attention, to everything that's going on, one of the big things that's going on is the religions are having battle.
Shout out to Shaka Amos. Shaka Amos, you always welcome on the panel.
There had been a religion that had came into power and shook up the whole world.
I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with it, Savior. Where you going with it?
Where I'm going with this is the social, the economic, political, and religious aspects of this trade, and how Africa and how Africans, the continent of Africa, and how these people decided that this was going to be the continent specifically where they would get slaves from.
Okay.
Shit, you done threw me off. Like I done forgot what was the point of what we was. Like you done threw me off.
We're talking about slavery in Africa and how Africans became the dominant trade.
No, we were talking about reasons why they would get involved. I said why you said why would they? We need to look into why they want to get involved in Masi. I said because it was a slave economy.
And because one of the reasons that they was on one of the slave routes. They was on one of the trade routes.
Yeah,
they wanted to control one of the trade routes.
You want to be a part of the biggest economic shit movement in your country. That's like getting a piece of Microsoft and shit at its inception. Like they want in.
No one disagreeing with that.
Go ahead, Adrian. Read your.
All I'm trying to do is get you to understand. All I'm trying to get people to do everything that was going on and why these Masi warriors would want to get involved in this trade and how everybody else decided that this continent would be the continent where we will get these exclusive goods from called human traffic. Exclusively. What happened?
Go ahead, Adrian. You gonna read some, Adrian?
Yes, sir. This is the first time I've actually not go off something off memory this time, but okay, I'm gonna. This is from a pamphlet that Walter Rodney had wrote in the 1970s. It's called West Africa and the Atlantic Slave Trade, and I'm gonna read through this very fast, but at the same time very concisely. Okay, I can't find what page this is on, but I screenshotted the picture, so I'm just reading off the picture that I have. Some historians would go as far as to say that the Africans took the major part in the slave trade. Any enemy of African people would happily take this view as a way of excusing the inhuman behavior of the Europeans by placing the blame and responsibility on the Africans. Nothing could be more incorrect and ridiculous because, as mentioned above, what happened in Africa was only the one side of the whole story. The Atlantic slave trade was organized and financed by Europeans who had already reached a capitalistic stage of development. Africans had absolutely no control over the European side or the American side of the slave trade. Only the European capitalists had such worldwide power, and they used Africans for their own purposes. Nevertheless, the Africans looking at the Atlantic slave trade, one of the most important things is to recognize the very painful and unpleasant fact that there were Africans who aided and partnered the Europeans in enslaving other Africans. It means that we cannot take the simple attitude that the whites were the villains and the blacks were the victims. A useful parallel which would help in understanding what took place in West Africa during the centuries of slave trading can be found in Africa today, where many leaders joined with the European and American imperialists to exploit the great majority of African people. Some attempt can be made to pick out those Africans who were in partnership with the European slave buyers. As we all know, African society is divided up into tribes, And usually within the tribes themselves, there are other smaller divisions, such as clans. What the Europeans did was to take advantage of the divisions in choosing their African allies. For instance, if the Europeans saw two sets of Africans at war with each other, they supported one side and helped them achieve victory as to be able to obtain captives. Very often, the Europeans managed to gain prisoners of war from both sides. This was possible because both sides wanted the guns and ammunition which the Europeans supplied, and because there were several European nations competing with each other, and that's pretty much as far as I'm gonna read. So that's why a lot of Africans wanted to get in the slave trade was because of guns. You know, we didn't really have guns and stuff. So I just want to read those 3 paragraphs.
That was a good source. That was a good source.
And I could have read from Chancellor Williams, where he read about guns, and that was been the reason for them wanting to get into the slave trade because they didn't have those weapons, and you know the Portuguese and the Spanish and the Arabs was running up in there with cannons and guns and taking their people. But you know, I didn't want to. I thought y'all would know that. You know, some things, some people.
And they was trading for copper, right? Bronze. So they can, you know, for shit for like pots and pans, they can make pots and pans with shit to form. Like that. That's what we get into that whole. When you look into Bristol, England, and their involvement in the slave trade.
Did you know that the Queen of England had sent letters to Sultan Al-Mansur by telling him that I will send you advanced weapons to destroy the Western Sudan?
I don't know about that. That's not even chef word. You done said a name I don't even recognize in history.
Look up Sultan Al-Mansur of Morocco. The Queen of England had sent him letters saying, I can give you ammunition to destroy the Western Sudan.
You say shit like Sultan and Ahmadar Rabata, some shit like that. That's all. That's chef lane right there. Ain't know nothing about that.
His name is El Mansur, ELMANSOUR. And you could get and just type in even just type in the destruction of Songhay and Mali in 1591.
Man.
You know, you can find that. So it's a lot of, like, you know, it's a lot of stuff that people don't know. Like, and even with what you say, Sheffrin, about 12, 13, 15 people to be sold for European rum.
Yeah.
That sounds super familiar with what they did to the Native Americans. It's like, you know, one strategy don't change when it comes to another people. It's really interesting. I love this conversation though. We getting all types of perspectives and all of them leading to the same conclusion. Like, you know.
Yeah, I think that the reason it goes this route and it gets the way it does is because in the beginning, nobody wants to admit the obvious. So it's like, you know what, now we gotta tear down Africa to prove a point. Whereas if you would just be like, yeah, you know it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to do that. But it's like, since everybody deny it, then you gotta bring up all the dirt under the carpet. You know what I'm saying? We gotta dig everything up, then you be like, all right.
Nah, it's because you throw shit together. So you do that shit a lot. A lot of y'all do that shit. Jumble all that shit up. Let me tell y'all something. So while you mix it together, throw it out. Oh, Nzinga killed the nephew, but you forget that her fucking brother, you know what I'm saying, actually had her pushed out. You know what I mean? And had her and had her motherfucking children killed and all that. You forget all that. You forget. Yo, listen, check this out, man. She was consolidating her fucking power, yo. So it was her kingdom. So one motherfucker don't matter at this point. Like, okay, that's my motherfucking nephew by some blood, but that shit is fucking with the throne. And I'm trying to save my people. So everybody know what it was, though. You know why?
She did a thing.
Hold on, bro. You know why? Her brother exiled her motherfucking ass. Matter of fact, her brothers literally like castrated them. So none of them could have babies. See, we forget all the fine details that happened to this sister. At the end of the day, come on, man. She was not fucking with the slavery. She
her own people, though.
Let me finish, dog. Let me finish. You right, cut me off. See, when the niggas start making some rolls on some details, then niggas will cut me off.
No, because that was by our own people. We ain't never say that Africans wasn't fucking each other over. We said that she participated in the slave trade. Now,
And I'm
she
saying,
didn't.
I appreciate you cutting me off right at the point where I was getting ready to say it. So I'm gonna hold you to that. Check. I'm gonna put a marker right there. Check,
Nah,
check.
kick that as
And I'ma
nigga
tell
shit,
you.
huh?
No, keep rolling, keep rolling.
Kick that as
Okay.
nigga
You wanted
shit.
to tell us how she was castrated by her brother and them and all that, so keep going. Get to the point where she wasn't fucking with slavery. Go ahead. Give us those details. Since you wanted to tell us, I mean, all that other shit ain't had nothing to do with the conversation.
I mean, how you do it though, Chef? Like I was about to say that. Why would you run into a buzzsaw like this? I just told you that's my favorite subject. And when I was about to explain the slavery piece, you dove off the goddamn Empire State Building. I'm catching the elevator and I'm on the first floor and you clearly hit the concrete. Splattered all over the place.
Look,
So
you in Wikipedia, but I got the real source, so go ahead.
So fuck Wikipedia, right? This is what we know about Queen Nzinga, right? When she dealt with the Europeans, she was not the queen yet. All those who study know. She was made a diplomat, to say, for her brother the king, right? And we know the story about how her subject was actually, nailed so she could actually sit on her subject, right?
On the back.
Because the Portugals actually, they wanted to undermine people, make them look smaller than them, and you know what I mean, and want to make them like they was in charge of them. So she eye-to-eyed them. Basically, let them know that first of all, we're not your subjects, right? Second of all, she immediately said that as a ploy, right? Because she was a tactician. She was like, I want to be baptized, right? So when you was baptized, just like the motherfucking we watched the fucking Vikings, right? And we watched with the head Ragnar Rothbrook. This nigga got baptized, and his people was thinking, damn, yo, so now you're a Christian, but no, he did it for a reason. So now Queen Nzinga got baptized for a reason. She also said, guess what? We will allow, right, for you to control and bring slavery into our country. That was another concession she gave. So once she said, I'll be baptized, she said, we will allow slavery into the country, but what you have to do is you have to remove all the forts from our country, right? And we're not paying you tribute because we have not been subjugated. We have not lost to you yet. So they all agreed. Okay, so let's finish the fucking story. The fucking, right off the bat, the fucking Portuguese reneged. They reneged on taking fortresses out, and they were still slave raiding. So now y'all trying to convince me on this show right now that after they reneged, that she kept going with that? No, she did not. It was the ploy she was working. But I'm gonna keep going though. I'm gonna freeze right there at that point, right? Because I done spent about 1,500 on this subject, but I'm gonna freeze right there. There you go. So no, she wasn't with all that. She wasn't even a real fucking Christian. She did it as a diplomatic political tool. The same way the Vikings did. There you go. Next.
So Queen Nzinga never.
So Queen
Nzinga never sold slaves. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that she did all of that as a ploy. Whatever you think you're saying, she played the game masterfully for 40 fucking years, dog. Whatever you think she did, don't feed into it. Because she ain't do what you thought she. Like, people think she was a Christian. No, she simply took on her name. She got baptized, right? She gave her brother instructions never to get baptized because you're gonna lose the traditionalists. So why would she say that to her brother, but yet get baptized? It's more to the story. Why would, even she's just a flaming crazy ass person who get baptized, but telling her brother don't do it, and then give the specific reason why he shouldn't do it. You should not get baptized, right? Because you will lose the traditionalists. So Queen Nzinga, why you get baptized? Nigga, because I'm tricking these niggas like they trying to trick y'all. Now, I'm playing the game. As a matter of fact, she said, my brother is very belligerent. You know what I'm saying? Let's negotiate this. So she was the tactician, yo. She even act like she gave up before for 20 years. And they was at peace for 20 years. Like, this sister was like one of the strongest black women, right, in the history of Africa. when I'm talking. And she was stronger than most niggas was. She was the greatest woman leader on planet Earth. That's what I think about Queen Nzinga. Find me another one greater than her. Black, white, Chinese, I'm waiting, y'all. While we in it, throw that in there too.
She sold black people. I don't fuck with her. She could have built the pyramids as far as I don't give a shit.
Sheffield.
She could have been the first black woman to land on the moon. I don't give a shit. The fact that we over here right now, she participated in that shit. So you can have her. You know what I mean? I ain't
we waiting
rocking
for that
with her.
source though. But we're waiting for that source though.
I ain't
I
rocking
already
with
gave you
her.
my source. We waiting for that source. Don't talk me to death.
Now you want to talk about, so I'm on my way to pick up my daughter. I'm in the car.
Yeah, we gonna say that for the Queen Nzinga Mossy show.
No, say listen. But when you make such statements off top like that, I'm thinking that y'all niggas know I'm somewhere around, and maybe we should have a source in our head at least. In our head.
We driving. I'm driving.
But you don't got it in your head? I ain't saying
Source just said she agreed to the slavery.
Sheffield.
I gave. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. That was who was that?
Adrian.
I want you, Sheffield. I want you to look up somebody because this person is very similar to Queen Nzinga. I want you to take a
driving now. Chef in the car too.
You're not looking up nothing. I already said it. He ain't looking up nothing.
He in the car. He driving.
Who is it?
Okay, I want you to look up Muhammad Ahmad, the Mahdi, Mahdi.
Yep.
I want you to look him up because you grew up Islamic. And I want you to look up what he did to the British during the 1880s. He's very similar to Queen Nzinga a little bit, but he kicked out the British out of the Sudan because they tried to take over Eastern Africa, and he kicked them out. And he was a slave trader because he was Islamic and he enforced Sharia law, but I don't think that should take away, from what Nzinga did with fighting against the Europeans, nor, shit the Mahdi, but you should look him up though. Mahdi.
Yo, if Europeans are horrible for slavery, y'all, you know what? I'm not sitting here like George Washington was, you know what I mean? Yo, the nigga owned slaves. So if I look back, I gotta put him in the proper perspective. He's never gonna be great to us now. He could be great to Europeans or to white Americans, but he never could be great to us. Queen Nzinga could be a great African leader and warrior to the greater African world. But when you're talking about people who were historically the victims of slavery, she shouldn't be that on our totem pole. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's some people that can look at Hitler and say he was a great person, but we don't expect the Jews to look at him and say that shit. You see what I'm saying? What is?
You can't compare Hitler to.
I don't know. We got Stockholm syndrome or something, yo.
Go upstairs.
Go ahead.
Oh, he just muted himself.
What happened?
He just muted himself on accident. Sabio.
I did that on purpose. I hear where Chef is coming from a little bit. I understand his frustration. And that's what it is. It's his frustration with how we try to minimize or downplay the role of African people in slavery. And I don't really think that's what we're doing. No, and I don't think that's what Aunt just did when he was showing the angle that Queen Nzinga came from. Because we always have to take into account what was going on the continent. We always have to look at these foreign invaders coming from the outside with these weapons that they do not have. And how can I protect me, myself, and my tribe from what? being wiped out or enslaved. So sometimes you have to look at the self-preservation of this shit. And that's kind of fucked up. I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. But you have to look at that, because if you don't, then you're not actually looking at the human aspect of everything that's going on. You're not looking at it. You're looking at it kind of with rose-colored glasses.
I want to take the whole right or wrong emotional context out of the conversation. We're talking about a time in history where this system was universal. There was no one who wasn't subject to or exposed to a system that existed and was a major part of the economic driving force on the planet. So when I'm looking at history, I cannot look in terms of good and bad. I cannot put the level of morality that exists in the world today in the world of yesterday. However good or bad it is, it was the system of the day. So when we take up, for example, Nzinga, now we're going to have the discussion as to the extent of her involvement in slavery, because that's been challenged. So I'm going to put that up there. However, whether she was or wasn't, she could not have been outside of it because it was the system of the day. So her involvement, yes, it was the system of the day. Was she a great leader in knowing how to diplomatically maneuver and secure her position and her people's position at that time? Yes, she did. So again, we need to stop the right or wrong, good or bad, when we're having these conversations. It was the system of the day. Like 300 years from now, we're going to look back and say, well, those people used money. Oh my God. You know what I mean? It was the system of the day. So we cannot put the emotional right or wrong, good or bad in context to how somebody dealt with, maneuvered around, or dealt within a system that existed. What we need to separate is two things. She was a great diplomat. She did what she did, however she did it, the conversation Unc was having. And slavery was the mechanism of the time, and she wasn't also involved in the slave trade.
And you know what?
It's not so difficult. And all the... Go ahead.
I'm gonna let you finish. I just wanted to bring this up because it's one thing
all the justification. Yeah, on the one side, the justification for having been involved, regardless of the pressures from the external forces, it was a system that existed. It wasn't alien, so we knew how to maneuver within that system. And on the other side, right or wrong, again, it was the system of the day. We cannot place our moral standards on what took place back then. That's just my point. That's just how I view things.
And I'm gonna be real brief. There's one thing that we have to understand: that there was an economic change. There was a whole new system of what? Capitalization coming into the world at this time. And everyone had to figure out a way to get in that.
Agreed.
The whole market shifted. Everything changed. And once we start understanding that, we can start looking into why people did certain things, why certain people did certain things, and how certain things transgressed and happened in those areas. Because now we have a better understanding. We see that wow, this is something. There is a big economic shift. They went from bartering basically to what? Making money, getting gold, silver. It's a big shift, a huge shift from what they were used to. So everybody was trying to get in on that. Once we recognize that, I think the conversation will become a little bit easier to have.
Yo,
Somebody, anybody. Yes.
American Dream. You can go ahead. Your hand still raised, American Dream. It's on you, buddy.
Wish I'm going fade it out.
Man, I just looked at the chat, man. Man, I think they emotional in the chat, man, a little bit.
Man, they've been emotional since I went live, yo.
Y'all ain't
It's good to have an emotional chat, though, Corey. Good. That's good.
That mean they engaged. Hey, Corey.
But I
Corey,
want to
that
say,
mean they engaged in the conversation, yo. That's good.
yeah, definitely. But I want to say, man, you gotta be able to keep it real with your kids, man. I mean, and that's the bottom line. If you can't keep it real with your kids, who you gonna keep it real with, right? And in order to keep it real with your kids, the first step is keeping it real with yourself.
Damn.
You know what I mean? And it seems like they don't want to hear what Sheffrin's saying. And two, I agree with Sheffrin. He ain't said nothing that I disagree with. I think Sosa said a lot of things that I agree with. And Brother Cedric said some things I agree with. So I ain't really heard too much as far as Africans being pro-slavery. I haven't heard any false statements coming from the panel.
Oh shit!
And so I just don't understand what's the hard part again about understanding what a fact is and just living with it. We can't make the facts what the facts is. We can't be comfortable with the facts. The facts ain't here for us to be comfortable with. A fact is just a fact, right? And so we can't be saying things like, oh, it's self-hatred and all of this, nobody's self-hatred. Not only that, I don't, my family might be from Ghana, but I'm rare, right? But I don't consider myself. I'm an African American, man. I'm not even, I'm not even. I'm gone. I'm so far removed from that. You know what I mean? And we over here, man. We over here. Somebody profited. Somebody over there and somebody over here profited off of us being here. So why not understand what our ancestors, built over here and help build and help maintain and continue to help build and maintain. Like Africans ain't saying, oh, let's get some money together so we can go back and get our family members. Which one of them niggas point saying that? Like, let's go get them. Like who? Like, so why is we so emotional about keeping it real about what they did? You know what I'm saying? That they wrong, because we on the shit end of the stick. Either way you look at it, from whichever way you look at it, we on the shit end of the stick. So, I ain't seen none of them niggas over there saying, let's get some money together. Let's get our shit together. Let's get on the world stage so we can put some money together so we can go get them, or so we can make sure they good over there. You know what I'm saying? So we can put money into their infrastructure over there and make sure they ain't in poverty and build schools for them. Like, they not doing that. So like
colonialism.
Like, we need to cut it out with the emotional shit, because ain't nobody emotional over there for us. And I'm not saying it ain't, people ain't got family members. I got family members and everything. It's fine. You know what I'm saying? But and certain people got certain social groups going on. That's all good, right? But as a nation, right? Ain't no nation putting together a lawyer team so they can come over here and give us reparations and nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of talk going on, but it ain't nothing being done. So like, I just don't understand, like, where somebody would say, because we pointing out that they benefited off of enslaving our ancestors, right? Pointing out the truth about it, right? I don't understand why that would be considered self-hate.
Right. We just trying to tell the goddamn truth. Like, we the ones who got enslaved. Like, if we not gonna tell the truth, I don't expect the African to tell the truth. I don't expect the European to tell the truth, right? But I expect us to be able to tell the truth and accept that shit, yo. Like, we the one, our people had to accept all of the bullshit, yo, that came with getting caught, right, and enslaved. So why the fuck is we running around trying to hold the African hand like we don't want to, like, why should they get off? Like, I don't understand it, yo. Like, I don't understand it. When they canoe, I read the shit, it said that the African was the one putting us on the canoes, paddling us out to those goddamn ships. So why the fuck will we ever say the nigga who did that shouldn't be held accountable? Like, why would we even say that the people who actually had the systems in place, that I have a source when I get back home, right, that's going to show that the Africans already was selling and trading Africans before the European got there amongst each other, right? They were selling each other. They was trading each other cowrie shells. They was trading each other different things that they had in their region. Also, they was trading slaves back and forth with each other. So when the European got there, the European said, okay, we want some of that ivory, we want some of that whatever else y'all got, and we'll take a couple of those slaves too. They was in the fucking market. They was in, and when you go to the market, right, you have the different things that's for sale at the market. It was human beings for sale at the market. These was African markets. So if y'all think that they wasn't selling people already, y'all tripping. Accept it. Get over it.
I think most
Hold on,
people up here
Sabian.
will
Hold on, Sabian, because your phone go in and out. This is an important moment in this goddamn conversation. Chef, I'm Sosa, Concrete Court are doing what the United States government did to brothers and sisters like me that sold dope. So let me give you a great fucking example. Thousands of African American males and females would spend hundreds of years in prison for like, okay, so I got 30 keys, right, of this and 10 keys of that, so I get a life fucking sentence. Or my man got an ounce of crack and he get 15 years. And this person get that. But the motherfuckers that bring the shit over, them niggas barely get time or barely in fucking court. These niggas that grow this shit and they know what country they grow the shit in, them niggas get no time at all. Every now and then, people like Escobar and them niggas get escorted to the United States and spend life in jail. But you got thousands of black people who, one, didn't bring the shit over, right? Although we participated. Two, didn't grow the shit, but yet we participated. And you give us the full-blown response. You paint the picture as if it was niggas growing the shit, buying and making and building the shit to bring the shit into the fucking communities. First of all, yo, I accept full responsibility for the role I played in the drug trade. But goddamn it, nigga, I didn't grow the shit, nor did I ship the shit in the United States, nor did I open the borders up to sneak the shit in. None of that motherfucking
You ain't never
shit that I
get
did.
charged
So
for that
let's
either.
give the full motherfucking responsibility. Let's put context to the whole motherfucking conversation. Let's put complete
you just
context.
dived out the window
Let's
again.
put complete context to the goddamn conversation. So to all that extraordinarily, yeah, I ain't fucking with them more. Okay, but I don't see you not fucking with the United States government that allowed drugs through the goddamn borders. I don't see you not fucking with what? You go to Mexico and Cancun for fucking vacation as they flood the borders with drugs and fentanyl and shit. So that's a bunch of bullshit.
Hold on. Who said they wasn't fucking with Africa? Because nobody on here said that. You see how the narratives get spread like that? So we can't even have an adult conversation about
You
what these
said
damn
I'm not
Africans
fucking with
did.
Queen Nzinga, yo. Hold on.
I'm not.
You said
I said
I'm
Queen
not fucking with
Nzinga.
Queen Nzinga. Hold on.
Right, I
I'm
said
not
Queen
fucking with Queen
Nzinga,
Nzinga
not
because
Africa.
she had some slaves.
What? I didn't say.
That's what you said.
Listen, I didn't say Africa. I said Queen Nzinga.
I'm trying. The
So
point I'm making
how
it.
do
So
you
you
just
just
throw?
you nipped it. I'm saying, bro, the context is the exact same context with niggas selling drugs in America. That's the same
No, it's
context with
not.
the slave.
No, it's
And I'm
not.
saying it.
It
I'm
is the
saying
same.
that I am saying
Oh my
that there are
God.
niggas. Hold on, bro. I'm telling you, there are brothers that had a lot of work all over the United States, bro. So you're saying that there are African nations that had their working slaves. I agree. But did they have it to the degree and to the fucking level? Did they have the mechanisms of total? No, they did not. That's the point I'm making, bro. That's my example. And I'm going to tap out, right? Now I'm on my study game. So for the next 2 months, I'll be studying the slave trade. I will no longer speak on the slave trade no more for the next 2 months, and I'm done.
It's
You need
crazy.
some
No,
sources
said the
on. I got
next
some
2
sources
months.
for you if you need.
Sound like we giving the European a pass, which we ain't. But
Right.
what I'm saying is because they did it better, like because the Europeans did it better. Now the African ain't responsible for or has less responsibility somehow. I don't get the argument.
I
Colonialism.
don't get it either.
Colonialism.
And that's the part they missing. I
We
think that's the
understand.
big
Walter
effect y'all
Rodney.
taking
Walter
out of that.
Rodney says
If
like
y'all cannot talk about African slavery without talking and the effects of what we call our ancestors without mentioning colonialism, you can't.
man, your
What
phone
is
keep
wrong
going in
with
and
your
out.
mic, Xavier?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Yo, you might
Is
be
it better?
making you might be making a hell of a good points, but we only hear the first 3 words.
What the
It looks
hell?
like
For
you
real?
always
Is it
talking
better?
away from the mic. Like
Is it better? Because I'm right here in front of you.
what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shit. I said, hey, y'all, I said basically that what y'all doing is y'all taking colonialism out of the conversation. And y'all can't take colonialism out of the conversation. And that's what y'all and that's the big difference between African slavery and what you would call the transatlantic slave trade and the trans-Saharan.
Did you buy me something? Huh? Did you buy me something?
I disagree.
Oh, my bad,
I
y'all.
disagree, Xavier. And I'm
Why?
gonna tell you why. Tell you why. Because I've been making that point over and over, and Chef just made that point he illustrated that point very beautifully. The fact of the matter is the Europeans came to markets that existed already, and one of the products on that market was African slaves, were slaves. It was already endemic.
We know this. We know this.
What the consequences, what the European did was they saw a product that they could use while colonizing the Americas. Subsequently, they also implemented a system whereby they colonized Africa itself. That's the second phase of the discussion. But we're talking about, was this system, did it exist in Africa before the Arabs and before the European? I think that's the hypothesis that is being thrown out there. And
I don't think no one disagrees with that, because I don't disagree
on this panel.
I got sources on it. That slavery was in Africa.
I guess that is the point Chef is trying to bring to the light, because the discussion was always centered around the fact that we as Africans did not engage in slavery in terms of economics, in terms of just having humans as property. It was always put in the context of prisoners of war or indentured servitude. And yes, in most cases, you could gain your freedom and it wasn't generational. that aspect of slavery was introduced by the European in the Americas. That was their form of slavery. They saw a product that they could utilize in a different fashion on this side of the Atlantic. However, slavery is and was endemic to all peoples all over the world. And I think Chef made that point hard, and we can't get around that fact. Whatever,
All right, let me ask y'all a question, because there was a good question asked in the chat. And this is, I think this is what me, and some other people are really trying to get y'all.
Oh my God, yo, Mike.
Yeah, you can't do it, Sagan, yo.
Does it make it a different system if it's global?
Let it go.
Does it make it? Does it make it a different system if it's global?
To the tune of billions of dollars. The difference, billions of dollars is the difference, nigga.
Okay.
Tried to give niggas.
Thank you, Tuck Mayat. Thank you, Tuck Mayat, for asking that question.
What's the question?
The one I just asked. Does it make it a different system if it's global?
It's a big operation, yo. That's why
I said that. I made that point. The Europeans saw a product and they utilized it differently.
So that's the whole.
Oh man, Cedric, you said that they saw a product. No, they was coming to get it. They didn't need to see nobody already in the market.
They knew what
like,
they
are
were
we
gonna
serious
do.
right now, yo? Like they didn't say, "Ha, I see the product. Now let's sell that product." That's not what happened. They was already coming. The reason they was there was for that shit. Man, all right.
Okay, agree.
I understand what you said.
No, don't agree with that shit, Cedric. Don't agree with that. Europeans did not come to Africa looking for slaves. Europeans did not, I'm going to repeat this. They did not come to Africa at first looking for slaves. They did not. You just made that up.
Facts.
I didn't say they only hold on now. Hold on. I didn't say the only reason they came to Africa was looking for slaves. Don't take it out of context. I'm saying that when they got there and seen some niggas, that wasn't an aha moment for them, bro. Like they was already on that prior to going to Africa. That's my point. That's what I'm saying.
Say that again?
I'm saying that the Europeans was already on go snatch a nigga from somewhere before they went to motherfucking Africa. It was already in the plans.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. Now, I'm saying that they didn't get to a market and say, oh shit, they got these motherfuckers that they call. What they call them? We call them slaves.
No, that's not
give
my
us that.
point.
We're gonna take, come on, dog. That ain't what happened. It's almost like Chef is trying to say, now I'm getting it. As I hear more and more, you're trying to say that the idea of slavery for the Europeans came off of the fact that they went to these markets and seen motherfuckers there. So they say, yo, let's tap into that. That's what you're saying, Chef. Chef, that's how you just said it.
What I'm saying is they came there with the idea we gonna catch some niggas. They reach there and they say, wow, we don't have to. They got that system here too. We just buy them. Let's trade some umbrellas.
They came for trade. They was into all type of trade.
Oh, man.
They was into all type. Europeans came there looking for trade partners, all kinds of trade. Whatever you niggas got that can be beneficial, right? In the process, yeah, we gonna deal in all of this shit. Now colonization opened up for more slaves, right? So they ramped the shit up. So I agree with that point, but don't act like the African wasn't already doing it and using that labor force for the same goddamn reasons. Like,
yeah, if I could just add to that, Chef.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you want to add to that.
It's
whatever side
like
American dream fall on, yo, get off that side. You're on the wrong side.
It's like when they went into the West Indies, you know, when they got there, they realized they had these spices, and so they started trading in those spices. It's the same thing with like Chef is saying, it's kind of the same thing with slavery. They went there just for trade, and when they got there, they was like, oh, you know, not necessarily like, oh, look at those slaves, but you know, they just got there and tapped into that market like everyone else is saying. You know, it's interesting though. I think if I can just add, just go in one other direction if I can, Chef. I don't want to throw a wrench in there that's like, you know, that may be too much for Ank's brain to handle.
Go ahead.
But I'm going to do it. You know, because the more interesting question for me at least is why people kind of want to give Africa that pass, right? And I think it's a very important reason why we have a vested interest in trying to give Africa a pass. And I think that vested interest is because
what the hell is going on?
Don't nobody know what's going on with him.
What the hell is going on? Why is Unc trying to give some niggas a pass in his slavery?
Are you hearing me, Unc, or are you just cutting me off on purpose?
Going on. I thought you said Unc is trying to give him a pass. Did you say that?
Well, I may have said that, but you know, you and others as well.
No, don't put me with others. You hear my words, yo. I wouldn't even interrupt if you don't stop saying my name.
And I know it ain't me because I done said it numerous times. I know I done said it numerous times, so you can't put me in it either because I done said it numerous times. Africa had slavery before the Europeans got there.
Okay.
Numerous times.
Make your point, American Dream.
Damn, you won that part.
That's why I like you. But
no, I don't care why you like Chef, but don't put Mandela. He showed evidence of niggas having it already. So who's still making that point after listening to a valuable source? So you gotta stop saying that, yo. I'm not a nut, nigga. If I see the virus is killing nigga and you show me that the virus is killing, I'm gonna say, damn, if my position was different, and I'm agree. So he showed kingdoms that had a slave trade, or what he want to call a slave trade, right, before the Europeans came in. Okay, I'm not fighting that. Why would I keep fighting that?
Right. So, you know, there are people that do fight it. And I think that the main reason why the people that fight it is because the idea of Europe being solely responsible for the slave trade kind of goes hand in hand with the idea of white supremacy, right? If Europe is not, if Africa has an equal role in the slave trade, then white supremacy kind of becomes diminished. The idea of white supremacy is kind of done away with. And so people who want to entertain the idea
I knew where he was going.
Has this vested interest in you know, making Europe the sole perpetrator of the slave trade. And it's also tied into what I said earlier in terms of, you know, tying into reparations, because reparations is a stronger argument, because it's the same thing. Reparations is a stronger argument if Europe is solely responsible. Affirmative action is a stronger argument if Europe is solely responsible for the atrocities that happen to Africans. So and that's why it's a more interesting question for me, exactly why do people have that?
I think he's a white man
in maintaining that.
No, that's not the truth.
I disagree with that part.
Right, that's totally
with everything he said.
Right, you dove off the Empire State Building. Let's peel your ass off the concrete for that. How does that change their actions, bro? Because a couple of African nations participated. But see what I'm saying?
No. Don't jump out the window. He will. Let me paraphrase. What he's saying
don't paraphrase.
Is that right? So for me, this is what
I'm trying to paraphrase. Hell no.
Is looking at it or putting culpability on Africans, right? Does that diminish what we believe about white supremacy? Does that even hold up as strong if we show the culpability of Africans in that same situation?
That motherfucker Chef phone.
It would have to.
That's Yahweh. Yahweh don't want to hear that bullshit.
Yeah, you break.
We don't want to hear that bullshit, Chef. You breaking up.
European.
Cool,
Hey,
don't want to hear that bullshit.
The deity said nope. The deity said nah. That's
no,
crazy.
man. No, that doesn't. So okay, American Dream. Listen. If we let's just X out the slave trade, right, for a minute, right, bro. The treatment of watch this. The treatment. Let's X out the slave trade where they stop importing and exporting.
Let's deal with the Annabella South, where they had breeding farms, where it was illegal in the rest of the world. In the United States, breed slaves, bro. So let's take from the breeding of slaves, right, which no African nation had played role in, goddammit. Let's deal with that. And that from that point on till now, nigga, that's enough to say you owe me money. Do you agree or disagree to that?
And that's a big point right there, because that's what I think they're missing. That's a key aspect of the differences in the slave trade.
You know, actually,
hold on.
Nah, I asked him a question though. Yo, you
Say
can't.
that
I
again.
asked him a question.
Say that again though, because
I said
I wasn't
there was a
following.
time where slavery became illegal to the rest of planet Earth. So if your ass was trying to take some Africans from Africa, they would snatch your ship if they caught you and take them back and find you, whatever the fuck they did, right? So America passed laws to breed slaves. Matter of fact, they started breeding them early because they knew the shit was switching, the climate of the world was shifting. And so in the Annabella South, they created breeding farms and bred Africans. I did a whole lecture on it. So let's go to the part where they started breeding niggas, which ain't got shit to do with no raggedy ass African nation that participated in nothing. And when they start breeding slaves till now, nigga, that's enough to say you owe me money. Simple as that. That's like an African American start growing poppy seeds in the middle of Georgia some motherfucking way and then send it to the community. That's a whole different fucking animal right there.
So you basically looking for any reason to jump off the African ass then.
No, I'm not. I'm simply saying no. Keep it in context. Nope. The question was simple.
You're looking for any reason.
No,
because if we talking about the African, we're talking about the African.
I am responding to your question.
I thought he asked me the question.
Okay.
American Dream said that we need to lessen the role of African people because it lessens the role of racism. Did you not say, was that basically not the question?
No, well, the statement I made was that it diminishes the idea of white supremacy. If Africans are it diminishes the idea of white supremacy. And what you're suggesting,
what I said was
that breeding them is proof of white supremacy. And you're saying that is
nope.
I thought that's why you brought it up.
No, I brought it up to say, let's get out of the part with the African. Let's cut them off because they wasn't. If y'all think these niggas was over here help breed motherfuckers, then y'all
right.
Sick
I thought you
fuck.
were saying if we eliminate the slavery trade part and just look at the homegrown, what they did homegrown in America, I thought you were saying
that would be enough. I said that would be enough.
White supremacy.
No, that would be enough to prove racism, white supremacy.
But
right?
racism and white supremacy are two different things, though, Unc. Black people are racist. Black people are racist.
You trying to be funny, yo. Yo, y'all being funny now, man. I know everybody in the chat know what the fuck I'm saying, so I'm gonna say it one more time. Make your statement again, African Dream.
So
America, I called you
Dream,
African Dream, the African Nightmare. Go ahead.
Well, I will say, let me just add this real quick. I think that if you do really want to see an example of white supremacy, all you have to do is just look and see how many times we call each other nigger, right? We call each other nigger all the time. And if that's not a hint of white supremacy, I don't know what else is. And if we really are serious about it, I don't know why we keep hanging on to that.
You ain't gonna say it again?
At the time of endearment.
You ain't gonna say your point?
But here's what I said. What I said was the reason people have a vested interest in Africa not playing a role in the slave trade is because if Africa played an equal role in the slave trade, then there is no such thing as white supremacy, and white supremacy ends up being a myth.
Okay, so freeze. Now my response to that is, let's go to the part where the African no longer plays a role. And from that part moving forward, that evidence right there, where they started breeding niggas in North America, and the Annabella South, to Jim Crow, to the Civil Rights Movement, and to George Floyd is enough to say, bitch, you owe me money. And I know you heard what I said. So your little joke about using the word nigga, my nigga, and all that, whatever that is, yo, that doesn't stop the point of what I'm saying. That from the point where they breeded motherfuckers and was no longer using Africans to help support them in their slavery, that part there is enough to indict them for racism, white supremacy, bro. That's what I'm saying. And I know everybody got it, and I know you hear what I'm saying. And since you don't hear what I'm saying, you doing that shit on purpose, bro. You're bugging, like you always do.
That's American Nightmare for you.
That's some bullshit, bro, right there.
And he does it because what he
For the
tries to
Africans, so what do that got to do with the Africans' culpability?
You being funny now, yo. You being
slavery?
funny now. Now you switching it now. See? Now
No,
you
I'm
switching
not.
to it.
I'm staying
You
on
are switching
topic.
it. No, you not. American Dream got off topic. His off topic
Yo,
statement
no,
was clear.
He was
He
using
did.
it to ask whether, you know what I mean, like, does the African share blame in the shit and responsibility?
And
should they be held? Should they be held?
He asking.
No, he did not
asking,
say
does that diminish? Does it diminish white supremacy? The idea of white supremacy.
The Africans being culpable.
Right,
Y'all
right.
don't even realize
Which
that somebody
I
right
do.
now is
I
writing it down as a
hold on. I kind of agree and I kind of disagree. It just depends on who you are and how knowledgeable you is about the situation. If you're not knowledgeable about slavery and how it actually and some of the things that actually happen, right? Then the culpability of Africans or the involvement of Africans in the slave trade would diminish the idea of white supremacy. But to me, it does not. It still don't diminish the idea of white supremacy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, given that the African did participate in the slave trade, that's still we still deal with white supremacy here in America still today. I just
and
wanted
even in
to
Africa, they dealing with white. Hold on, they dealing with white supremacy in Africa.
So they can put them out. It's their country.
Hold on. I'm just making a point because I want y'all to see what I want y'all to just pay attention, because what we're saying is that what he's saying is that
hear you. Phone going.
They can tell the white people to leave. It's their country. They dealing with that shit because they want to deal with it.
Yeah, okay.
We don't have no choice.
No one's disagreeing with that.
Yeah, I was
That's exactly what I'm saying. And they can, and if they can kick them out of their country, they would have kicked them out of their country.
Yeah, as far as white
you see, and that's where this whole idea of white supremacy starts becoming relevant and prevalent. We think white supremacy started here in America. It came into fruition and expanded in America. We think racism against Africans started in America. We have to understand there was already a system of slavery in existence before the transatlantic slave trade.
You know, African kings and European kings used to hang out together.
If we totally ignore
that point.
No, I'm not. But if we totally ignore the fact that slavery was going on before the transatlantic slave trade, then the Muslims get no blame in anything. I'ma just say it.
I feel like y'all should leave the Muslims alone.
Why? Because they were some of the first slave traders. They were some of the first ones with.
Because my daddy a Muslim. That's why.
Hey,
they should leave the Muslims alone. They should leave the Muslims alone for the same reason they leave the Africans alone.
Right. They want to deal with
I'm just gonna keep it real.
Y'all want to deal with everybody but the African.
That's it right there. Now we got to leave the Muslims alone. But the Muslims were some of the first slave traders. They was trading slaves before the Europeans got into it. So how
But
we
they
gonna
was
leave them alone?
Africans.
We
Those
said if
Muslims
you're
was
gonna leave the
African
Africans
Muslims,
alone,
though.
It
if
don't
you're
matter.
gonna
They
leave
were
the
Muslims.
Africans alone, you should leave the Muslims alone too. We said if, and that's an important word. If you're gonna leave one alone, you got to leave them all alone, and that's why the idea of
Hold on,
reparations
I'm
is gonna
not. No. I'm not saying leave any one of them alone. I'm not saying leave them alone at all. And yeah, excuse me. Let me say the Arabs and the Ottomans, and yeah, the Arabs and the Ottoman Turks. All right, and the Turks are a different groups of people. So yeah, we just can't leave that alone. But yeah, that's what we're doing. We're gonna leave out that 600 years. Go ahead.
You want to leave out the 6 million years of slavery in Africa?
No, what? No, I already admitted to that. You see, that's how slow you are. No one's arguing over that. We're talking about the formulations of racism and white supremacy and where some of these ideas started. And if you don't know some of the research you want, you're not ready for this conversation, sir. If you don't know about the Zand rebellion and the Zand slavery in the Middle East, then how can you talk to me, sir?
Don't let them take it to the Ottoman Empire, America Dream. Don't let them do it.
Oh man,
I don't even want to go there.
I'm dreading it right now.
I don't even want to go there, but you have to understand that all these things had a formulation. Ideas formulated somewhere and they were expanded upon by different races of people, by different groups of people.
So, like, if we can't understand that the Old Testament, New Testament, and Quran had rules and regulations that govern slavery, right? And anybody taking on that social construct and deity take on those same values and same principles, then what the fuck is we really talking about here? So I don't want to hear about no Islamized people practicing Islam. I don't want to hear about Christianized people, right? Practicing Christianity. It's all in the practice. We can have a healthy conversation about the slave trade prior to Islam and Christianity being introduced into Africa. And I think that's where the conversation needs to go immediately after my 2 months is up. So that's why I'm going at. I'm letting you know. I'm going prior to Islam for the study of that, and I'm going in detail. I'm done.
What sources do you think you have prior to Islam in West Africa?
I'm done.
See, it's a circular argument, y'all. Trust me. It's a cop-out.
So you saying they don't have, so are you telling me anybody that studies West Africa clearly understands that they had a what? How, if they wasn't writing, how was they disseminating information? What do they call it? Anybody on the panel?
Oral tradition.
So we should have a healthy, robust oral traditions on different African nations.
What?
Simple as that.
So you're gonna lean on old traditions.
So what else can you lean
to
on?
Substantiate?
What else can you lean on?
Africans. Hold on. Was they human? Are we talking about Homo sapiens?
Nope. See, you see what you're doing right now.
No, I'm just asking
what
the
you're
question.
Doing is, nope, you're getting it. That's a crazy fake a nigga out question. I'm simply saying, for us to understand the history of Africa, you can't alleviate oral traditions.
And you can't alleviate herb and European sources
also. Cannot alleviate it. Huh?
And you can't alleviate herb and European sources.
I never said that.
Who was the first ones to write on the you know what I mean?
I know, but you can't. What you can't do is you can't say, "Yo, they had this and that and the other," but yet you never find an oral tradition. Then that's a problem for me, anyway. I don't know about everybody else. That's like when Mary Lectowitz right? This would make a whole new conversation.
Let's talk about some African oral traditions.
Greeks.
These Africans had oral traditions talking about they
point.
came from Mecca
Listen,
and shit like that, man.
Let me finish my point. Lekowicz talks about how the Greeks and what they broke down in their history don't make no sense to use. And I hear people argue about that. So that's damn near what you're doing. You're basically saying that our traditions carry no weight at all. Like Lekowicz talks about the Greeks' oral tradition don't carry no weight. For me, that's some European bullshit. Simple as that.
It's not as
so
strong
all
as
of it
a
has
written
to be
transmission, though.
What? We talking about Greeks were writing and literate, bro.
Yeah,
they wrote a history.
Right. So I'm talking about West Africa, right?
Okay, but I'm saying she shot that down even after they wrote it. They shot that down. The matter of fact, the Germans shot that down. Back to Africa real quick. There has to be traditions of them doing what y'all claim they did, yo. It's something. You know what I mean? Like, come on, yo. It's there. It has to be there, bro. That's all. Now tell us about our traditions that you was about to say, Chef.
I forgot what I was about to say.
You about to say something about Mecca.
Yeah, they got West Africans got oral traditions talking about they come from motherfucking Arabia and all kind. Like, I'm not gonna take that shit. First thing, you can't. At least with literature, you can look at the writing style and put a time period on it, right? You can look at certain words and further narrow it down, right? Because at different times people use different words. You can look at, even the way the characters are written, right? So it's so many different ways that the written tradition gives you a better understanding of the time that it was written in, right? Because most written traditions come from oral traditions also. Somebody got to tell them that, and then they write it. You feel me? But again, oral tradition from how we study in the West is not that good of a, because all right, you can go ahead and do that. I ain't gonna tell you how to do your thing. If that's how you want to come to your conclusion, then knock yourself out. You know what I mean?
I'm simply saying that the Bible is a written tradition from an oral tradition stating the history of the Hebrew people. No one will deny that. When we read the biblical text of Torah, the first 5 books, it gives a history of Israel and their interworking with different nations. Everything that they say in that motherfucker ain't true. So just because it's written don't mean it's true, and we can get other sources to verify it. So if we got an old tradition, right, of killing babies in Africa, then you'll find some written sources on, and that's how you collaborate it. If you got a old tradition of Africans making a lake split and getting jewelry off the bottom of the damn lake, you're not going to be able to collaborate that. So I'm saying if they got a healthy, robust tradition of slavery, then we're going to get that in written text. You're going to see people going back. Like, so that's my point. So what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to leave them out of this. And to do that is a grave mistake. Simple as that. So we're going to get it in. That's all it is. Because I simply said, I don't know enough about that. And I can always see, this is what y'all mess up at. Dude, I can hear pseudos. I can hear pseudoisms in my own argument at times. That's why I'm always adjusting, always learning. That's what y'all don't know about me. I know when I'm not enough on point with something, I will fucking admit it. So that's what I'm saying right now. I'm undeveloped enough in African indigenous slavery to beat y'all niggas up. It might be I can't. Chef, you read a source that drew a line and said, hold on, wait a minute. It was different. What do you mean it was different? And then you dove in with your own commentary on why it was different, but the source said it was different and it explained it. So what do you mean it was different? What is the source really saying?
All right,
So
cool.
now I need to find out what it
No,
was.
I
Like why?
I didn't
Why
get
is
in.
it different? That doesn't mean it wasn't taking a person and his feelings would be hurt and he would be decimated from leaving his family. But go ahead, Chef.
Yeah, I didn't get into my next point. But I brought everybody onto the panel. I actually had sources
go there then.
to corroborate whether I could prove or disprove things that were said in the article. I was trying to do the whole thing, right? It wasn't that I was totally agreeing with the article. I was saying if I can find other things that substantiate or disprove things in this article, I will take it all. So I had my reading. Let me click my
Yeah, about to say that's your fault for bringing the maniacs on. I'm a maniac when it comes to African. That's what you get.
No,
you
I like for the conversation to, you know what I mean, to develop, and everybody wanted to get a piece of it. So,
but I like to hear your whole point out. That's why I'm saying I was trying to I wanted to make my own point out about the disparities. So it's really not fair. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was quiet, because I knew you was trying to get your whole. You know what I'm saying? Like we need your whole, because I know how you do it. You're not. People think you diving on one side, but you're actually not.
Right.
You're actually trying to see what it is for real. See, I know that about you though. But people don't, they think you just a crazy ass non-African nigga. That's farther from the truth.
They think everybody hate that. If you say something that disagree with the particular point, then you hate Africa, or you like that shit is crazy to me. But we do that to each other. Like I do that. You know what I mean? The moment you say something, to get the crowd back, or I say something wild about you. You feel me?
Yeah.
Or so it's that's just what we do. You know what I mean? It ain't.
We let people into our conversations.
Yeah.
This is basically these are the basic conversations we had. People don't know that Concrete Corey, right? This dude. Watch this. This dude has He has a dual citizenship with Ghana. How many of y'all knew that? Most of y'all Negro pins don't even got that.
Right.
So you can't say he don't love Africa. Y'all can't say it. Right now, he can go to Ghana and live and be a legal citizen. And then come back if he wants. He has authentic African attire. I'm not saying the clothes make you African, but they got a whole ceremony they do once a year or something. Like, yo, deeper than most of y'all niggas talking that talk. I'm just trying to let y'all know. I just wanted to let y'all know. So don't misconstrued conversations when we're actually allowing y'all into our world. When Chef goes live during the day, he's actually allowing you into our conversations. Because we normally have these conversations on the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes our show special. Because you think, we at the end of the day, it's points we just don't agree on. Like, I'm not even mad when American Dream dive on here and take Chef's side. Like, that's part of the show. Like, okay, nigga, that's what we do. It's good, but go ahead, read the point. Go ahead. I think you should get back to where we all dove in on you an hour and a half ago.
Nah, it's let me see. Take this off.
Hey, but that's something my parents did. I can't take credit for that. I was a kid, you know what I mean? But I do got dual citizenship. But I'm still far removed. I'm an African American if you ask me. You know what I mean? Like that's how I identify. And
the point. The point is
okay, go ahead.
You have the right
I just
to
heard
denounce
the end
that.
of it, so I didn't. I walked away.
Right. I was making a clear point that you have not denounced your African citizens. You could, but you have not. And I'm saying that most people is talking trash, right? Didn't have parents that did that for them, or they didn't go there and do that because you can go there and do that. But they talking Africa. They ain't doing it. Like, you got me beat on that. I ain't saying that. Like, I know my first places to go to wouldn't be Egypt. wouldn't be Ghana for me to go to Africa. It would be South Africa. But that'll get us into a whole other conversation. I actually want Chef to see what parts of the article that he can support and what parts of the article that he don't think he can support.
Right. So the first part was defining slavery, right? That was the first part I was going to tackle because that's an issue, right? How we look at it, far as wise, is it indentured service? You know what I mean? So we're going to look and see how academic sources, right, define what we call slavery, because like Unc say, is a blanket term sometimes thrown over, you know what I mean, people who had no concept of that, right? So in this book right here, Transformations in Slavery, right? A historical, a history of slavery in Africa. Now, they tried to give us a definition of slavery, right? And in the definition of slavery, they gave context for it. And they gave, you know what I mean, his like world context, the humane context, and then they brought it into the African world and seeing how does the different things in Africa, right, that's being called slavery, does it really equate to slavery? So let me start right here. It says slavery as a minor feature of society must be distinguished from slavery as an institution. In those places where a few people owned a few slaves, perhaps as conspicuous examples of wealth, but not as workers, slavery was incidental to the structure of the society and the functioning of the economy. Okay, now slavery became important when slaves were used extensively in production, the reinforcement of political power, or domesticate servitude, including sexual services. These situations required a regular supply of slaves, either through trade or enslavement, or both. While the number of slaves in society could become significant enough to affect its organization, when slavery became an essential component of production, the institution acquired additional characteristics. All right, so what he's saying is, from that definition, he said, so what I'm doing, I'm taking it upon myself right now to see whether there were African societies, right, that used slavery as a mode of production in their economy, right? He's saying in little cases, you always had servitude. Like you'll have domestic service, right? Domestic service workers. Sometimes Europeans could come to Africa, look at them and blanket it and call those people slaves, right? When in another society, they would have just been your housekeeper, right? So they seen shit like that in Africa and they blanketed it and they called all type of domestic services that people perform, they called that shit slavery, when it probably wasn't really slavery. It was their domestics, right? All right, so then he goes further. He says, he gives qualifications when he talk about, you know, people functioning as sexual slaves, right? He said that whether the structure of the society is built on it, right? Now, if we can find African societies, right, that for their society to operate correctly, that they had to employ slave labor, then we got a clear-cut case of slavery. Do y'all agree with that?
Say it again.
If we can find a society in Africa that used slavery as a mode of production, right, then we have a clear-cut case of slavery. We're not just talking about a rich person who have a domestic slave that work in their house. I mean, a domestic servant that work in their house. Now the livelihood and the well-being of the nation is maintained by these slaves or these bonded people. That would be a case of slavery, right?
In that nation,
Right.
yep.
That's how they pay
In
their
that
bills.
nation.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So now
That's
we
one
gotta find
aspect of it.
right. So now in that, so do we all agree with this book's parameters that it put around slavery? Is that a good one that we all willing to work with?
Until I hear something that's bananas.
Like what? What you mean?
Not gonna ride. No, go ahead though.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, yo, this topic is gonna be it's like the Egypt is a black land. I think
Definitely.
it's one of them. It's gonna be because I don't even think they understand indigenous African slavery like they play. More shit I look at it like, yo, we just starting to begin to understand it.
Yeah, definitely. We jumping out here like we super experts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In all things African, everything, all things African, we're super experts. We tell an African what they do. You feel me? An African can sit here and tell an African American, yo, that's slavery in Africa, and we'll tell, nah, that ain't. That's something else. That's y'all traditional African. Nigga, it's slavery. The African understand English too. That's shit slavery, but African American.
And the experts on the subject is saying they just starting to kind of understand it. This is experts on the subject, so it's not even clear yet. It's not clear. But go ahead.
All right. So slavery then is transformed as an institution. Oh no, I read that. My bad. Is that on the screen? Okay. In Africa. No, my bad. I ain't read that. I'm tripping. All right. Slavery then is transformed as an institution when slaves play an essential role in the economy. Historically, that has meant, in the first instance, their role in agriculture. Slavery has been accommodated to the largest state under radically different conditions, and often existed alongside widespread free small holdings. That both slaves and free men did listen to this point. This is where the confusion came in, right? It says that both slaves and free men did identical work was irrelevant. It says that both slaves and free men did identical work was irrelevant. So back to my first point, whether they were domestic, right, or whatever, you will find regular people in the society who wasn't deemed as slaves, right? Like it was white people in America who did farming, but they wasn't considered slaves, even though in the same counties you had slaves that did the farming, right? So it's still a level of distinction in the society as to who a slave, no matter what occupation they involved in. Do y'all get that point?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right. It says that both slaves and free men did identical work was irrelevant. What mattered was the condition of work, or rather on whose behalf and under what and whom controls it was carried on. In slave societies, hired labor was rare and slave labor the rule. Whenever an enterprise was too big for a family to conduct unaided, the rule extended from agriculture to manufacture and mining, and sometimes even to commerce and finance. Now, to get into Africa, here we go. In Africa, slavery underwent such a transformation at different times and at varying rates. In the northern savannah, the west central regions of Angola and the Congo Basin and other places. The transformation of slavery from a marginal feature in society to a central institution resulted in the consolidation of a mode of production based on slavery. Now that's a full period right there. Now, if y'all understood the first two paragraphs, then this paragraph right here is putting it into context. It says the transformation of slavery from a marginal feature in society to a central institution resulted in the consolidation of a mode of production based on slavery. Mode of production is used here to emphasize the relationship between social organization and the productive process on the one hand, and the means by which this relationship is maintained on the other hand. The concept isolates the social relations of production, that is the organization. I know this blurry on the Zoom, ain't it? Y'all can't see it, can y'all?
Mm-hmm.
No, y'all.
No, I wasn't even looking.
All right. The productive population in terms of its own identity and the ways in which the population is managed. This interaction between the social and economic relations of production requires conditions specific to each mode of production, which allow for the regeneration of the productive process. Otherwise, there is no historical continuity, only in the instance of production. Finally, the relationship between the productive process and its regeneration is reflected in the ideological and political structures of society, sometimes called the superstructure, as a means of distinguishing these features from the materialist base. Is all right, so is he saying that once you have a mode of production that can use this labor force, right, and force a labor force to do this, now we have clear-cut examples of a society being based on slavery, right? And then now he points out in here regions, right? In Angola that we was just talking about, ain't that where Queen Nzinga and them from? Sabio, somebody?
Yeah, that's her hood.
Yeah, that's where Queen Nzinga and them from, right? So
absolutely.
All right, so okay. All right, so he's making a point.
How they dove in there without context.
Huh?
Dove.
No, I'm just showing you that her region, you know, their mode of production, right? It transformed into basically domestic slavery to a systematic form of slavery that produced something for the whole country. That's what it's, you know what I mean? So, okay. Not saying that Nzinga did it, but it was happening in her country, right? We didn't establish whether Queen Nzinga, you know what I mean, was a slaver yet, but we gonna get to that because Unc said he got all of the sources, and I know he not gonna let us sit here and do that to Queen Nzinga. All right. Damn, I done messed up, yo. What the fuck? Hold on, y'all. I done messed up. All right. Here we go. All right. Trying to put slavery in the context with other places that practice slavery. Let's do this. The emphasis on the integration of a productive system based on slavery with the means of replenishing the supply of slaves has significantly in the reconstruction of the history of slavery in its African context. This framework highlights three historical situations that were partially related and partially autonomous. Firstly, it provides a perspective for analyzing the interaction between Africa and the demand for slaves in the Islamic world of North Africa and the Middle East. Secondly, it emphasizes the connection between Africa and the Americas, where African slaves were essential to the plantation production and the mining sector. Thirdly, it allows for a study of the widespread productive use of slaves in Africa, particularly in the 19th century after the external slave trade across the Atlantic. That had to be internal. All right, external slave trade across the Atlantic collapsed. So I guess they would be talking about colonization, how Europeans, once they colonized Africa, continue to use slave labor in Africa, right? Now, this don't have nothing to do with the Africans. This is Europeans in Africa enslaving Africans in Africa to mine materials for them that they wanted to then take back to Europe and stuff. That's what that's talking about. And that's a whole nother thing that we didn't talk about, but it's later on in the topic. It don't have nothing to do with what Africans was doing before the Europeans got there. All right. Where was I at? African slaves were essential to plantation production and the mining sector. Thirdly, it allows for a study of the widespread productive use of slaves in Africa, particularly in the 19th century, after the production based on slavery developed, but specific characteristics differed. The framework adopted here, the distinction between slavery as a marginal feature of society, slavery as an institution, and slavery as a mode of production, is meant to facilitate a study of these three situations. So, again, the only thing we have to do is find the African nations again, because this is all giving context of what we can agree that we would call slavery. Don't get it mixed up with indentured servants that work in a domestic capacity, right? This is talking about, he called it a superstructure, meaning a society. The society uses slavery, not just an individual who's rich. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull out.
What's the name of that book real quick?
This is Transformations in Slavery, A History of Slavery in Africa.
Written by the Cartoon Network.
That dude laying it down. That man laying
Written by the Cartoon Network. Who wrote that?
That man laying it down right there. I like his laying it down.
Yeah, he's giving the definition.
What's his name?
Huh?
No, what's his name? What's his name again?
His name, Love Boy. Hold on, I'll put it up.
Oh, L-O-V, what is it?
L-O-V. Hold on. What the hell? Hold on.
Lovejoy.
Love Boy.
No, we're not listening to somebody's name like that. You ain't gonna be able to do it.
Lovejoy. My bad. It's Lovejoy.
Yeah, Lovejoy.
Transformations in Slavery, A History of Slavery in Africa. And this is
L-O-V-J-O-Y.
No, L-O-V. L-O-V-E-J-O-Y. I can send it to you,
Yeah,
you know I got it. Yeah. Yeah, and it's is African Studies, and it's from Cambridge, and it's in its 3rd edition. We're reading it in its 3rd edition.
All
right. Is my screen still up? Oh, fuck, I didn't fuck the screen up. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, I can send that. Let me, since I know y'all can't see it on Zoom. But do y'all like his explanations on slavery? Because I know Unc makes a point about chattel slavery. and distinguishing it between what Africans did. So is this definition or framework? I'm not gonna call it a whole a definition. I'm saying, does the framework that he's putting around slavery, does that suffice to what you would call slavery also? Hello?
You must be moving around.
Oh, okay.
I like the parameters though. That way, it's no wiggle room. We'll get the context hashed out where we got a clear framework of what we're talking about. That way, nobody can dance around or slip outside the outline.
Right. See, and that's what, because we don't define stuff, we just talk loosely around it, right? So if we all can agree with the context of slavery, right? Like, because Islam had a form of slavery, right? Africans in Africa had a form of slavery. Europeans had a form of slavery, right? So everybody is going to differ in how slavery, how it functions in a society, right? But if we can all agree that no matter what the functionality of slavery is in a society, that at its core, no matter what nation we look at, right, or what culture it is, we can all agree that at certain points in time, they practice slavery in general.
Agreed.
Right. You know what I mean?
The parameters are clear and defined. I agree.
Right. So long as those parameters, but where Uncle at? Because I don't want him to
Yeah, we got to get him to agree.
Yeah, to agree. I don't want to continue without, you know what I mean? Because they going to then come back, no, that wasn't slavery. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He got to sign off. He got to sign off on it.
Yeah, see, I don't
You
want to.
you got to get Uncle to sign off. That's it. He don't play fair. He don't play fair.
Yeah, we need to get that point. So let me see. He's still on here. He must be parking the work truck or something. Yeah, indigenous black man, definitely a mode of production, right? Once they use it as a mode of production, because like you're saying, in conspicuous consumption, however you say it, right? That's when people just can use laborers as a show of how much money they have, right? Like I got these workers that may, like in certain African societies, it was saying they was using that as a badge of their wealth, right? So it didn't mean that it was essential to their society. But once we can show that they used it, right, for production, once they used slaves for production to produce their crops, right, to be the backbone of their military, right, and all this other shit, now we can start to say, yeah, that's how we was used here in America, right? Like that's definitely slavery. Like, so.
Smell like it, taste like it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's that recipe right there. That's that Lowry's. Yep. That's it.
Yeah, because I don't want them to be able to, because I know they're going to switch it, right? Whatever we say, whatever African society we show had their own form of slave labor, right? Which, if, you know what I mean, in any other scenario, we would call that slavery. They're going to get to a point where they're going to say that wasn't slavery. Because those people was able to marry, right? All of their rights wasn't taken, right? All your rights don't have to be taken away from you in order for you to be a slave. That's one form of slavery, right? Y'all talking about the most harshest forms of slavery. Think about this, Sosa. Latinized slavery, right, was different from the slavery that was practiced in North America.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the Latin countries didn't bring enough people, right? To maintain. So their slaves was given more freedom than the slaves in North America, right? They, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They was given more fucking freedom. You know what I mean? So
in some cases, it was
And the
way,
Spanish had a different relationship with their slaves altogether. There was intermarrying, intermingling.
Exactly.
They
would not
was
never
partying.
And we would not never call those people. We would never say those people wasn't enslaved or they wasn't
They were
slaves.
enslaved same way.
Exactly. They just had a different form of slavery.
Expression, yeah.
Yeah, that's the argument that they're having with Africa. Whatever we say, they're going to say that wasn't slavery. All Europeans didn't practice slavery the same way. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Because listen, if you look at Gullah and Geechee people, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had a in some parts they were left to their own vices. There wouldn't even be no slave master, right? He would just come at a certain time and get what the slave was supposed to, what the people were supposed to produce. You see what I'm saying? And they would work like a shift. Once the shift was over, they can go do side work on another plantation. You know what I'm saying? But that's still slavery. You know what I'm saying? Even though it was different than chattel, we don't say, well, you know what I mean?
So,
you know what I mean? That's still
what
slavery.
is chattel? What is chattel? See, this is one of the things that I really want to define and get to. Because if chattel is ownership, right, of something where you could sell it and buy it, the Africans were selling slaves. So how wasn't it chattel? I don't get it.
Yeah. I think they also tied chattel into ownership and in perpetuity, like forever.
Generational. Like you couldn't get out of it.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can't get out of it. You know what I'm saying? You never free yourself from it. You know what I mean? Like I think the more layman is just the ownership, but then I think when they delve deeper into what they describe chattel, that's what they mean by chattel. But then when you look at the European dynamic, like I said, it's a different dynamic because the Africans they actually bought you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I own you. I paid for you. It's not like I caught you in war and then, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to let you just go. I sold everything I had to try this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I paid for you, family. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a different dynamic. So that's why I'm saying you can't, it's going to be different from Africa because, you know what I'm saying? Because you talk about somebody that paid for something versus somebody who just captured another people from another tribe. You know?
Mm-hmm. So that's
Yo, can I read Can I read something real quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Sabio. Your phone better not break
Stay
up.
by the mic too, Sabio.
Right.
Stay by that mic, man.
Yeah, I am. It says chattel slavery as it developed in BC and A involved the outright ownership of another human being, similar to owning land, goods, etc., for the duration of their life and that of their children. The institution created a social death for those who are enslaved. Social death, as Patterson shows, involves not only a separation from one's ancestral birthplace, but also the stripping of basic human rights and social and legal protections enjoyed to everyone else. These two dimensions of chattel slavery are what separate it from other forms of domination, oppression, or unfair or unfree labor.
Okay.
Yeah, I told you how they do it. Yeah.
Okay, so
Kind of like how black people can't be racist because, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? When you get into the deeper context of it, they're gonna link everything, and you know what I mean? Yeah.
They definitely
But
going.
technically it's chattel, but in its more finely defined definition is different than chattel slavery.
Right. They gave the All right, let's see. Did Africans have property rights? No, Africans didn't have property rights. Not land property rights, but personal property, yes. They had personal property. So if a slave was his personal property, he can do what he will with them. He could sell them. He could buy them if they was in the marketplace, right? Then they were somebody's property. Like, how else could you sell something that wasn't? Now, I think what we're talking about is how different African societies treated human beings. I think that's the thing that they are saying. That just because they was they were sold and they were slaves, that they still was able to get married. But they let slaves in Georgia get in the Carolinas
Everywhere.
get married.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so I mean, come on, y'all. Like,
Because I think they're saying also that the point that that the slave didn't do a job that a common folk wouldn't do. But then I'm trying to think, what would that be in America where, I guess there were some institutions in America where maybe Europeans didn't do, like building a railroad, shit like that. That was, you know what I'm saying? Slaves and Asians. There were certain tasks that only was a slave job, I would say.
Yeah.
Like picking cottons in the field, right? We don't really have European. Well, I don't think so, right? I don't think so. I
They
think that was
had
slaves.
white cotton pickers.
You think so? 'Cause I'm thinking of kind of plantations to be owned by wealthy Europeans who just pretty much got slaves, slave labor and indentured servitude. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah. But if you think that poor white people wouldn't sell their services for labor,
Oh yeah.
like you would have to think that all these white people was just paid and they could It ain't work like that. You know what I mean? A lot of these white people was poor and that shit was a job. You know what I mean? If I can get paid, if I can stay on your property, right? And get a little shack, then I do that shit. Right. I do that shit. And I eat right next to the slaves.
And this is what I want to know, like with the indentured servitude in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who determined when the time was up, right? You know, like how in the Bible they got 5 years, 7 years. It's a standard.
The owner. See, that's the thing. The owner did. And like we said, you didn't live that long.
But is there a law in a society, or can an owner just make his own? You know what I'm saying? Like the Anthony Johnson case in America.
Yeah, see, the owner decided when he was going to elevate you, right, and allow you to become part of either his family, right? And if you become part of his family, then you had certain things that was certain more freedoms that was given to you that you didn't have when you wasn't a part of the family, right? And then outside of the family, you can get elevated even further to a part of the clan, right? The clan can accept you, and that gave you even more free. You see what I'm saying? But these people was always recognized as slaves, right? So, all right, you come in, first off, a slave was, for the most part, an outsider. Can we agree with that? It was something different about you that made you a slave, right? See, the things that make you different in Africa was you probably spoke a different language, right? Because you came from somewhere else. You was a part of another tribe. Every little goddamn tribe.
You may have different scarifications.
It's different scarification, right? It will be something distinguishing you, something that people can immediately discriminate.
No,
right.
You're not. You're not.
Exactly. Exactly. So these people was readily looked at, as outsiders. A slave was, for the most part, looked at as an outsider, right? So, depending on how useful you was, right, your usefulness would allow either the family to elevate you, right? So say the owner say, yo, this dude not only is a good carpenter, you know what I mean? He's intelligent. Yo can take care of the animals. He's so fucking good. We're going to allow him to be part of our family, right? He's not just an outside slave. He's a part of our family. Now, you could be a person who understood 3-4 different languages, right? So now the clan can elevate you on that particular. See, in Africa and in Islamic culture too, they recognized ability more than anything else. You feel me? And I think Europeans did also, right? They would single people out who was a little bit more sharper. You feel
That's how
me?
you get your George Washington Carver and your Benjamin Banningers and niggas like that.
Exactly. Like, oh, nigga, you good enough to be a secretary. You that smart. I'm gonna move you. You feel me? You ain't like the rest of them. You
can live in the house with my kids. I'm gonna raise you, put you in college and shit.
Exactly. So we see it even in America. How, you know what I mean, certain people can be moved into the family and into larger society, and even at the death of the master would goddamn emancipate certain slaves.
Yeah,
we seen it.
Get property too. Yeah,
and give them property. So we acting like what we're saying about African slavery, I mean American slavery, or if we read these things happening in African slavery, that these things wasn't happening amongst the Europeans also. It was, because you're talking about human beings for the most part. So
I'm just so it ain't no damn appealing. Like, yo, my man, it's been 8 years, my G. Like what's really good. He could be like, I ain't ready yet.
I mean, for the most part, these people were outsiders. Yeah. So just allowing the outsider to be a free, especially somebody that you went to war with.
Look, you still got your head on, nigga.
Right. to allow the people that you went, that you didn't kill their whole village probably, right? So you just ain't gonna readily just make a group of people like that free in your society. You will have to go through stages, a sort of acculturation process where you acclimate these people into the society. Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that took time.
Great point you just
made.
Yeah, but then to the point, because we kind of touched on it earlier, like they got the right to sell you. So like when they sell you, like then who determines when your time is up? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of gray area in there too. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. All right, who just came in? Who just came on the panel? I couldn't even see it.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, that's Vance?
Yeah. What's good with y'all?
Sutek hiding in the chat or something?
Yeah, Sutek hiding it. I think they about to go live and beat us up on their channel. They ain't want to come on.
What y'all been talking
about? Slavery in Africa.
Okay. Y'all been going for a little minute, haven't y'all?
Yeah, since about 12 o'clock. They ain't want to come on and have a conversation with us. They want to run over there and go in on us and call us all kind of idiots and unlearned. Instead of coming on here where they was going to have some pushback. See, they want an echo chamber. We don't want no echo chamber over here. You feel me? We want to get to it.
We want to smoke.
Yeah, we want to smoke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We want to
smoke clear, you can see what's up.
Yeah.
We trying to clear the smoke, really. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the place to clear the smoke. You know what I'm saying?
That's correct. We just about the truth. We pseudo killers. All pseudoism come here to die, regardless of your position. And Blackology comes here to die. And slavery was a system in the world. How are you going to separate Africans? On the one side, Africans we gave everything to the world except bad stuff. Like, come on, like we participated in everything. It's just a human fact.
And nobody said the pseudo killers came wrong. You know what I mean? Like pseudo killers can have some pseudo too. So I mean,
Dead wrong. We
that's
could be
why
dead wrong.
these conversations is had. You know what I'm saying? That's why this is the place to come and have those conversations. These types of conversations, controversial. We can get you know, weed the cloudiness out. You know, a lot of.
I was one of the proponents that only looked at things from one angle. Like, yeah, of course, I'm gonna give my neighbor up if you come at me with a gun. Now, when you take a step back and you go, okay, let's look at these societies within themselves. What was taking place? Was there warfare amongst each other? What was the outcome? We know that, for example, there's a whole discussion of slavery in Kemet. So let's look at these cultures within themselves and what separates the African cultures and systems of the time. They were limited by the same resources, by the same information, by the same parameters that all societies were faced with at the time, and slavery was just part of society. So nobody came and introduced it. They manipulated it, exploited it, but it was a system that existed. It's that simple. There's nothing to be emotional about.
You know, that's one thing that I learned about history. History isn't emotional. History don't care about your feelings. History just wants you to figure out how things was happening, so you can learn how not to repeat those same mistakes moving forward. So if we're actually going to do history correctly, we can't be emotional about the fact that Africans had slaves and sold slaves. Do y'all ever hear me? Did y'all ever hear me challenge that? No. Now I challenged that. I said that there was different levels and that different things were happening, and that's what we have to take into context. That's all. You know? And once we do that, things will become clear. Like Cedric was saying, the chef was saying, you know, the concrete quarry was saying.
Yeah, that's where we go at with the conversation. But Unc jumped off, man. He done messed up the bill.
Right. I was still trying to see if he was going to agree to those parameters.
Yeah, like
those are some interesting parameters.
Yeah, we need Unc's confirmation before we can continue. The parameters have been set. They're clearly defined. We need an agreement on those parameters before we can continue to explore the reality of these facts. But Chef's on point.
He back. Unc back. You still at work, Unc?
No, I've been off work. I'm going to beat my son down with some basketball. He talking shit. Oh, yeah. So I had to stretch it out a little bit. I'm a manhandle him.
You about to go get dunked? You about to go get dunked on? That's what.
Nah, nigga, he only 13. He ain't getting me yet. Not yet.
Yo, about to get dunked on in his own driveway.
Yep, that's what we going at. Yep. Got a court in my driveway for all y'all niggas. Saying how a house can be built. God damn it.
About to get dunked on in your own driveway. That's a damn shame.
I just want to let the listening audience know, right, that I love Africa and I'm not letting them get away with none of this. Just so y'all know, Africa was a black land.
It definitely was. Look, we had my man.
No slavery. It's bullshit. Y'all tripping.
Stupid.
Shit, the hell y'all talking about?
I'm saying it with a serious face too.
I don't know about that guy you read. That guy named Joy.
Lovejoy.
Guy.
Lovejoy.
Yeah, he's
Lovejoy,
a wild guy. He got something for Lovejoy. He's a wild guy.
Lovejoy.
The hell? You think I'm listening to African history from a guy named Lovejoy?
I think he was black. He might be black.
Shit, yo, God.
Confirmation bias.
What's going on, yo? Now, I kind of, you know what? Today made me understand why they say that we European construct. Like, everything came from white people about us in slavery. I want to hear from us. Where's that at? Where's that factor at?
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about right there.
God damn it. We opposed slavery.
Opposed it. Some
opposed it. From the top of the mountain, it wasn't that type of slavery. Matter of fact, we're going to put another name on it. We're going to call it, I was just holding you for a while. That's what we're going to call it. I was holding you for a while. Definitely was slavery.
See what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Was holding you for a while. Until you could assimilate into the culture, and I could trust you. Because you just waged war, man. Hold me for a while.
No,
that's what we don't call it.
How about I waged war on you because I needed labor? How about that?
But I ain't know you though. I ain't know who you was though. I ain't know you.
You just came up in this motherfucker, raided my whole village, and because you needed some people to do some work for you. Like,
lazy bastard.
That's crazy.
Once we sat down and realized what it was, then we was good. We was good.
Yeah, you didn't kill my grandfather. But my grandfather had to die. My grandfather had to die. But no, fuck that. Fuck that. Africa's wild, Joe.
I don't understand the point where we keep acting like these African nations didn't know each other though.
Right.
Like I'm saying, like they was very familiar with each other, bro. They had beef with each other. In order to have beef, you gotta be familiar with each other. You know what I'm saying?
Unc's funny as hell. Oh boy, until we sat down and got to know each other. Then you wasn't a slave no more.
Right.
Then I went for your cousin because I still needed someone to do the work.
7 fucking years of fucking slavery.
That's right.
And we supposed to be cool. You know what I mean?
Let me ask y'all a question. Y'all say environmental pressures may have a reason, may have played a reason why one tribe may have moved to another area and enslaved another tribe or wiped out another tribe in Africa?
Definitely environmental pressures. Like,
yeah,
a nigga got better land, right? Our shit dried up right here. You know what I mean? Like, let's go over there and take that shit. That's normal. You know what I mean? That's normal. Definitely people living in close proximity to each other. But once you enslave a people and then send them off to a whole nother place, right? This was happening in Africa.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
These nations were selling their captives and their slaves.
Fire in a certain area.
Huh?
You know, that's all.
Oh yeah,
it was part and parcel of the African economy, just like it was anywhere else. It was one of the few forms in which you could have obtained wealth. So slavery, people were bought and sold the same way. It was probably on a smaller scale because people remained on the continent. You probably could have gotten some of your rights back or stuff like that. But fundamentally, it was an economic activity as it was everywhere else. It's just that simple. We can't get around that.
So you're saying that some economies of Africa flourished off of slavery?
Facts.
No. I ain't saying.
I'm saying that.
I said
I don't agree with that at all.
It made part of the African economy, just as it did everywhere else. Humans were being bought and sold. They were kidnapped, or they one warring tribe, they had 50 people. A trader came through, they bought them, they sold them. It was what was done on the continent.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I will disagree with is that not economies was built off of African economies was built off.
Nobody said they was built off of slavery.
That's what I just asked. That's what I just asked.
Nobody. Now you're moving the goalpost because he didn't even use the word "build."
Part of.
Okay.
I'm not.
He said it was just as much as part of their economy as it was everybody else. That's it.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I just asked a question to make sure we get things clear. I'm not moving the goalpost.
All right, let's
Well,
see.
that was muddy. You was muddy in the waters up with that. You know what I'm saying? Because he was already clear. You know, like nobody was trying to say that nobody was built off of slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, he didn't even use the word build. So, like, it just that was muddy in the waters to me.
All right, let's see if we can find one whose joint was built off of slavery. Meaning that was their main export. And that's what gave them their riches.
Them Berbers, you did it. Your people did it. They made an economy out of it. Them Berbers.
No, I'm talking about a black African. All right, Canaan Barney.
By us, what they would if it was they would if it was another situation, they would be arguing that that's on the continent of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You know what I mean? So, like with Egypt, they don't say.
I say the Berbers because they were African.
Black Africans. You know what I'm saying?
In the Middle East.
It's crazy.
All right, here we go.
On a side note, I was watching a program the other day of that group of people, the Greek culture, somebody help me out.
The who?
The bull. They worship the bull. The Greek culture, the Greek civilization that worship the bull.
The Minoans.
The Minoans. In the documentary, this is what they were doing, Chef. They were saying the Minoans they were on the sea, moving back and forth. Their culture was influenced by everybody, different to what was thought that there was isolated people that developed their own culture. But here, what the lady did, their cultures were influenced by the different cultures of the Middle East. And then the next sentence would be, they would go to Egypt and they had great relationship with Egypt. Every time she mentioned the Middle East and Egypt, she took Egypt out of Africa. Every time. And that was the point that I was trying to make with our last discussion. I said, look, a perfect example. So when I'm sitting there listening to this, she creates the illusion by the way she speaks that Egypt is not in Africa, it's in the Middle East.
Wow.
That's just a side note. And it was so beautiful. They admitted that the Minoan culture civilization was influenced by the Egyptian culture. But they keep referring to the Egyptian culture as if it is in the Middle East, completely taking Egypt out of Africa. So when we're arguing that point, this is a perfect example. Like I remembered it, I said I need to bring it up. I said, look, a perfect example right here. Every time she mentioned Egypt, she kept taking it out of Africa and placing it into the Middle East just by the way she was articulating and narrating the program.
Yo, Chef, can I share my screen real quick?
Hold on, let me read this to us on Canaan Barney, right? Let's see what they was doing with slaves and whether they was a slave economy. All right. Canaan Barney, from the 9th century to the 1900. All right. That's how long that kingdom existed. All right. Canaan Barney Empire was a large African state which existed from the 9th century through the end of the 19th century and which spanned a region which today includes modern-day countries of Niger, Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria. The empire was founded by the Zaghawa, nomadic people, who may have been the first in the Central Sudan to acquire and make use of iron technology and horses. The empire was first mentioned by Arab chroniclers in the 9th century, and by the 10th century, the ruler of Canaan had control of the Kalwa Oasis, a vital economic asset. The political structure of the Canaan Empire had most likely grown out of rival states coming under the control of the Saghawa. In the 11th century, the Saghawa clans were driven out by Hamia ibn Sulamna, who founded the kingdom of Canaan with its capital at Njimi. I thought this was going to be about slavery. Hold on. Oh, okay. Here we go. I'm rushing. All right. The Safavid dynasty was established, a dynasty which ruled from 771 for 771 years, the longest known reign in history. Wow. Did y'all hear that? This family, one family ruled for 771 years. That's the longest reign of a dynasty or one family being in power in the history of the world. Damn, that's interesting. Safavid rulers known as Mays claimed they were descendant from a heroic Arabic figure, and the dynasty greatly expanded the influence of Islam, making it the religion of the court. Wealth came largely through trade, especially in slaves, which was facilitated by the empire's position near important north-south trade routes. I'm going to read that again. Wealth came largely through trade, especially in slaves, which was facilitated by the empire's position near important north-south trade routes.
I like that. But we have to understand what slave trade it was and what slave trade we're talking about right there. Because it exactly told you. Ottomans, that's an Arab slave trade.
You said the Ottomans?
Or the Ottomans. You can say the Ottomans because this is the time.
The Ottomans. Here you go with the Turkish shit.
You can't misplace it.
You've been waiting on this shit.
No. You see, that's it. You think I'm waiting on them? No. You have to put them in there. You have to put the Arabs in there. If they mention Islam, you have to put the Muslims in there. I'm not denying it. I knew about it. Because this is actually in a book I have on this. So I've read some of it.
Hey, Sabio. He clearly said that these people ruled for 700 years.
71 years. No one's denying that. And I'm agreeing with you.
Hold on.
But what I'm saying is that you have to take into context first thing they.
No, listen.
The Safavid dynasty was established.
Let me.
And who were they? They said they came from Arabic Arabs.
Right.
Nah, that was a myth. That was some dumb shit that they said. It clearly said that they was from Niger and Chad. That's where they came from. It say Niger. It say the region which today includes modern day countries of Niger, Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria.
I'm not disagreeing.
They made up a myth about they coming from Arabic motherfucker. No, these motherfuckers was West African. Go ahead, Corey.
But my point was that these people saw an advantage. They saw how to get the bag off of Islam, how to keep control, how to maintain
That's
control.
all I was saying. Also getting wet.
Now, That doesn't mean that they if it wasn't for Islam, they wouldn't have been doing slavery. They had already been doing slavery. They just saw how to maintain control by using Islam. They just
did it say that?
Keeping up with this time. No, they didn't have to say that. It said they ruled for 700 years, and then they started bringing in. After a while, they started saying they was descended from some Arab dude.
Okay.
So, obviously, the only reason to do something like that is because you're gonna maintain. It's an economic influence, and it's a power influence there. That's how you maintain money, the money bag, and that's how you maintain the power and control, bro, through the Islam.
All right. Thank you.
Oh shit, Sean here, y'all. Here we about to get it in.
So,
all right, go ahead, Savio. You can finish your point.
There's a few things that people are not actually understanding what I'm saying, and I think they're trying to. They think I'm trying to minimize it, and I'm not. What I'm saying is we have to take it to the things that made these people do these things. So if they did have a slave system where they traded slaves, did that system before they got in contact with who? And they converted to Islam. Was it a business before? Was it international?
Oh, now you moving the goalposts. What do you mean?
The goalposts always be moved, man. The goalposts be moved. That's how the conversation continues.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah. It does.
Fine.
It continues when we're unable
What's
to
going on, Sean?
establish
What's up, Sean?
a solid argument. What's going on? Hey, I wanna ask a question real quick,
Go ahead.
and then I'm gonna listen back in. So, because we're talking about African involvement, right? So, and we're talking about slave trading or the trading of slaves from an African perspective. Okay, so I wanna go before Islam, before Europeans ever touched it, because that was mentioned before. So I want to know in which West African countries or any country on the continent of Africa can we find slave markets, and from those slave markets, where can we trace back the slave trade routes that attach to those markets? Those are my two questions. And I'm saying all the countries on the continent. I'm not excluding any. All the countries. I want to know where the slave markets were all over the continent, and then I want to know where the routes that connected to those markets are before and after.
But this is what I'm trying to get them.
Hold on, Savio. Hold on, I'm trying to get this
Hold on,
question.
Savio.
Before he's talking about before 600, basically prior to 600 AD. We're talking about. Basically.
Gotta be
before the coming of Islam, before Europeans step foot. Where are the slave markets?
Europeans step foot? Damn, son. Goddamn. What part of Africa? Then Rome is there. Greece, 300 BC. Like how far we? Like,
no. I'm just saying before the Arabs. You ain't got to go. You ain't got to
so
go to 300.
Okay, before 600 then. Prior to
before 600. Mm-hmm.
So.
And what sources you gonna accept prior to 600?
I mean, you can give me whatever. You can give me whatever source you want to.
But see, that is a trick because there's not any. He already know that.
There's no trick. There's no trick. I'm asking for the evidence.
No, but you know, it's no sources before. We don't have no sources from the 500s about West Africa coming from West Africans.
Okay, so you don't have any sources regarding trade prior to Arabs?
Yeah, you have Romans penetrated and they established trade, but it really wasn't documented. We don't even know. Sometimes they went through the the Gurmantes. Sometimes they say the Gurmantes was existed in those regions. Sometimes they say the Gurmantes did the trade for them. Like, so it's all over the place. Like, all
right.
Go ahead.
So all right. So again, before the Arabs, before the Europeans, are you telling me that you can't even find trade routes?
No, you can find trade
routes.
Are you? No, okay. You can find trade routes, right? But I think that would be more. I think those.
But if you can find trade routes, then you can find the trading of slaves. Wouldn't you be able to say
they definitely had slaves. We know that the Romans, that sub-Saharan African slaves made it in to Roman provinces. That's a fact. You feel me? Now, where they got, if they got it from a direct trade or by them just being in North African markets, that's one. We're not sure, right? Do you agree with that? We wouldn't be sure of whether those slaves, they procured those slaves from out of markets that was in North Africa, or they had a direct trade with sub-Saharan Africa. We don't know that. I can admit that.
So, and those slaves that they took.
Hold on, Sosa.
Let me ask a question. I won't get in there. Those slaves they took in Spain.
Y'all the ones talking, man. I'm just trying to ask.
No, we on the same point. I'm trying to get clarity.
Go ahead, Sosa. I'm messing. Go ahead.
The same. Right. So when them Moors go into Spain, right, and they have
there you go.
Africans in the army, right?
Right.
Where they get them from? Did they? Like, where to get those slaves that they had actually in the army that took to Spain?
Sub-Sahara.
So
see, but when the Moors were moving, when the Moors were moving people through the Iberian Peninsula, when they were conducting that trade themselves, there was routes. You see what I'm saying? When you look at the 7th century, when you look at the 7th through the 11th century, there was routes where these people that were foreign, that was dealing in trading bodies, that was coming in and doing a whole lot of things. So what I'm asking is an honest question, because we would have a market for bodies pre-Islam
in sub-Saharan Africa.
We would have it. We would be able to establish it because we have a trade with all these other natural resources. We have these markets set up for all these other areas.
And they saying
all
slaves
the Arabs
moved
did,
on
all
these
the Arabs
markets.
did was consume the routes that was there and expanded routes.
Yeah, that's the point. The slaves moved along these same routes with other goods.
So we would see bodies.
We see the
bodies as trade.
The Romans, if you're looking for sources,
keep going to the Romans. The hell with the Romans.
That's the only people who was writing in that area prior to Islam, who made any mention in a written record before Islam. You asked for before Islam.
So how do we know those routes existed if we didn't get them from Romans and we didn't get them from Arabs?
How else would we know though? So that's a trick question, bro.
No, I'm not asking a trick question. We knew the routes. Listen, we have evidence that routes existed before Islam and before the Romans. We know this. So all of a sudden, we're just going to ignore the fact that there was routes there?
Now, how do we know? But what written records let us know that those routes were there? Who are you using as a source that lets you know that those routes were there prior, other than Romans or Arabs? Who are you using?
Yeah, so I'm using Bohan, Boahen. I'm using Jai, Ajayyi. I'm using.
So who are their sources though? Who are their sources though? Who are they using?
No, just hold on. You asked me for my sources.
Sean got a whole book coming out on this. We about to jump on them. Go ahead, Sean.
No, I have. Dang it, what is book at? Nah, that's my History of the Gold Coast book. Yeah, I got two more on a Jai. I got another crowd I got about 7 sources. And then we got UNESCO. Y'all all got this volume 3. That's just gonna give you the Islam aspect when you go to volume 3. And you can kind of it's some stuff in there that'll lead you toward trade routes. And then this is my last one, then I gotta go. And then I got what my other source at? Come on, man, it's a thin book. Where that book at? About the routes, about the slave, about the not the slave routes, but the trade route. I got another book. Austin, Austen. Yeah. He deal with the Sahara. And then of course, I got the Arabs and all that, but I'm saying before the Arabs. But I'll let y'all ponder on that.
All right, cool. I keep listening in, because we're gonna deal with that. All right, my man. So look, what he said basically is about the trade routes. Now, it doesn't mean that those who in the hell jump back on. Hold on. You look like you about to die.
I'm about to die, yo. I play my nephew and my dancer.
Y'all hit that like button for Unc about to pass out on live on you on the Pseudo Killers.
Hey, that's a win. That's a victory.
Yo about to have a black African heart attack.
Hey, somebody call. Where you at? I'm at somewhere. Call him.
Yo about to have that black African heart attack. Was good.
What done happening? A well-organized heart attack. Teach your whole ass every time. Y'all already know what it is, man. I'm calling you from heaven, man. I might have won, but I died. Thanks to the pseudos, right? With the melanin, you know what I'm saying? And the herbs and the roots, they brought me back.
That's funny as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
That was a good workout. It was a good workout.
I'm about to deal with Sean Point.
What's Sean Point? What's Sean?
He dived off. He said, he asked, can we show slave markets?
Yeah.
No, that ain't no uh-oh.
Yeah, he wants sources before there were sources.
Yeah, he asking for sources before there were sources.
Y'all stupid, yo.
It's a good trick, though. It's a good trick. You know what I mean?
Hey, yo, but guess what? You know what his real point is, though, yo?
What that is?
His real point is that the Europeans can come into an area and see some humans there, whatever and don't understand what they doing and can misconstrue it, yo. That's always the possibility of what they do. They do that all the time, yo.
So Europeans, that's stupid. They gonna misconstrue slavery.
Yeah,
like,
all the time.
That's like them saying that a European got a tree in Europe. And he come to Africa and mistake a tree for something else. We're talking about slavery, yo. Human beings understand slavery. That is universal, yo. Like, we gotta stop.
Yeah.
We gotta stop at some point.
Yo, lying is universal, nigga. Lying only occurs in Europe, bro.
That shit look like slavery. That shit. He's like, yo, can he go? He can't go nowhere.
Can I buy him?
You know what I'm telling you?
That's a slave right there.
So if I give you if I give you this silverware, you gonna give me 20 of those people right there that you got tied up. And they got to do whatever I say do. Sound like slavery to me.
Nah, yo, but you don't know you're gonna take them 4,000 nautical miles. It take 2 months to get there, my nigga.
Once
like they ain't know all that effort,
man,
yo.
you crazy.
No,
that didn't matter. That didn't matter. So you telling me the nigga who wanted the umbrella cared about where you was taking them niggas at?
Yo,
Are
they
you
thought
serious?
after a year you could walk your ass back, my nigga.
They didn't care,
Let's
Who
be
the fuck?
real, yo. They
I'm
did.
selling people.
Yo.
You think I actually care about these motherfuckers? These
I
motherfuckers,
know.
I just killed
Yeah.
their whole village to get 10
thought
of
you
them
could walk
niggas.
back, nigga.
I really care about these niggas.
They had no idea that they was going 4,000 nautical miles.
And they
It took
didn't
2 months,
care.
nigga.
They didn't
At
care.
first, they didn't know that. Y'all
didn't-
making it up.
Hey, they took them to the boats for the Europeans. Oh, you wasn't here when I read that, did you?
That was after a nigga got beat up. You ain't had no choice but to take him to the boat. You would take me to the boat.
No,
nigga.
listen.
After you see me slaughter your whole family, you be like, take on to the boat.
The Africans put their goods on the boat, their ivory, right? And everything else that they were selling to Europeans, along with the human bodies, they will put them on their canoes and take them out to the boat, to the big ship, to the white man. So he didn't give a fuck where he was taking that ivory at. He ain't care. I sold them to you. They're yours.
You want
They
the
ain't my
slave
problem
market,
no
though. That's
more.
what we looking for.
Huh?
We're looking for the slave market.
And for me,
Oh, y'all
like,
lucky.
you understand, like, if he trade 40 for umbrella, you understand the value he saw with that? Like, you can have 40 of these niggas.
Right.
That's the type of value I put on. That tell you that they didn't carry much value. Or he would be like, yo, 40 is way too much.
For an umbrella.
Or he like, nigga, we got thousands of these niggas, yo. I'll give you 40. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the point, yo. They tricked them, yo. Like, come on, yo. How is that not a trick to give me an umbrella for some
I'm
humans?
saying,
Yo, that's gotta be a trick, yo.
Gonna give away.
Who said it's
I'm
a
saying,
trick?
if 40,
Yo, verify that story, yo. That's a good fun.
No, I'm saying,
verify that story.
if
I
40
don't believe
was catastrophic to your bottom line, you wouldn't part with 40. Be like, nah, I give you 5. 40's
Yo,
too
but
much.
how you act like they ain't have umbrellas, yo?
What?
They had palm trees, nigga. They did, yo. You ain't seen them in
They
Egypt, yo,
couldn't
with the
carry the palm trees with them. The European made a retractable umbrella that these niggas could take around everywhere.
The designer shit, like Gucci, like a Gucci bag.
Bamboo. Let me show y'all. They had the retractable brand bamboo with the palm leaves on it. All you had to do was roll it up. Roll the leaves up. When you got to your spot, unroll it. Bamboo is very flexible. There you go. Retractable umbrella.
So why the fuck, again, why the fuck would you sell 40 motherfuckers for one umbrella if you had the
Must have
bamboo
been mad
and
at
shit?
them, yo. All I can say, yo, they was mad at them niggas. Yeah, I give you 40. I can't stand them anyway. I don't know. It's a good joke. I don't know. Shit. Y'all lucky I ain't got the energy of my sons and them took the energy out, man. I'm done.
And what about the
Y'all can see.
Saniki kingdom?
The who?
The
what
Saniki.
kingdom?
The Saniki.
Look, see, they were sneaky. So we ain't listening to the sneaky ones.
So we had the Saniki. So back to Sean about the trade routes. All right, now Sean, if you still listening, hold on, somebody else just came in. Somebody
They'll
else.
say the Saniki kingdom, yo.
He asked do we have any records of I guess
Slave market.
Yeah, slave markets and stuff before the Arabs.
Right, yo. Come on, yo. You know better.
No, but
You know better,
but
yo.
we do. See,
You know better.
that's the problem.
You don't gotta say it because you know better.
No, but that's the problem. Think about it.
You don't gotta say it.
The Romans
Man.
had
What's understood don't gotta be said.
no. The Romans already had they had sub-Saharan African slaves in the Roman Empire.
And man, slave armies, they've been had slave armies go back into PC times.
We talking about in Africa, yo. You know.
Yes, in Africa.
You talking about sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah, Sosa asked them. It was sub-Saharan Africans went into Spain in the 700s. He asked, where did those sub-Saharan Africans come from?
Based off your argument, they had that electric fence they couldn't go through.
No, they were slave armies.
Oh, so the slave armies can escape the fence, but the
They
regular
didn't
people
know
can't.
they was brought there. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Brought there to castrate them niggas. All that shit.
Right. Y'all tripping.
Y'all had a
They were,
previous
they were
argument.
made specifically for the army. Castrate them so they can and pray. Come on, man.
I was just saying y'all had a previous argument that was simply saying that those sub-Saharan Africans wasn't in North Africa. Now you're saying that people brought them in there.
Yes.
So now I'm saying, so why does it always take people to get us in North Africa?
Because that's not where we chilled at. Can you get that through y'all heads? That's not where we chilled at. They already had another population that was chilling in North Africa. We chilled below the Sahara. Why is that a big deal? Like what?
How do we know it was below the Sahara,
What
bro?
if you find out that Africans, that black Africans, right? It's some black Africans that want to chill below the Sahara. Would that mess with y'all? What would that really affect
It would.
y'all?
It absolutely would.
Why?
Because they was traders and far-flung traders and explorers, just like I'm gonna use y'all, just like all humans.
Yeah.
So if they did slavery. Hold on. So if they did slavery like all humans, then they did exploration like all humans. Let's not stop.
Yeah,
I'm agree with y'all now. So let's apply that to everything at all times. Let's do that, and I'm good. I will no longer argue. If y'all agree that since slavery is a human endeavor, then exploration and trade and commerce is a human endeavor too.
Definitely.
What we gonna do?
Definitely.
Okay, good.
But
great. Well,
but
I'm done. Don't butt.
It's not
No butt.
widespread.
I'm not gonna butt.
It has to be a but, because
See?
you're talking
See, I
about
did.
you're talking about a whole group of people. When Sosa brought up that the Arabs and the Berbers took sub-Saharan Africans into Spain with them for their conquest of Southern Europe. Where did those sub-Saharan Africans come from, and what was their function? Right? What was their function in that society? That it wasn't their society. You brought out that they couldn't even come outside at night in fucking Spain, so we know that it wasn't their culture. They was put into that situation. That wasn't theirs. They came there as subordinates. So
yeah, I agree there.
Right.
But that ain't the.
So they wasn't North Africans. Do you agree with that? What? So you're telling me that the blacks that went into Spain with the Berbers and the Arabs, they were black North Africans?
No, I'm simply saying that since y'all saying slavery is a human goddamn institution, then I'm saying that fucking trade and exploration is a human endeavor. So they would clearly have motherfuckers in North Africa before anybody told them. That's all I'm saying. And if y'all say okay, then we both done. I'm gonna let y'all have the slavery part and let me have these niggas travel like everybody else.
Yeah,
and then I'm done with the conversation.
Definitely they
we
travel.
good?
No, they definitely travel for trade.
No, not for just trade, just trying to see what's there, like everybody else do.
Listen, only thing we know about is the goddamn trade. Now you can talk about they was swimming across the Mediterranean to see what was there. We don't know nothing about that. You feel me?
You know what we do know though?
What?
We know that people that was on that ocean that had canoes tried that motherfucker just based off of human beings. So we know they tried to go out that motherfucker. We ain't got no evidence to prove that they made it anywhere, but we know they tried the shit. You're gonna have a crazy nigga like y'all that let's go to the canoe. You already know it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Human beings are very explorative, right? They explore, they're very curious. And since y'all saying slavery is part of that human thing, then don't start taking away human attributes when it's in my motherfucking face.
No,
it's in your favor right now. Okay, slavery is what humans do at times. War is what humans do at times. Okay, exploring and trying shit is also what humans do at times. So we can end the discussion right here if y'all disagree. See? But watch y'all fight.
No, because we don't even know the point that you're
I agree with Ankh 100%.
I don't know what point he trying to make. He just derailed
You know
us.
what point I'm making, goddammit. You do know.
He trying to throw us off the scent right now.
Right.
No, I'm not.
flooding
I
the water.
said y'all won the conversation. I said y'all have officially won because you're right. Slavery is what humans do. Killing people is what humans do. Building empires is what humans do. Exploring is what humans do. Trade is what humans do. So we're
And
gonna
there
say
were
that to be
blacks,
done.
and there were sub-Saharan Africans in North
In North
Africa.
Africa.
And we
Because
call
they
them,
was exploring.
Berber the same way.
Because they was
Yeah,
exploring.
it could be, but not enough. Not enough.
See,
to
now
change
it's not
that,
enough. So there wasn't enough niggas doing slavery neither then.
Nah,
How you want to do this?
Because exploring, a whole nation ain't exploring, nigga. You talk about a few individuals on a goddamn canoe. They ain't finna change the goddamn dynamic of a region.
No, I ain't say that. I never said that.
No,
nobody
Yeah, I'm sure there was a few niggas that I'm sure.
All right. So I'm done with the. I'm done.
And some of
just
them
wanna get that off.
was slaves. That's why.
Okay. All right. All right, man.
Yeah, can I add something?
Oh, you still here?
American
Go
Dream.
ahead, American Dream.
American Dream. Here you go. He about to fuck it.
Yeah, man. I think what Aunt just said, because I think again, he's trying to make it seem as if people that want to hold, he's trying to make it seem as if people that want to hold Africa accountable are justifying slavery. Like we're saying there's nothing to do with slavery.
Wow.
And that's not what we're saying. Like we're just saying that Africa has to be held responsible as well. Nobody's saying that the slavery is okay, right? And nobody's saying that. All we're saying is you have to hold Africans responsible as well. And when you're doing that, I don't know if Shep realizes like the conundrum or that rabbit hole that he's exposed of, if Africans really are responsible, what does that say about white supremacy? And I keep bringing that up because I think that's very important. And I think that's a major reason why people keep trying to just, put aside Africa's responsibility. But again, nobody's trying to justify slavery. We're just saying we have to keep people responsible that are responsible. And I don't understand how that points to us justifying it.
No, I never said that. Like, I agree with you. So I just want you to know that trying to hold people accountable is not saying what you think. Like, I get it. Y'all hold, okay, so we got the accountability, but I also want the accountability for the niggas traveling outside of sub-Saharan Africa and climbing that great electric fence to end up in North Africa. Give me that.
Indeed, absolutely. And that is a part of accountability. And and there are some people who try to sweep that under the rug as well. And you're 100% right. That is in the wide open, and that's examples of Africans going into Europe, beating people over the head and dragging them away as well. So, and that has to be dealt with as well.
Yeah, but see, now this way I come in at, and I agree with everything that both of y'all said. But the moment you do that, you leave. All right, Africans enslaved Europeans, right? Now you could say that, and that statement will be 100% true, right? But it wasn't the Africans below the Sahara. So you're talking about different demographic of people. So Europeans in one hand can say, well, Africans enslaved us too, right? Because y'all ever heard of the slavery of the Barbary Coast, right? That's when, North Africans, right, went all up into Europe, all the way up to goddamn Britain, enslaving white people and bringing them back and selling them in markets in fucking North Africa, right? Now, it's white people who say that Africans enslaved us first, right? But that would be crazy as shit for all Africans to take on that fucking responsibility. First, we gotta figure out, well, what Africans are y'all talking about? Now, y'all talking about some Berbers and some Arabs. Y'all ain't talking about, you see what I'm saying? So it gets to the point where you would say, don't blanket Africans saying Africans enslaved other Africans? Well, we do, because the people who was kidnapping the people for the European slave trade and stuff were Africans, but they want us to be specific. All right. So if they want us to be specific, we'll give specific tribal names of these people. And then once we give y'all specific tribal names, now y'all got to deal with that. But y'all don't even want to be kosher there. Y'all gonna say it wasn't slavery, it wasn't the same. So this shit is gonna constantly, y'all gonna constantly keep moving the goddamn goalposts.
Your source said that. Your source said that you read, though. Yeah, I'm just going off what you read.
No, see, that's the point. The source,
you say you don't agree with that part of the source.
No, I do agree with that, but it wasn't talking about all of it. That's the point.
What? No. Go back and read that.
So, Chef, at some point, you would have to kind of agree that it's quite possible the reason why the sub-Saharan Africans didn't enslave Europeans is just because they didn't get the chance to.
Facts.
You know, whenever they had the chance to enslave their neighbors, they certainly did it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, let's not pretend as if these sub-Saharan Africans were so much better and they just chose not to enslave the Europeans. They just never had the opportunity to. But if they did, I'm sure they would have, because they enslaved their neighbors that look just like them. Why wouldn't they enslave these people that look so different?
About time, American dream has it.
It's just status quo. That's how the world operated. Like they would have operated like humans did at that time period. No different.
Oh, y'all enslaved me to death. Yeah, I feel like a damn slave.
Now you said my source. You saying I'm disagreeing with my source.
Yeah, you like your man.
I'm gonna pull my source.
Go to CDC and talk shit about vaccines. Nigga, don't talk shit about the motherfucking CDC, nigga. CDC agreed that vaccines are safe and effective against coronavirus.
All right. Now,
go back to that point. Read that again.
Back
right
to
there.
my source. All right.
Mm-hmm.
It says
okay. At the end, right?
Yeah. It is important to, this is the second to last paragraph.
All right, stop right there. It said it's an important. What does he mean by it's important?
Listen, let me read
Can I narrate through for you while you read it?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
It is important to distinguish between.
Now hold on, right there. It says it's important. That means everybody listening, right? After you read everything before that, it says it's important to keyword distinguish. What does the word distinguish means? Separate. Mm-hmm. No, there's a difference. Distinguish it. Don't argue with it. Don't make it the same shit. But go ahead, Chef.
It is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery.
Man, that's a hell of a statement right there, ladies and gentlemen.
On you, because it's both talking about slavery.
Go ahead.
And there's both with slavery.
But it's different. It's different.
I didn't already went through the cultural differences. And how
pseudo dies at its source. Go ahead.
How?
Go ahead. Keep
All
reading.
right. It is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery.
And that's all we was doing and fighting for, yo. That's all we've been fighting for.
And I acknowledged that before you even got on.
Listen, all right, but keep reading.
But hold on, before you even got on, I said this is Unc and them point.
I know I heard you say that. Keep going, but you ain't.
All right.
Go ahead.
Let me, where was that?
Nah, don't lose your place now, goddamn.
Don't lose your place. In most cases, slavery systems in Africa were more like indentured servitude.
Okay, so stop. So what it's saying is that there are some cases when it was like the European, like it wasn't just indentured servitude. So we accept that. Mm-hmm. But it's saying in most cases it was, but there are cases that is not.
Okay.
This is context, but go ahead.
Right. Indentured servitude, that was slaves retained some rights and children born to slaves were generally born free. The slaves,
generally meaning not all of them was, generally.
Yeah.
You know what the word general means? Not everybody. Yeah. Some niggas was done.
In general, for the most part.
Right. And for the most part, in general. All right.
The slaves could be released from servitude. Do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, they could be released. They was releasing motherfuckers. So we
It
know in
say
European slavery, they was releasing people too.
Right.
You could definitely get released.
Right.
Onesimus, I believe, got released. There are plenty of people that got released. Go ahead.
It say the slaves could be released from servitude and join a family clan. In contrast,
Become a part of society. Go ahead. In
In contrast, European slaves were chattel or property who were stripped of their rights. The cycle of slavery was perpetual. Children of slaves would by default also be slaves. Now,
Yeah, yo, and that's what we arguing right there. We just saying that right there, yo, is a different animal. And what I am saying is, at first, we had no idea that all that shit was going on with them at first. And then you'll get a period where we clearly understood all of that shit about how they was doing this forever, and niggas still participate in that faction. So that's my closing statement on it.
All right, so let me, since we still at the source, I'm gonna go back.
So the show over with, ladies and gentlemen, the show's over with.
And give context to that what I just read in the same goddamn paragraph. See, that's the end. That's second paragraph.
All right. That was at the end?
Yeah.
What you just read?
No, that
All
wasn't
right.
the end. That was a further down paragraph. He actually kills what you were saying in the end paragraph, but I ain't even going
So
to do that.
something wrong with him then. Why is he doing that?
No, because he's giving you the full context. A person don't
Go
have
ahead
to
and read it, Chef. Go ahead and read it.
What you say?
Go ahead,
I
read
said,
it.
go ahead and read it, please.
Okay.
Read where you think you killed it.
Okay, he say, although the historical reality is sometimes difficult to accept by African Americans who still face racial discrimination over a century after the abolition of slavery. African complicity in the slave trade neither justifies today's social problems nor minimizes their seriousness. Right?
Yeah, that's right. That kills the African nightmare. American nightmare.
No, it's
point
agreeing
right
with him.
No, it ain't.
It is.
It don't.
That's agreeing with what. Listen to what he said. Listen.
All right, say it. Read it again.
Listen,
Read it again. It says, just
all right.
go ahead.
It says, although the historical reality is sometimes difficult to accept by African Americans who still
Okay,
face
hold on. It's hard for us to accept. Go ahead.
by
Yeah,
African
go ahead.
Americans, by
Okay.
African Americans, right? Who still, because we still face discrimination, right?
Go
Over
ahead.
a century after the abolition of slavery.
Right.
African, African complicity in the slave trade neither justifies today's social problems nor minimizes their seriousness.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
So he's saying that don't make the statement that American Dream was saying, because he said it don't justify it. It doesn't justify the shit that they doing. Meaning, like, you can't justify that. Or what else to say? Don't justify it. Like, oh, okay, they're only doing it because we sold them to white people.
Right,
He said you can't
absolutely. No,
justify
Unc is
based
right.
off of that.
Yeah, but
Unc is
you
right.
can't do it on both sides though. Do you agree?
I agree, but it's just, but it's beat. No, it's just saying that it's saying, first of all, understand that we did have people that was in the slave trade and complicit in it,
Right.
but still that doesn't justify the shit that's going on now. That's all I was saying.
Right.
I just,
Right, and if I can,
Go ahead.
if I can, kind of where I was saying that, Africa's involvement kind of does away with the idea of white supremacy. This guy is saying not necessarily. There's
Right.
enough going on now to prove white supremacy. And also, when I would say that the same thing with reparations, if Africa was involved, then, it diminishes the idea of reparations. And I think this guy would say not necessarily based on what's going on now. There's enough of a claim for reparations, even if we take that away.
Right.
And so I do think that he's disagreeing with me. But that doesn't necessarily make me hold on to what I believe any less. I still hold on strongly to what I believe.
Right, but that's why I made the point that they actually in the Antebellum South, I've read several books on the subject. that they was trying to pass laws in America. When matter of fact, I can read documents to say, yo, they about to make slavery illegal in other parts of the world. So we need to go ahead and start breeding slaves. And so what I'm saying is Africans weren't involved on plantation when they was breeding people. So from the point when they was breeding Africans, okay, slave markets and all that, to George Floyd, like that's enough to show that these idiots owe us money and they was wild. That's my point. That's all I was saying.
Right, and I guess what I would say is the same exact way if we were to take each piece individually, because when we talk about reparations, we talk about a bunch of things. We talk about slavery, civil rights, Jim Crow, red.
Suggesting is that if
you take each one individually, the same way you can show that slavery and the slave trade is not about white supremacy. If you take each one individually, that's happening to Black people now, you can also show that none of them have anything to do with white supremacy. And that's where, you know, that's
I don't think that. No, I don't agree with that.
No, because the white supremacy concept wasn't in play at the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade. The white supremacy construct don't start to occur until you get the invention of the term white in the late 1600s, early 1700s. This is when you get even a concept of white and white supremacy, shit like that. So you can't. So that's not. You can't compare those two.
Well, yeah, we're Mr. Who's that? Mr. Rich, where you at?
I'm right here.
What's up?
Hey, yo, I want to say peace to the panel, respect to everybody first. Yeah, but I mean, it did say the majority of it was chattel slavery, right? That the Europeans was doing.
Yeah.
As far as the difference, right?
Yeah.
And we definitely had the chattel slavery in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would not be white supremacy in America as far as that's concerned?
It is. Exactly.
The guy was saying it wasn't. The guy was saying it wasn't.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you categorize the term white, and now you start making casteism of whiteness, and then saying black people can't vote. Now you're setting up the white supremacy construct, but that didn't exist. But that doesn't exist at the transatlantic. You know what I mean? At the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, that concept wasn't in play yet.
Yeah, white supremacy is something that was going on to maintain slavery. Like it was going on before white supremacy. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and since I had pulled this up because Unc wanted me to pull it up, and he said that my source killed me, but I actually only read this. I used this as, a framework to base the conversation around. Unc jumped back off. I was reading a wider definition of slavery, so we can figure out whether the things in this article, whether some of the things that he said in there was correct, right? So I was going to use other sources to try to put together. I'm not totally agreeing with this article, right? Nor am I totally disagreeing with them. We just trying to get to the truth, right? We just using this. I think this article had all of our points in it. That's why I used it, right? That's the whole reason. I think I sent this to Unc last week. But me and him ain't never go over it together. So, but I had other sources and I started reading from the Lovejoy book, right? Because he was putting slavery into a wider context. So we don't get bogged down into, different tribal features of slavery, right? And we're arguing whether this is slavery because the way they did it in the Americas was this way. So since they did it in Africa this way, we can't call that slavery. I think that's where the conversation was going to get bogged down at. That's why I had another source to give us a context to put all of these things that we call slavery into its proper context. You know what I mean? So
we are saying though there are two different types of slavery. We are saying that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're just saying that. So we're saying that
African has less chattel slavery than anything. That's what we're saying.
Yes.
Because, you know, I mean,
Yeah,
right?
your children,
But we had
the property, you were property in one sense, but in another sense, your offspring wasn't property, right? And in the American,
for
some, right?
But they say most of it wasn't like chattel slavery. They said most of it, right?
Yeah, they say most of it wasn't like chattel slavery.
Right.
Okay. All right. So we're just saying that, hey,
it's different
certain parts
forms
of
of
Africa,
slavery.
they had, you know, I'm saying European form of slavery in some parts of Africa by Africans.
Yeah, I want to say even say European form, just chattel.
Mm-hmm.
Chattel. Chattel.
That's what it was.
Yeah, chattel.
Yeah.
But Africans has less chattel slavery than, you know.
Yeah. But then, like I said, when you look at the dynamic, though, you would
Don't
expect
say
that.
the button. You just do the button.
Yeah,
See how you
listen,
do it?
because
because
they're not.
Hey, so we could have closed the show out. Y'all
I
won
ain't
y'all
get-
point. Now you want a button.
No, I ain't, because I don't want.
Lord, what you trying to do now?
Listen.
What?
Because they're not. Because the Africans themselves aren't necessarily. They're producing the slaves from war.
What?
Right? But
they're producing the slaves from prisoners of war, right? They kill the one that they don't want, right? But a lot of their slaves are prisoners, right? Or people who are sell themselves in servitude or whatnot, right? The Europeans are buying them. You see the difference?
No, they
Well, we're
wasn't.
just going off what the article said. We're just going off what the article said. The article said, let's distinguish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, we're just going off what the article said.
Yeah, but Sosa don't want to distinguish. He want to mess the whole conversation. It's almost there.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I understand why that would exist. I understand why European would be more chattel than African.
How you understand that, yo?
Because one is in a system where the slaves are being produced, and the other one is purchasing. The other one is purchasing property. You see what I'm saying?
No,
so you would
yo.
expect the people that's purchasing property. I mean, they're buying them.
Yo, so
if
you
I
gonna
trade
act?
something for you, I own you. You see what I'm saying?
Wait. It's time for some specifics. I'm saying, specifically speaking, I can show you where the Portuguese was kidnapping niggas without no Africans. They did.
And we can show you where Africans was kidnapping niggas.
That's not what we talking about right now.
Yeah, that's
not
rare. But that's not the mold.
That's not red. That is not red. You don't know what you're talking about with that.
I'm saying it wasn't the mold. It wasn't the mold that produced millions of slaves, bro. That's like small. Those are outliers. That's not. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. That's when it first started. They came in kidnapping niggas. The Portuguese came in kidnapping, running up on niggas' villages, snatching niggas.
How many people how many bodies?
Nigga, I don't know, yo, but you can just get a lot of niggas like that, yo. I don't know.
I mean, they didn't get enough from prisoners of war. They got a lot of slaves do that.
Yeah.
When the Africans fighting each other.
Yeah, it depends. But that depends.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter what turned you into a slave.
Right.
Right. That would be arguing the mechanisms that reduces a person to slavery.
Well, that's what he was arguing.
No.
Right.
What reduces a person to slavery and people being slaves is two different things, right? If a thief could be put into slavery.
How can you separate it, yo?
Huh?
How can you separate that? You can't separate that.
No, I wouldn't, but you do.
No, I'm saying that if you just run up in my house and snatch me out of there, that's some wild shit. But if me and you fighting house to house, and I run in your house and you get my motherfucking ass, or you run around, you get me because we at war. That's different. That's not. That's real different, yo. It is different. The result ends up being the same, but y'all don't see that.
Yeah, because see, I might be fighting you because you already been on bullshit. I don't want to be in this shit.
Hold
I
up,
gotta
hold
fight
up.
you because you're on straight bullshit.
So y'all saying that it's not different from two tribes fighting each other. One tribe win, get the prisoner of war, sell them to the Portuguese or whatever. It's not different than the Portuguese coming to the coast and snatching us up.
What I'm saying is that, do you think that the Africans would see any different?
I'm asking
Because the
you,
end
do
result,
you see any
because
different than that?
no, it's no different because the end result is
Really?
the same.
That's
No,
Yes,
it's
the
no
end
different,
result
bro.
is the same, but I'm saying is the initial action the same?
The initial act. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's malice, bro. You trying to kill
We
me?
ain't asking that. We just doing step one.
No,
Step one.
I'm
Is it
saying,
the same?
is it identical? Of course not. You already explained the difference.
Okay, then. So that makes. I mean, hey, that's the nature of the association, right?
Yeah,
So
but
we have to
I'm
go with
saying
that.
Yeah, but I'm saying it ain't no. I don't see. See, it's like you're trying to say it's a moral high ground that way, and I'm like,
Nah,
nah,
I'm not even trying. I didn't even
no.
say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say
You're
that.
implying it because you're saying
I'm
one
not
is better than.
implying it. I'm not
No,
implying
you
it
said
either.
no. You said one is better than the other.
No, I didn't. I didn't even say that.
It's better to be invaded on by your neighbors and kidnapped and taken to slavery than some foreigner show up and raid your shit. That's what Uncle's saying, bro. Like, don't try me on that. That's
I
exactly
don't know
what
if
Uncle's
I'm saying that. Oh, that's what you're saying?
No, I ain't saying. What am I saying? What you saying?
You're saying that it's better for you to become a slave through prisoners of war than some foreigners run up in your shit and taking you captive.
I say it's better for the Europeans to do. Say that again.
Which one is better,
What? Go ahead.
For you to be in a tribal war and taken as prisoners of war, or for the European to run up in your shit and take you and you become a prisoner? Which one's better?
Yeah, how could you throw that? That's like a trickery. That's called trickery.
Which one's better? Or are they the same?
So that's a different thing. So I'm saying me and you fighting a war against each other and you snatch me up as a prisoner of war is different from a European coming and snatching my motherfucking ass. Now, at the end of the day, I'm still captive, my nigga. Right? But I'm saying, but the ideology behind it is different. That's what I'm saying. So then let's start calling all the prisoners of war that were prisoners of war to the Vietnamese during the Vietnam War. Let's call them slaves. Was they slaves? Because they definitely worked, right? They did all that shit, but was they classified as slaves?
No.
Nah, but that's different though because
How's that different? See, you see. So all I'm trying to all I want to say, just let me make this point. I just want to say, hold on, bro. I just want to say that the prisoners of war were fucking prisoners of war, just like they was prisoners of war in the Vietnam War.
Did we take those
how they
Vietnamese
became slaves?
and
Hold on. Wait a minute. How they became slaves was that the Europeans brought them and made them slaves. That's how my mind thinks, bro. Like, it don't think the way y'all trying to make it think. I don't get what y'all saying.
Did we take those Vietnamese? Did we take those Vietnamese and trade those Vietnamese to another country for services and goods? That's the difference, bro.
Dagger.
No, you mean did the Vietnamese take the American soldiers and trade them somewhere else?
Way.
That's the question you're asking.
Either way.
No, but if they would have, yes, hold on. But if they would have, then the group that they sold them to would have been the fucking people in charge of the slavery. It wouldn't have been the Vietnamese. They simply said, fuck y'all, we captured y'all niggas and we selling them off. So they would have been in the beginning. Come on, yo.
I have a question. Hey, I have a question, Chef. I have a question for you, Chef.
Go ahead.
All right, so how many, as a percentage, you know what I mean? Because we say Africa has slavery, right? So let's break it down to whatever kind of percentage. What are we saying here? What are we saying? Like 20%, 30% of them had the type of slavery that, like how many tribes were they? Are we just talking about like 5 situations?
I wouldn't talk about tribes.
Hundreds?
I would talk about larger nations, right?
Okay.
I would say all of the large nations did.
Right.
Said I'm professional.
Like what? Let's be specific. Let's get specific.
Okay, you will go by who turned into regional empires, right?
Where?
In West Africa, West and Central Africa, right?
So like Songhai Empire?
Definitely, that was a slave.
Definitely them niggas.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Big slave.
Number one.
Timbuktu? Okay. Songhai. How about Timbuktu?
Yeah, that was a part of the Songhai Empire. They were definitely one of the biggest slave markets was there.
All right, that's
But
one.
they
That's
all
one.
Muslim.
That's one.
They was
That's
all
one.
African, too.
Hey, try to name one that wasn't. Try that one first. Try to name one
No,
that
they
wasn't.
throw that Islam, that Muslim shit out there like these people wasn't African.
I know, but I'm saying it's a different ideology if you Muslim, right?
I swear
But
to
they
God.
African. We're talking about African slavery. Your religion doesn't.
Islam-
Your religion
Islam
doesn't matter
brainwashed
that
them,
much
bro.
to me. It matters
No
to
way.
y'all.
So they had slavery before they converted to Islam.
They did too.
All right, hold on
Okay.
for a minute, Chef. Here's the point I want to make. I'm not being flip funny. Just throwing out Islam make you enslave a person. That's not what I'm saying. You tried to trick us up. I'm saying that in the fucking Quran and in the Old Testament, God gives you rules and regulations to slavery. So if you're accepting Islam, then you're accepting the rules and regulations of slavery. I know y'all hear what I'm saying. I know y'all get what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not a crazy
So
nigga
what African
in the
God
nighttime
was
throwing
against
shit
slavery?
away
That's all I've
before
been trying to get.
That's all I'm saying.
What
So the
African
point
God
is,
had a verse that was against slavery? I'll wait.
but
No,
I'll wait.
I simply said
but the
that
thing
God.
is, the point is they realized they could use Islam to maintain slavery, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's not like, you know what I'm saying, like, because they was Islam, you know, now that gives them the right to do slavery. They was already doing it. It's just that Islam gave them some documentation, or you know what I'm saying,
A mechanism.
a way to justify it. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
I want to know.
Hey, you think the kingdom before they converted to Islam, they read the Quran, whole Quran and shit? You think they studied that shit first? You think they did that?
I don't know. Them niggas couldn't read Arabic, yo. I don't know what they
Exactly.
did.
Those niggas was trying to get a part of the trade, bro. Like, this nigga was trying to.
Hey, give me a source on what kind of slavery they had in Songhai Empire before Islam got there.
They don't got one. They just talking the whole.
Now you doing the same shit Sean did. I swear to God.
I'm just asking. No. I'm just asking because in the channel there's source up. So I'm just asking
give me a source.
Cool.
Give me a source before there were sources. For the
I don't know when there was no sources. I mean, we know about the Songhai Empire, right?
Yeah.
Who's writing? Who's writing though? Who's writing before the Arabs?
The Egyptians, nigga.
Yeah. So what other empire, Chef? What other empire, Chef? So we got the Songhai, that's one. All right, name another one.
Name the Muslim Empire. You know what, yo? Hold on.
I just want to hear all of these empires. So that's Songhai, Habakuba.
Who?
It's Kuba, right? Around the same time over there in the same area, West Africa.
That's in the thing in Angola, in that area, right?
Oh yeah, they definitely had slavery. Go ahead, keep going.
All right. What's the other one? Over there, it's a third one, Mali.
Yeah, that's Songhai. That's all the same shit.
All right, but it's the third one. It's the third one over there.
What?
If they was big, bro, come on, fam.
Yeah.
Like.
And they had the same chattel slavery or the other servitude slavery?
I don't want to get bogged down into the chattel.
No, because that's what the author said. He said we have to make that distinction.
So was you here when I read a definition? I gave context to slavery. You wasn't here.
No, I wasn't here.
Shit.
All right, I got you.
Slavery.
Man, I mean, but the guy just said it's two different types.
Yeah, that's what he said. Now, we don't have to agree with him. We can agree with him or we could disagree with him. I'm sure it's things in the article that disagrees with, and there's things in there that he agrees with, right? It go both ways, right? Go ahead.
So you do agree with that?
I'm trying to figure out which one of them will we be comfortable with our daughter being a part of. Like that's the part I'm trying to figure out, because we keep out. It's a
loaded.
Different.
I appreciate it, Corey. I appreciate that question, Corey. Thank you very much.
and then let's have a discussion then after that, after we decide which one, because I ain't cool with either one of them. Like it's not a good degree of it to me. But go ahead.
Fairness, though.
And like we talked about, even when you talked about the European chattel slavery, right? We could say most of it was chattel slavery, but then we do know that at the same time there are free blacks in that society. We know that there's slaves getting their freedom. We know that slaves inheriting property. You know what I'm saying? But mostly the society was chattel, right? So I don't see how that dynamic don't exist in Africa, where even though you have a form of indentured servitude, you still have chattel coinciding with it at the same time. It's just that the norm was one way, would be more indentured servitude, or like what something like to use, whatever.
All right, show me chattel slavery.
Let me just say this.
Show me chattel slavery.
Can I add something real quick, please? I've been waiting for so long. Let me just say this real quick. It's one thing. Good Lord have mercy. You know when you've been waiting so long to say,
you didn't forgot your
what I want to say. Yeah, but I got it back. But I just got it back. The difference between would you rather be a slave in Africa, like as an African, would you rather be a slave in African, or would you rather be a slave put on a ship and sent away somewhere? In fairness, it is different. If you're a slave, if you're enslaved by your neighbor and you escape, you have a chance of getting home really quickly. If you're shipped away somewhere and you escape, you still have no chance of getting back home, like the chance of getting home. So in that respect, is there a difference? I would say, I think the fear of never having a chance of returning home is greater given what was experienced in the European slave trade. So I think in that respect, it's a major difference.
Yeah, I can feel that.
I just jumped on real quick. One quick question for if I don't on this particular topic. Has anybody found some information that shows that there was chattel slavery in Africa? Because I know a lot of the slavery, not just in Africa, but throughout other continents, slaves could own land. They could, once they're out of their slave, they could actually, some of them even got rank and stuff within the military, within the government, because the chattel slavery wasn't the slavery, not Africa, but other cultures. You didn't see a lot of chattel slavery. So does somebody have a record of Africans actually practicing chattel slavery?
That's what we're doing now. So they're not back us up to 600 AD right now. So now we're back. We got to find something before 600 AD. That's what we have now.
I'm not familiar with I'm not familiar with chattel slavery until the transatlantic slave trade. I mean, I'm not saying it ain't out there, but I'm definitely not familiar with it because other cultures.
You would know it.
Africa, but other places.
Well, what would you call those slaves in the Moorish army that would had their
joints cut
off and shit?
Right.
We call the Arab Empire.
We're talking about how brutal. We definitely there's plenty of records of how brutal Eastern slavery was, which is basically distributed by the Arabics. So it was even more strict. In a lot of cases, it was actually more brutal in some cases than even Western society. I'm just talking about the concept of chattel, of you being owned as property. I was talking about
Montoya. That's the point though. If you're in the slave army and your shit is cut off, like that's chattel, like your property. You ain't. You know what I'm saying? So we can go back to.
Well, I'm just talking about with chattel. So no, just because you fucked up and they did something fucked up to you, because that's how they do punishment, doesn't necessarily mean that's a form of chattel slavery.
No, I mean ownership. We had to we defined chattel slavery earlier. Like, okay, so what's your definition of chattel slavery? What's your definition of chattel slavery so we don't get thrown off? Like, what do you define?
That's fair. So the way I understand chattel slavery is ownership and you are property, whereas in other cultures, the way I've understood their type of slavery was you were still considered a human or whatever, and just because somebody some of them had very harsh punishment, but you were not considered somebody's property in those concepts is how I've understood.
In those systems, slaves were traded same way. either as a commodity, traded for product. They were traded amongst each other same way. That would mean your property.
Well, no. Just cause no. I'm talking about the concept of chattel slavery. The way I understand it in modern times is like I think about it. We know in chattel slave, Western slave, they actually dehumanize the actual slave. Other cultures did not humanize. Just because they traded slaves doesn't mean you're dehumanized.
So what do you call what do you call castrating?
Yeah, I'm talking about but seeing them as not humans, punishing and castrating. So, like I said, Eastern. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying the way I've studied. This is what I've studied. So, still, so for example, seeing someone as not a human. So when the culture still, for example, let's say there's a quote unquote good slave, if you will, right, in these other cultures. So quite often those cultures, they might still gift their slaves because they still saw them as humans. And if a slave steals something, because they punish their slaves harsher than they punish their own citizens, or in some cases, we also know with Muslims and Arabics, their punishments was just bad, even if you were not a slave. That was just part of their culture. They cut your hand off if you stole something. So, doing that shit to their slaves is part of their culture. But still, if you could see, like in chattel slavery, you're not going to see a slave rise to no level because they're not seen as a human at all. They're not seen as a human.
So
you're talking about yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So slavery. So you saying is a humane way to treat slaves?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah, I mean that's
Hey,
what I'm saying.
no, I'm just talking. Like I said, I'm acknowledging how brutal Eastern slavery was, but I'm just talking about the way I understand chattel. Since y'all are asking that difference or whatever, because the chattel is where you start getting into we start getting into your ancestors are now slaves. I mean, your descendants. I'm sorry, your descendants.
Slavery, and no matter which way I done seen it, is a dehumanizing situation. Yeah. You definitely are stripping people of their humanity. Like, so in certain societies, it functions. Well, we can go back to Africa. I'm gonna keep going back to Africa because that's the crux of the conversation. That's what we're talking about. All right, the way these African societies were set up, right? These villages and stuff wasn't that big, but they worked for they had like a federal administration, right? So it could be smaller villages, right, that all had to give tribute to, like we all pay taxes to the American government. You know what I mean? That we get taxed by the federal government, no matter what. So in these smaller villages or whatever, these people, right, some slaves could get brought into the family, right? But but the fact that they were brought and sold is dehumanizing already. The fact that they are told when they could get married, right? And all of this other stuff, man, that's for me,
Let's go back to the Songhai Empire for a second. Let's go back to the Songhai Empire for a second.
Let me ask this gentleman a question first, real quick on what he's talking about. Let me just ask him, would you prefer to be a slave and your ancestors be slaves, or would you prefer to be a slave that's castrated?
Shit. I mean, I definitely don't want to be castrated. I mean, but so what?
Exactly.
What came in late?
So which one was more humane? In that sense, which one was more humane?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't want to be castrated. But I'm saying, so is that y'all? That's what y'all are arguing over? Who had the most humane son? Because I came in late. So is that what y'all are discussing right now?
Because when we argue the dehumanizing factors of chattel slavery, like other forms of slavery, wasn't just as dehumanizing in other areas. You know what I mean? Because
I think you assume that. I was asking, did we know of chattel slavery in practice
in West Africa? Yes,
Africa. That's not suggest. When I'm asking chattel, I'm not talking about whether one is humanizing or not. It's fucking slavery.
Yeah.
But I was asking, did we know of the chattel form? Because I understand chattel to be, you're not looked at as human, and then and what we ended up doing in Western society, your descendants end up being slaves too. So I was just wondering,
No,
did we
but
know
let's
that
stay
happened?
honest. Let's stay honest.
You can't go past 600.
The reason we keep bringing up chattel slavery is to say it's more dehumanizing. Let's be
Oh,
honest.
okay. I came in late. Okay, I didn't know.
And Chef, all we're saying is, I think me and Uncle saying is that just a two different type of slavery. And even in the Songhai Empire we was talking about, most of the slaves was captures of war, just to let you know that. It wasn't just, they were just going to villages and buying and selling people. They were mostly captives of war.
Yeah, most of any slaves are gonna be captives. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well. I mean, not the African slaves. I mean, I'm saying not the African slaves came to America. They wasn't just mostly on war. That was totally different.
Yeah, that was the difference of chattel. Yeah, you're right. Under most cultures, you can stay in Africa or outside of culture. If two cultures had a battle, they would have different cultures have different forms of war, but it was usually understood if another culture or society or group actually beat you in war, it was understood as cultural practice that you would now serve that culture. That was an understood ritual within a lot of African tribes. Absolutely. It was just an understood ritual of you lost this battle or you lost whatever they were competing for.
But if
you were becoming
But if
go ahead.
If the alternative was you're gonna lose your life, you would understand too, and you would say, yeah, I'm gonna be a slave. Like that would make it very understandable.
Absolutely.
Right. You don't see about 30, 40 heads chopped off. Well, probably more than that. Lopped off. You like, yo, I'll go to work.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it was. I'm saying it was understood. I'm saying it was. But I'm saying it was so part of the culture that both sides knew winning in the losing side that's part of the losing. It was just
Shaka Zulu impale your ass. When Shaka Zulu impale your ass, nigga, stick that shit up in the pit. Shit, put me to work. No, shit.
Right.
I'm good with my hands.
Let me ask you real quick too, since y'all been on so long. Is the only discussion at this point now just trying to figure out who had it worse? And if that's the question, why is that discussion?
Nah, you just came in at a bad time. You just came in at
okay,
a bad time.
That's what I'm just trying to figure out what y'all ultimately are talking about at this point.
Nah, because Sean came in and kind of did what you said. Show us slavery before they were writing, basically, because we can't go back further than 600. That's why we were stuck. We can't. We only got Arab sources. You can't go back any further than that. You know what I mean? Unless you using Rome or somebody.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
we can infer.
Listen to this source. All right, hold on. Let me read this. And this is from A History of Indigenous Slavery in Ghana, page 23. It says, slavery in the Atlantic slave trade. The period from the 15th to the 19th century AD saw the introduction of the Atlantic trade into Ghana with profound effects on the lives of the Ghanaians and on the institution of slavery. Okay? Now it says the first Europeans to set foot on the shores of Ghana in 1471 participated in the existing indigenous southern coastal trade from Senegal to Ghana and acted as agents transporting slaves and other goods from various parts of West Africa to Ghana in exchange for gold. Listen, this is saying that these people, these African nations, were selling slaves between each other.
Yeah,
the goddamn Portuguese acted as a middleman and say, okay, for gold, I will take your goods, your slaves, and your other items from here to Ghana for you. I'll do that for you. Meaning they wasn't in the slave trade. They was helping the Africans with their internal slave trade.
That's true.
So it was already going on. They was selling each other.
But what are
to
those slaves?
each
Prisoners of
other.
war.
They were selling each other between each other. They were already
Well,
selling human beings between each other without the Europeans. The European existed as a middleman at first.
we got it. But we already got understood that they have more prisoners of wars as slaves versus the other way around, right? We established that.
Stop using prisoners of war. You're going to confuse people.
No. I'm saying, but we already established that in Africa, most of the slaves were from prisoners of war.
That's
what,
a mechanism that put you into slavery. They were selling.
That's all the brother said. That's all he's saying. I think that's all he's saying. Yep.
Yeah, but they were selling slaves. They were selling slaves, right? Most of us were kidnapped victims, right? So in one thing you say they're kidnapped victims. No, the kidnapping was the mechanism that got you put into slavery, right? Your status in a society is a slave. That's your status in the society now, is a slave, not a kidnapped victim, not a prisoner of war. You're a slave.
Chef,
go ahead.
Let me just add on to that real quick, Chef. And the fact that they were kidnapped doesn't make them any less prisoners of war. Because I'm sure right now, if Mexicans came over the border and started kidnapping Americans and taking them into slavery, America would see that as an act of war. So indeed, just the fact that we were kidnapped doesn't make us not victims of war, because it's an act of war.
I would differ with that though. I've never really liked. I'm not saying I got it right, but I don't like the. I think to a degree, we try to. And I'm just gonna sound contradictory to what I said earlier, but I'm just gonna give a perspective. So when I look at how I've studied the transatlantic slave trade, I don't see it as an act of war due to exactly how it was done financially. It became the only game in town, and so it became extremely lucrative. And so that's how you had particular tribes that would go into Central Africa and kidnap, certain Africans or whatever. But it wasn't someone that you were in conflict with. It just literally would just get done. And so some of the stronger warrior clan, they literally became known as slave capturers because it was so money in it. And so I do see that as different than the example you just gave, because you're right. Between established countries, got to keep in mind, that's not how our ancestors thought of land, and they didn't draw lines of demarcation at that time culturally. So they didn't see it as such. It literally was just a tribe raiding another tribe and things of that nature, or tribes that they didn't give a fuck about, or they wasn't brothers, as we say it today. They didn't see each other as brothers. So I'm just kind of pointing out, we are not prisoners of war, even though we like to say that about African Americans. For the most part, we're not prisoners of war that got captured into the slave trade. We literally just got captured into it. Very different than how people may have entered enslavement prior to the transatlantic slave trade. Just to point out that little
and I just want to be clear that the tribe that was being kidnapped, I'm not talking about how the Europeans looked at it. I'm sure what I'm saying is the tribe being kidnapped looked at it as the tribe that was kidnapping them. They saw that as an act of war against them. And I'm sure that they put up defenses against that and tried to protect themselves. So that did make whomever was captured and sold, we're all prisoners of war. So the idea that Africa was just using prisoners of war is absolutely no excuse. It's actually kind of like I don't know, it's kind of meaningless in a way.
I see what you're saying. Let me ask y'all this. Why do we say it's no excuse?
That's not meaningless, yo.
And let me just add this in if we get into it. Because they would manufacture issues to go raid people. You understand? And they would actually trump up charges against people within that society to enslave them, bro. Like it was the popular business in town. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that they were raiding, they might not be raiding a tribe because they were beef. They were raiding because we can get them niggas. We don't necessarily have a problem with them, but we strong enough that we can just take them. You understand? So it's not like, we've been fighting and now we enemies. We got beef. Nah, them niggas weak.
the people in the fort, we can go snatch them up real easy, bro. Yeah, they cool and all, but that don't matter. We got this money. We gonna go snatch them up. That's what it is.
Well, I'm like the way you was there. You sound like you was a reporter there on site.
That's how you know.
But he's right, though. He's right.
That nigga got the details.
I teleported.
The hell's going on?
Yeah, he not right though, because when you really go study it, it was the like if you ever go do the math on how much money was being made, it's the same thing as the drug trade in a neighborhood with no jobs. It was it became the most expensive money making thing in the motherfucking game in all cultures.
Yeah, that's not what we talking about though. We saying before them Arabs and Europeans came there, can they prove that?
There's no excuse. Have we spent all this time trying to figure out blame and be like that part makes no sense to me if that's what we're doing. Like, are we trying to find
what we're doing, yo? That's not what we're doing.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
That's what he doing.
I'm trying
That's
to
what him
figure
and
out
American
how
Dream
he
doing. That's what Sosa doing.
it.
Them three dudes right there, they doing.
I'm trying to pick my enemies.
Blame the Africans.
Right. And that's dangerous, Chef.
It's
That's
not
very
necessarily
dangerous.
blame. It's accountability, bro.
Man, they already in accountability.
They ain't hold accountable for that shit.
Accountability.
They said they was sorry.
They said they was sorry my ass.
Hey,
Like,
the
where
nigga
the
said it,
check
I don't
at?
even
Where the
believe
check
him.
at? Show me with that money, nigga. Where the goal at, nigga?
Right. He
Give me
said,
a
come
check
over
back
here.
here.
He said, I'm going to give y'all citizenship. Come over here. Basically, spend your money with me. What the
That's
fuck?
very dangerous. That's very dangerous, Chef. It's very dangerous to play with it like that. It's very dangerous.
It was very dangerous for them to put us on them ships and give us to them white people. Did they care about that shit?
Very
So
dangerous.
danger only go one way, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
dangerous was
When I say very dangerous, I'm talking about being in the position currently, because if all we want to, because there's nothing we can do with, again, generalizing, like I was saying before I left out of here, I said I didn't make a lot of sense with it. But there's if we're gonna have a conversation today, and we're trying to help and improve our knowledge base, and if all the point is Africans sold us to one another, there's nothing we can do with that, and we're still saying it in the silliest of ways because we've accepted that terminology based on how the transatlantic slave trade happened in itself. We have to own that the way we're talking about it is ludicrous, because there's no other group. There's been plenty of segments between plenty of groups, and no other group would talk the way we're talking and even use their continent to say, I'm trying to hold the continent. And I'm not talking about not all shit. I'm just talking about we're literally using the context that was handed to us. And the reason that shit matters is because there's nothing we can do with.
But that's what we do, though.
I'm mad at the Africans. We can do nothing with that.
But
hold on. We have historical trauma because of our displacement. And the way we bridge the gap is not to spend time shooting darts at a motherfucker who can't take the blame, because we literally have not specified.
We talk about Africa as a whole.
We can't specify it is because of what happened to us.
No, but we talk about Africa as a whole. We call ourselves African Americans. In all ways that we speak about Africa, that's what we do. Now, when we speak about it in general, of basically, we say we come from Africa. We don't be specific about that shit. We say we are African. We speak in general about Africa on every other topic. But now it gets scary and motherfucking crazy when we talk about Africa in general when it comes to slavery.
I ain't the we. I'll say that, and I know you don't know me like that, but that ain't how I move.
Montoya, hold on, Montoya. Don't let them get away with that. They didn't.
I'm not.
What you said made perfect sense, and no one addressed what you said,
with
bro.
that because we
did you hear what that man
in
said?
general on
Say it
everything.
again, Montoya.
We talk about black African power. Unc ain't be specific about nothing. Look, when
Yeah, you can't say it no more. You better say black Angola power.
Yeah, Unc says black African power. He
That's
do
not what
single
that's not what Montoya said. Yo, y'all gonna reduce what Montoya said to that? No, that's not what that man
Here
said.
it is.
That's
Here it is. Chef, I actually understand exactly where you're coming from. I want you to hear me say that again.
Okay.
I actually understand where you're coming from.
My man.
I am still challenging you on if we're going to be the group we say we are. I mean, I'm challenging you to consider a better way to speak. And when you say we've done it always, it don't always make it right. Two, the more you get to know me, I distinguish. The reason it's okay to call us African Americans, because that's no different than the country decides to say, what is your descendancy? And so you got European Americans, you have Latino Americans, you have African Americans. So it is used generalized in that context. And that's just an acceptance to what is your ethnic background. But the other ways that we always refer to Africa as a continent, it is very time for us to get smart about not accepting that generalization. We should be the group that points out when the generalization is incorrect. Not just at this time. There's other times when it's absolutely correct. You know, you've been on my show a couple times, but I got plenty of shows where I correct, don't refer to the continent that way, because it's time for us to start teaching our people to stop doing that. This is a good time to do it. It ain't just because I'm sensitive about, I own the fact that slavery existed on the continent. Slavery existed amongst all humans. Like I said, after I got off on I had to go to school, I said, Uncle Tex that just simply said, the reason we need to understand that the enslavement was brutal as fuck and it was done amongst Africans. I was backing you up when you said, hey, because you're right. In all reality, you could even, here's something that people would never if they hadn't read the stuff you just read about the Ghanaian slave trade, like that might be people's first time hearing that, right? But for those of us who studied more of that, you could make a reference to that the Europeans learned how to do it from us. I'm bullshitting when I say it, but it could be done based on the fact, like you said, it was already being done. So I'm fully acknowledging it. Here's the point I'm making, if you can hear me out. The point that I'm making is, while a lot of us have romanticized it and have ran from the fact that we were practicing enslavement as a culture, or Africans were practicing like everybody else. While you're right,
what the hell y'all making?
Here's the point. I'm about to be finished. Here's the point. While we've been running from it and romanticized it and for most of our lives in America, you're absolutely right from it, and you're willing to say, I'm tired of us doing that. I stand with you there. Here's the ultimate point, though. The ultimate point is, once we own what you're saying we should own, then what we should learn from it is, let's stop romanticizing and demonizing groups based on race. That's all it should teach us. So once we learn that, spending time on blame is a complete waste of time. We just should accept and realize white people ain't no worse than us and black people ain't no better or worse. This is just what humans do based on human experiences, and understand humans will resort to any fucking thing based on their circumstances. Once you understand that, you stop elevating people based on race. The reason we even talk about race is because of how it was handed to us. So it is time for us to be very knowledgeable and understand, no longer accept the psychology that was given to us and talk in those terms outside of recognizing your ethnicity on a demographic sheet. Other than that, we should not talk this way. That's my challenge to you.
I don't know if I could do it.
Honestly, well, because you want to hold on up to blame and accountability. I'm just challenging you and letting you know we can. No.
I'm saying of speaking, because I talk about Africa in general, like everybody else, until it's time to talk specifics. That's just the way our language work in America.
It's just what they told us to do about Africa. We can be smarter and stop doing it.
No, we do that. When we say Europe. Yeah, we say Europe.
Slavery.
Right. We call we called up into the 19th.
A free country. Ain't nobody told us to do nothing. Like ain't nobody, like we can't, not us. Like maybe they told our ancestors something, whatever, but ain't nobody.
There's no other place in the world that's referred to by its continent. Why do you think it's referred to by the continent? because of what happened in the transatlantic slave trade.
No,
Prior
that's an
to that-
American
Hold on,
thing.
what about
That's an American
Europe?
thing.
Europe is a continent, though. We talk about Europeans talk about what the Europeans did.
Right.
They say the Europeans were one of the most brutal. They'll talk about themselves like that.
Go pull up those videos and watch them talk about what country they fucking from. Show me where that happens.
They don't.
Everybody
so
in the world, except for African Americans, talk
So
about
you're
what
saying,
country they're
let
from.
me just get it clear because you got me mixed up. You're saying that Europeans don't talk like that. Europeans don't say that. They don't
Europe
refer to
in
themselves. They don't
general.
refer to the actions of Europeans. They say Europeans. That they be specific. They say Germany, Russia.
Hell yeah, all the time. That's what everybody else does.
So
if we hadn't went through the transatlantic slave trade, we wouldn't talk about.
So
we
you're
wouldn't talk
saying
about-
African? Ho. So you're telling me Africans on the continent don't talk about Africa as a whole and call it Africa?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
telling you that at all.
Yeah, you beating them up. You trying to trick them.
No,
You on their head.
Europeans don't do what they
I'm
taught
not
us to
telling
do.
you what you just said, Chef. So let
They
me
don't do
just-
what they taught
let me
us to
tell
do.
you what I am saying, because I'm not saying what you just said. What I am explaining to you, Africans do exactly what you just said, Chef.
Okay.
I am getting into the why they do it. Let's talk about why,
why
we
we
talk
do
about
it?
Africa
Why we do
as
it?
a world, as a culture. Why does all of the world talk about Africa that way? Do we know the why the world talks that way?
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about, the why.
Yeah, I could explain it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Europeans talk like that's just what
Right,
I don't see the
everybody
difference.
do it.
Everybody does that, bro.
He's
like
saying African Americans, we fucked up because we talk about Africa like other people don't mention Africa as a
I've been
whole.
in many of diverse discussions, and I've never heard other people talking about other continents when they talk about where they're from and who they're talking about. They talk about
Yeah,
the
they
country.
hear what you saying.
I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting that.
Man, they talk about they
I'm
talk
not
about
accepting
Europe
that.
all the time.
No.
I'm not accepting that. You make sense out of that. Go ahead.
No, I think what he's saying is very true. If I can get in there, I think what he's saying is very true and very important, right? Like Africans are the only ones who talk about Mother Africa and stuff like that.
African
He
Americans.
is right on
African
that,
Americans.
right?
African Americans
so-
do that.
Right, African Americans. No,
Yeah, African Americans.
Jamaicans do it.
Everybody in the
Rastafarians
world
do
does
it as
it.
well.
Why does everybody
but let
in
me
the
get
world
this
do
out.
it?
I get you, and I agree with you. But
I
I
know you
will
do.
say that. But I will say that you know, if you think about it, that may be a major distraction for African Americans, and that may because maybe if they were to focus more, maybe if they were to do more of what the Africans that they glorify do and focus on where they are, right, and not where they're from, like, and just focus on their Americanness, right, then they would be more, you know what I mean, because that I think is more important. So I think the fact
No
that we're
culture
more
does what
concerned
you just
about,
said,
they're more
though.
concerned
No
about.
culture does it. No culture.
Let me
does
just, let me, I get that. I get that. And those other cultures that don't do it, let me just get it out. And those cultures that don't do it are advancing faster than the African American community. And all I'm telling you is, for us to be living in America and creating a culture in America and to be looking to Africa as our source, that may be a distraction that's holding us back rather than something that's going to pull us forward.
And I can tell you how.
Toya, let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this before you get into that. Explain to me, how do we have a general conversation about what happened in terms of slavery on the continent without talking about it the way that we just did? Give me an example of how you do that when we're having it when we're starting off in general.
I
and then
I can.
Go ahead. Give me an example.
Give me the nation. Give me the nation.
Yeah.
No. We're having a conversation about what happened in that in the western part of the hemisphere of that area in general. How do
you do it the same way if you're talking about Russia? You talk about Russian history, bro. You don't apply Russian history to all of Europe. That's all he's saying.
So talk about what happened over
that's
there
all
in
he's
that area.
saying. Yo, do you get what he's saying? Like, I clearly listen.
No. I'm saying,
telling you what he did.
Give me an example. I know what he said.
I'm telling you.
Give me an example
I gave you the example. When you talk about Russia and Russian history, you do not say Europeans and everything. So if a nigga in France did something, you don't apply that to the Russians. That's what he's saying. He's not tripping. I'm telling you. We got y'all right now.
No, y'all don't. If that's where y'all want to hang y'all head at, then fine.
So we didn't talk about
let them have it. If that's the point that they want to make, let them have it. They won the
Yeah,
conversation.
so we talk about West Africa.
No, he won that
I'm
part.
trying
We
to
talked
though.
about the Bight of Benin. We were
No,
specific
yo, you
about
just need
which
to know.
locale. We talked about
No,
Nigeria.
yo, you need to know. No, listen,
Like,
listen.
goddamn.
If
Hey,
you would
hey,
just
Chef, I'm
listen,
not
he's not.
trying to,
Hold on, let me
brother.
say this for
Brother,
Montoya.
I'm
Hold on,
trying to.
Montoya.
Go ahead, please.
Hold
Okay,
on,
go ahead.
Montoya. Let me say this. If y'all really paid attention to what Montoya said, yo, this shit was deep. Y'all so too busy trying to fight the point. He wasn't even disagreeing with y'all point. He was simply saying our mental perspective on this shit. And he said, no Europeans talk about the all of Europe when they speak in terms of, they'll say Belgium, they'll say France, they'll
And
say
they say
England, they'll
Europe.
do
They
all
say
that shit.
Europe.
Hold on,
They
hold
say
on. Let me finish
Europe.
my point. Let me finish my point, bro. They will never speak of, they'll never say that the French, as a matter of fact, the Romans hated the Brits, the Visigoths, Britannica. You know what I'm saying? Like they wasn't saying, a Roman would never say all of that was them. And I'm saying is we do that. And the question is why? And he explained it why. So when we talk in terms of slavery, talk about the nation that did it and what it was. Don't say the all of Africa. That's
Ain't
what he
nobody
said.
say the all of Africa. We said Africa. You just put the all in there.
Nah, man, but that's what the point he's trying to make.
All
a
the
distinct.
points,
And
though.
I
He's
don't
making
agree
a
with
point.
Go ahead,
Montoya that
Montoya.
you.
Go ahead,
And
Montoya.
I don't
'cause you
agree
got it.
with Montoya. Just because Montoya said that they don't do that, it's not fact that they don't do that.
I'm gonna
Nigga,
do this.
Europeans,
Make sure. Hold on.
Europeans,
Make sure y'all
you
check out
talk
Mental
about
Dialogue.
Europe. They
Hold
say
on, bro.
Europeans, nigga.
Hold on for a minute. Make sure y'all go to
They
Mental
do that.
Dialogue, yo. Hold on. Make sure you go to Mental Dialogue, right? Montoya routinely explains this type of shit right here. All right, Mental Dialogue. Make sure y'all support Mental Dialogue. Matter of fact, go to his page right now and subscribe. Mental Dialogue. Go ahead, Go ahead, Montoya, because you got
All right,
the
We
ass
can
right
go
now. You're on the
to we
right.
can go to lots of videos and lectures about Europeans, specifically talking about Europe. When it have there's a
Made it up.
you know when a that's what when you're talking about. I mean, now we're talking about language, but which is crazy.
Yeah, they
Whenever
tripping.
something is being spoken about in general, you don't be specific.
Right.
That's literally what general means.
No,
Now,
no, see,
it comes
no.
to a point when you no, bro. That's literally what talking in general means. I'm talking about Africa. What part of Africa? Then now we
No,
get
no,
specific.
no, no,
Right.
Now we
no,
say
no,
West
no.
Africa.
That's a
What part of
European
West
concept.
Africa?
I
Now
just
we
said
say
that's a European.
the fuck y'all are tripping, bro.
I just said that's a European concept. That
It
is
is.
crazy.
Continent is Africa.
That's not an African. That's
No, it's
not
not.
African thought.
It's not.
Y'all are tripping, bro. We gotta have a discussion about language. That's
No, we're
crazy.
not talking about language.
No, we're
Europeans
not
don't
talking
speak the
about
same
language.
language. Yo, you bugged
All I
out.
know is
No, I'm talking about how
all
words
the
are
Hispanic
used when
friends I ever
somebody's
talked
talking about
about.
in general.
I don't know this. All the Hispanic friends I didn't talk to that I went to, it was in the military with. I've never once heard them talking about South America when they talking about where they from. I never heard them call it South America.
That's anecdotal, bro. I'm saying that's anecdotal. I'm talking about, have you heard scholars, listen, whenever you're talking about in a conversation, bro, you don't want to use it's anecdotal when you say, well, I ain't never heard me. I'm saying.
And he just boomerang himself. Because he said the Hispanics that he was in the military with never called themselves South American, right? But you do hear the term Latin America as general as anything that you hear it on the news, everything. So people
they say
do
Latin
use general
Americans
terms.
When do they say the Latin Americans done this to one another? When they're talking about when they got an issue amongst themselves, when the
We're
Hondurans
not talking
got
about an issue amongst ourselves.
They say Hondurans got an issue with Mexico. That's what they say.
If I was to say I went to Africa and these Africans treated me bad, you would say what part of Africa you were talking about. And then I say I was in Ghana. See how I got specific with the conversation? That's called conversational details. So, but if I say I got treated bad in Africa, you can't say that. You can't say you got treated bad. Why can't I? Isn't that
Well, we
isn't
say,
Ghana in
So I
Africa?
know,
well, we say I
that if
went
you
to
got
China,
treated
right?
bad in China, I know if you got treated bad in Japan, I know if you got treated bad in Ecuador, you wouldn't say I got treated bad in Asia, I got treated bad in South America. You would say I got treated bad in China, I got treated
What
bad
do
in
we call
Ecuador,
Chinese?
I got treated
Hold
bad
on.
in Canada.
So why do
You
we
ain't gonna
call
say
Chinese
you ain't go to
Asians?
Canada. You ain't
Why
go
do
to Canada,
Chinese get
get treated
referred to as
bad. To
Asian
say I got
Americans?
treated bad in North America. You wouldn't
Why,
say that shit.
why do we
You
call
wouldn't say I got
Asians?
treated bad
Why do
in
we
North
call
America.
Montoya,
Chinese?
You went to Canada.
Why do we
Montoya,
call Chinese Asian
Montoya,
Americans?
Montoya. The last time I went to Europe, I went to Holland. I stopped in France, and on my way back, I was in England for a couple of days. What's wrong with that sentence?
I don't think anything's wrong with it. Well, y'all don't understand what y'all don't think anything's wrong.
There's nothing wrong with that sentence, Montoya. Europe
Right,
is
nothing
the
wrong with
area on the planet that I went to, and then I went to specific countries.
Mm-hmm.
The whole debate, the whole topic was there
Nah,
slavery
you messed it up,
in
yo.
Africa?
You fucked up your own
Africa's a
statement right now.
continent.
Yeah, you messed
He
it
just
up.
Then we
killed
went
y'all.
Europe.
He just killed
Yeah,
y'all.
you
You
messed
said
that up.
England, Holland, and France. You didn't realize you fucked up what you just
Yeah,
tried to
you
point.
messed that up.
How?
You
He
just
just
fucked it
killed
up.
I
Don't you
y'all.
said
realize it?
on my
You said England,
last
bro.
trip to
You know why
Yeah,
you
you
said
Europe,
killed
you
yourself.
think England is
on my
Europe. That's why you
last
said
trip
that
to
shit. You fucked up
Europe,
your own comment.
on
You
my
said
last
England
trip
is
to
not Europe?
Europe, I
It
went to
said England.
Holland,
You said England the
France,
first time,
and
bro.
England. On my last trip to Africa, I went to Ghana, South
Hey,
Africa,
bro.
and Benin.
Point part.
What's your
Go
point,
to that place.
Montoya?
Okay. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What's
So
your point,
point,
Joe?
Montoya?
So the conversation was there slavery on the continent? Was there slavery in Africa? And in the discussion, we went to specific areas and talked about specific people and specific tribes and specific nations. Now, the conversation was happening on different levels. So your argument or the point you're trying to make in this discussion is mute. And that's what we're trying to say. Like, you coming from left field with this point in a discussion where it's mute. First, we established, yes, on the continent, there was slavery. And these are the nations that did it. And when you go into nations, then you go into specific areas that define that we're not talking about the entire continent, because nobody referenced Egypt in this whole conversation, for example.
I'm coming to work.
Good point, Cedric.
Vendors, which is
Although we should reference Egypt in this conversation, we haven't though. Okay, I'll give you that.
Oh, jet services. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we definitely. Oh, he calling his hotel. Let me. Yeah.
All right, y'all go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, we trying to get your point now, Monte. I got your point. They
Yeah,
ain't
I know
getting
you.
your
I know
point.
you understand what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
We're laughing,
Them
like
niggas
I
is trapped.
say, I went down to South America. I got hurt in South America. I got hurt in North America. I got hurt in Asia. I never heard nobody talk like that. And it ain't. I'm actually simplifying what I'm saying. I'm actually talking about the psychology of why the world even talks about Africa the way that it does. Everybody else gets talked about for the countries that they are. There's a reason why the world speaks about Africa the way that it does. We're so used to saying Africa, but we're not used to saying North America, South America, Antarctica. We're not used to talking. We don't talk about continents in general conversation. There's a reason why the world talks about Africa the way it does. That was given to us. Humans didn't talk about continents prior to when it was given to us as a world, not just us as Black people. The world was given that due to the transatlantic slave trade. The world talks about Africa as a whole, and we should be respectful of it to talk specific.
So how does that affect the conversation? Hold on for a minute, Sag. Hold on for a minute, Sag. So hold on, y'all. Whoa. Hold on, let's find out. So how does that affect? How does that affect the conversation? That's what these guys want to know. That being said, how the fuck does that detract from the fact that they're saying African slavery? Now, go ahead.
All right. So the reason that affects the way that it affects the conversation is let's do what Chef is doing. Let's leave it what Chef is at. Chef is owning that his point is, damn it, I'm trying to make accountability and bait blame, right? So what happens is we can say, again, most blacks in the country have romanticized it and are not aware of the fact that African slavery happened amongst Africans and that it was just as brutal, if not, in some cases, not more brutal than even the slave, we basically, Chef is, which I'll give you credit for. I'm gonna say this again. I give you credit for running us out of who is the worst victim mentality. That's something that our culture needs to learn not to do, even to include that it was worse slavery than some other slavery. So we're all in agreement on that. Nobody's arguing over which slavery was the worst. They're all fucked up. So we're all on agreement on that. So to answer your question, the challenge that I'm asking you to consider, I'm not trying to be right. I'm just asking you to consider the language, doing it differently for this reason. The reason you should do it differently, because there's nothing that can be done once we as blacks accept it. Now, one other brother said, well, maybe we don't need to look back. How, maybe we could just go from this point forward. But when you understand how culture is built, there's a reason why every culture connects their history. And the way they do it is remember the good things, because what happens is you set up a cultural self-esteem based on the amazing things that you have done. So to be the only people, due to the transit slave trade, to be missing that part of their history, the connection becomes very important, that you don't just start accepting the reference of Africa and conflating who harmed you, because at the end of the day, any immigrant African coming here, because going back to the when they colonized Africa and divvied up 300 fucking tribes, but they only divvied it up into 53 fucking countries. So to even try to suggest and put, you get stuck when you just start blaming, when the reason that we can't even narrow it down and be accountable is because of what was done to us as African Americans and what was done to Africans by their colonization. So once we accept that, we should no longer be the worst victims. And the way that we move forward, because you can do nothing with the Africans fucked us up and we're separate from them. There's nothing we can do with that. All we can do is continue to drive a wedge in the traumatized, the continued trauma. Basically, whether we recognize it or not, we are traumatized by having that gap in our history. We're the only people in the world with it. No other group in the world has that gap. We're the only group in the world that has somebody else's name in all of human history. That's a different type of psychology. And so when you understand
what you mean? Hold on. What? Say that again. We the only people that do what?
Have someone else's name.
That have another people's name?
That's not true. Okay, help me out. Who else during there? Because most enslavements took place, like one guy said earlier, locally. You didn't get taken, so there's other groups that have taken other cultures' name and they don't know where their original ancestry and what their original names were. There's other groups that happen to.
Yeah, Filipinos.
You qualified it a lot differently.
What I'm saying now is all I meant. So if I didn't try to rechange it, that's all. What I'm saying now is all I meant. If it didn't sound different,
you just said in your opening, you just said we established the fact that Africans enslaved Africans. You said that.
I never run from that.
And stop right there. When you said that, you were like,
you did
that's no different than what we said. So now we talking about slavery on the continent, and then we said Africa. Subsequently, we went down into areas. We went into talking about Nzinga. We were talking about what took place in Ghana. We were very specific in the areas where we were identifying and not generalizing whole of Africa. However, when we're talking about slavery being on the continent is Africa. Right? Am I factually incorrect? So
Montoya.
now,
So I guess I don't understand. Okay, so if you find out that the Ghanaians, so from understanding you, so if you find out that it was the Ghanaians, right? If you find out it was the Ghanaians, and again, if you can go study other groups have enslaved other groups. When they say when they say who enslaved them, they never refer to the continent. They refer to exactly who. They never refer to the continent.
we didn't refer when we spoke about
But I'm just saying, but
specific
why are we making
people.
it okay to
We
ever
wasn't
refer to the
referring
continent?
to the continent. We were referring to
I understand you were
specific
specific
groups,
at one
right?
point, where you were specific at one point, but we're sitting here going, the chef is going, we're mad at that. I'm holding the Africans accountable. I'm just saying, why no other group does that? Why would we do it? It's the why? Why would we do that? When any group that's ever enslaved other groups, they will always say which group did it. They would never refer to South America enslaved us. They would never say that.
Now, when we say French, are we talking about one group of people? Because within that culture, there are distinctions made. When we say Spanish, are you being specific because you're not referring to the Barcelonans because they don't refer to them as Spanish, except for Spanish, or the other Spanish people on the Pyrenees who don't even speak Spanish, but they're still part of Spain. You see what I'm talking about?
Okay, I see what you're talking about. Do you see that no other group will turn around when, for example, when England enslaved the Irish, the English will never say Europeans enslaved us. They would say the Irish. They would never say Europeans enslaved us.
However, in a conversation about slavery in
Yeah,
Europe,
you got 'em.
it would include England, France, the
But
Netherlands,
I'm just saying, would you agree that an Irishman who hate because they still don't fuck with England? Would you ever, they went through the potato famine and all that shit. Will you ever hear an Irishman say Europeans enslaved us?
That's because they wasn't removed from Europe.
Oh, so since we were removed, we could do something.
Now we distinct from the African on the continent.
Absolutely.
Like, come on, y'all. Oh my God.
Why
y'all making
Nah.
this harder than what they gotta be.
Let me say this.
Y'all
Let me
really
make this
doing
point.
this.
Hold on for a minute. Let me make this point. So basically what you're saying is when we speak of who enslaved us, we need to identify who enslaved us. Simple as that. Simple.
What you say? Say
It's
that
like,
again?
okay, I'm gonna say it again. It's like when you say, I hear the pseudo say all the time, he say, yo, they trying to control the world. Well, who the fuck is the they?
Right.
So then who the fuck is the African? Who you talking about? Give me the nation.
Okay, I get
directly
that part.
tied to me coming over here, and then let's have that conversation. Yeah, I got that part.
Because the only reason we can't do and be specific is because of what happened. That's why that shit matters. Like, we gotta own the fact that why we have to even reference the economy. Like, we gotta own the why we even have to talk like this, because everybody else can say who did it. There's a reason why we can say who did it.
But when we name
And we gotta
who did
we
it,
gotta understand their reasoning to understand how we should deliver it to the public. We should show them how to do it versus using a blanket statement. Why, if we're gonna be the group to teach, we can't do what everybody else does.
but we still gotta have the general conversation and the specific conversation, right?
But
The
you
general
reducing what I'm saying
conversation-
to some bullshit, Chef.
No,
I'm not reducing it to
no, the
whether you can
general
generalize or
conversation.
not.
The general
I'm not
conversation.
talking about generalizing or not. I'm not talking about that.
Hold on. The general conversation brings everybody in, right? Then it gets down to the specifics. And we did both.
So once you get in there, why move away from it?
No,
so yeah,
but-
I get
hold on,
talking
but
about
we
Go
did
ahead,
both
go ahead.
though. We did both. And it's
Well,
I'm saying
when I
for
jump
me,
on here,
it's not
you keep calling them Africans.
right.
That's all I hear say every time I'm on this bitch.
Because they are Africans.
That ain't why you doing it. You already said you want to blame Africans.
Look,
that
was the joke part of it. That was the joke part of it. Like,
now you talk. Now you backing out. He's
backing
backing out.
out.
He's out.
So
Tell that name backed out.
When we talk about,
Y'all
when y'all
want me
talk
to
about the
actually
people,
say I
when
hate
y'all
the
talk
Understand what I'm
about,
saying. So now that
Yeah,
I
you
know
get it
why you
now.
call it a joke,
but
because
it's
I
the
know
double
why you
standard, though.
understand what the fuck I'm saying. You understand what the fuck
Bro,
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
you got it.
Montoya, when you talk
Psychology
about the
matters.
people, Montoya, when you talk about the people that were enslaved,
don't you say the Africans? Don't you just call them Africans?
No,
Or do
nigga, we
you
say the
or do
African
you go into
Americans.
detail into which tribe you're talking about?
The African Americans,
No, the
specific.
African Americans weren't
African
the ones who
American
were
wasn't
kidnapped.
enslaved.
They exactly, it was
They
Africans. When y'all
was,
talk
nigga.
about them, y'all say they were Africans.
No,
So I don't
ADOS,
understand
African
how
nigga.
y'all
American is
want
a
to bring up
result
So
of the
brother,
enslavement of the
let me talk directly to the brother that's talking to me now. The brother that's talking to me now, you're really simplifying. You've really oversimplified my point. My point isn't just simply whether we can talk about Africans or not. That's not my point. That's way beneath what the fuck I'm trying to explain right now. What I'm trying
like
to
you're just
explain,
saying we shouldn't say Africans.
but it
Hold
ain't
on,
that's
man.
not all I'm saying. I'm saying something way bigger than that, dog. What I'm trying to explain is we have to own why we even refer to it that way and why we even reduced to having to talk this way. We have to get into why does the whole world talk about Africa the way that it does? If we understand that why, the only reason we should own exactly how fucked up the slave trade was on the continent is to get our people out of the concept of how we've been taught race itself. We put too much value in race on a social construct. So once we understand that all groups treat each other fucked up and rocking tribes, we've gotten to the bottom line. So then once we get to that bottom line, it becomes completely fruitless to continue referencing because we have the reason we have to say Africa the way we have to do now is because we don't fucking know where we came from. Everybody else in the world does. The Irish can say it was the England because that's their history. They're attached to it. If we knew exactly which tribe and we wasn't removed from our history and still had our African culture names, we would still be referring to the actual tribes to do it. The fact that we can't is why we should be the teachers to get out of using the current language that was handed to us. This shit was handed to us and the world does it. We should not do it once we're smart enough to know better. I did it most of my life until I've come into this understanding. This language was given to us to refer to the continent this way. We should be the group that should get smarter about when and when not to. I'm not saying never say it. There's context for when you should.
Are we smarter than African leaders? Are we smarter than African
No,
leaders?
why do African leaders say it? For the same fucking reasons we say it.
Because it's the way that you use language. If you're telling me the African American, right, is the only ones that, if we're making a mistake.
Why do you keep saying that? I keep saying African leaders do it. Why they do it?
So they're wrong.
Why do they do it, Tim? Why do they do it? Why
So
do
African leaders are wrong.
Answer the why. You answer the why right now.
I asked you a question.
Montoya, which tribe you from?
No, hold on.
Nah, man, come on, man. Don't
Hold
derail
on
me.
a second.
He asked Chef a
I want to
specific
know,
question.
Jeff,
No,
why?
I asked
do
Montoya a
African
question.
leaders do it?
Why do so you're saying?
No, he asked you a question first, Chef. Don't do that.
What did he say? What did he ask me?
Why do
He
the
asked you
African
a
leaders
very
do it?
specific question, yo.
Huh?
Why do the African leaders do it? Because I know they do it. Why do they do
Because
it?
that's
Jeff?
the way they use the language.
Don't just say
No,
that's the
nigga,
way.
no.
Tell me why they use
Oh
the
my
language
God.
that way.
So
It's a
you're telling
result
me
of
why?
history.
You're
Good.
telling me
why.
Now we
you
can
have a
look
better
at the
command of
You just telling me that they do it. I'm
Hold
asking you why do they do
Hold
it?
on.
You ain't answer why.
Listen,
You can't say
colonialism.
Listen.
The countries were divided up by
Oh
the
my
Europeans.
God.
We know
Y'all
this for
gonna
a
do
fact.
this.
Now do we change that?
Oh my God.
Hell
Answer the
yeah.
question,
Now
man.
I need to
Hell
know
yeah.
if you know specifically which tribe you come from.
Hold
and
on,
if
hold
your
on.
tribe was involved
I have
in
a
the slave
source.
trade or not.
Hold on. I have a source. Let's
So
read the source.
African
Here you go.
nations
Hold on.
refer to
Hold on. Let me read the
Africa
source.
as a whole. They are wrong.
Hold
Y'all
on. Nope.
African Americans literally gonna sit here and say
I'm
that
going to read
African
the
headed
source.
states are wrong when they use
I'm
Africa
going to
in
read the
general.
source.
Y'all crazy.
I'm going to
as-
read.
Man.
Okay, I'm crazy, and I'm going to read the source, right? And I'm going to explain to you why. The same reason they say the Africans is the same reason they say the black people. Here you go. Watch this. The black people is a racialized
So when
classification
African,
of
hold
people.
on,
Let me come on, Doug. You cut me off. Let
hold
me
on.
finish the
You
statement.
cut me off.
No, I didn't. I said I got a source.
Yes, he did. He literally cut me off.
Chef, you wasn't Chef.
No,
You
listen,
didn't answer the question.
He
said, let me
cut
answer
me
the why.
off because he didn't answer my question.
You didn't answer the why. You
Huh?
never
You didn't
answered
answer the why, Chef.
The
You
why?
didn't answer the why.
I said because that's the way language work. Now y'all
That
might
is
didn't
not a
like it.
why. That's
That
not a
is not
why
why,
they're
man.
doing.
I'm great.
That's not a why. All you doing is stating that that's what they
my
do.
God,
No,
yo,
I'm
y'all
great.
telling
Okay,
me,
okay.
y'all,
We
he
heard
about
What
you.
to
they do
read.
is not a why.
He's about to
That's not a,
read a source about
So,
black
so you
people.
ain't gonna let me read it? So you ain't gonna let me read it though?
Yo, can
Why
you
you
answer
scared?
the question?
What question?
Are we on topic?
No,
Yeah,
we
we
not.
straight on
Because
topic.
they bargain.
Yes,
I'm
we is.
asking
We right
you.
where we want to be.
Y'all
We
are
right where we
smarter
want to
than
be.
African heads of
Nah,
state.
man. Okay. All
Y'all
right. So
saying
what's the
that they
question,
are
Chef? So I can read
using,
the source.
hold on, y'all saying that they are using the term
Chef,
Africa wrong
I'm
when
going
they
to tell you
speak of
why, man.
Africa
I'm going
in
to tell you
general.
why. I bet you won't let me read the source. You're gonna keep talking. If you're gonna ask me the question so I can get right to the source, or you just not. What we doing?
Man, y'all tripping, yo.
Okay,
I don't
ask
even
me a
want,
question.
it get to a point where y'all get so far off topic, yo.
We not. We right on
That is,
topic.
we on topic like a motherfucker
this
right
is
You ain't
now.
gonna
not
let
even
me.
You
on
won't even let him
topic.
read the source.
I swear we on topic.
You won't even
nigga.
let him read the source.
Y'all
You
telling
won't
me
even read the
that
source.
y'all
You
smarter.
didn't answer the why, so we
Then
got a
I
source for the why.
told you that's the way language works. Cedric
Okay,
already
So that's
said.
a why?
that.
That's a
Cedric
why?
That ain't the
already
why,
That's
said
not a
when
why.
you speak
That ain't
in
the why.
general,
That's
you
not a
use
why,
general
Chef. Come on,
terms.
Chef.
When you
How is
speak
that a
in
why?
specific, you speak in specific terms.
So
That's
no.
what.
Let's put this what I asked you. So why do you eat?
Just let me read
Why?
the source, though. Let me read the
Yeah.
source.
Oh God.
Here's the source. Watch this.
He'll
The
say this
same
is a
reason they
source.
call them African leaders say Africans. It's the same reason why African leaders may say black people. Watch this. Black people is a racialized classification of people, usually a political and skin color based category for specific populations with mid to dark brown complexions. Not all people considered black have dark skin. In certain countries, often in social based systems of racialized classification in the Western world, the term black is used to describe persons who are perceived as dark skinned compared to other peoples. It is mostly used for people of sub-Saharan African descent and the indigenous people of Oceania. Indigenous Africans and societies do not use this term black as racial identity outside of influence brought by Western cultures. So the reason that African kings use the damn word is because of influence of colonization in Western culture. That's the point he's trying to make, and y'all running from it.
Ain't no, you talking about black people. You just,
No, I'm not. No, you heard me. I said the same reason they use the reason that the reason why they use the word Africans is because colonization. That's why. I know you heard me loud and clear.
So why do they use the word Europeans? Is that because of, or why do they use the word Asians? Is that because of colonization? Man, y'all sound crazy.
And we
y'all
saying they
even wanna
don't.
accept
And
the
I'm saying
language.
Russians
Y'all
don't
don't even
consider
want to
themselves
use
European.
the language that y'all using.
Made
Now
it
you're
up, man.
talking about Russia. How did
You
you get
heard
to
it, though.
Russia?
You heard it, though.
How did
You
you get
heard
to
it, Chef.
Russia?
You heard it? Because Russians aren't in the European Union, and they do not consider themselves Europeans.
All right,
You
well,
do.
throw them out of Europe. There's a whole bunch of other countries that consider themselves Europe, and we call
Says
them
you.
Europeans.
Says
So,
you.
Do we or do we not?
So when we talking
We
about
call
when we talk about
Africans.
when we talk about the Hispanics crossing the border, I ain't never heard nobody say the South Americans are crossing the border.
We call them
I've never-
Latinos.
Because they
We
ain't
call
come
them
from South
Latinos.
America, nigga. They come from Mexico. They
And we give them a blanket statement. We call them Latinos. That's a blanket
No, we
statement.
don't. No, you don't. You
Oh
call
my
them Mexican.
Oh my God.
Made it out.
This nigga. Yo, y'all
Yeah, everybody
are
else
tripping.
Hey, you know good and well, the European would say, when a European came in contact with the African, they misunderstood what they said. You know they
No,
talk
they
like
don't.
that
They
shit
say the
all the
Belgium.
Oh,
They say
my
the
God.
Spanish. When you read
You know
the
what I'm saying?
history,
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
clear.
Like, now y'all just
Nah,
making
man,
up
that's
shit in order
not
to
the
argue.
point he's using.
Yeah,
You
they
just missing the whole
tripping.
point of what
So if you went through 12 years of public education in America, I was definitely told when the Spanish came to conquer this, and it was specifically the Spanish. I was told that the French and the English were battling for the Louisiana Purchase. I was told specifically who was doing it. I wasn't just told it was two groups of European, these big Europeans. It's not even reference. It's not even put in history book that way. But nobody talks about no continent other than Africa except for our Africa. due to European colonization. It's
That
the only
is
reason the whole
not
world
true, y'all.
refers
That
to
is
That's a
Africa
not
fact, so
as
we
a
know it.
continent.
So we're dealing within those parameters and while we're having the discussion. So now, since you want to move the goalposts to that point, you're supposed to tell me exactly which tribe you come from, Montoya, and then we tell me if that tribe was one who was dealing in the slave trade, yes or no. Because what we were establishing today was slavery indigenous to the continent of Africa. Did our people practice this thing? Yes or
The
no?
answer's been
So
yes.
now,
The answer's been yes
so
from the
now,
beginning.
since
That's never been part of the
you
argument.
gonna educate us today because you know exactly which tribe you come from. You know exactly which tribe your mama came from in regards to where your father come from, and then you
You're
know
actually
exactly.
making my point.
You know
Yeah,
in
he
the
made
broader
the point,
context,
Chef.
Don't really
you know the exact clan.
He's actually
You know the
you're
exact
actually making
clan
my
that you
Yeah, he
point.
come
make
from.
the point.
He's actually making my point and don't even know it.
So now
So
we
let me say, so
don't
here
know
it
it
is. I can't
because
answer
of a
those questions.
historical reality. So now you're not educating nobody on this panel to that reality. So we're dealing within the parameters that exist because of
And we
what
and we're
happened.
gonna
So
allow
now
them to be parameters.
if you
If we
can
allow
correct the
if we allow
nomenclature
those to be the
based
parameters, that's
on
on our part. And
your
it,
facts,
it's
if
dangerous.
you cannot correct the nomenclature based on your factual information, then what? Then your point is mute because we are conscious
If you don't
our
see,
disconnect.
so you don't see the
That's why.
need for us to get right.
That's why culturally, we in the West have become something totally different because of the reality that we have no connection. Montoya es un
Have no
nombre
connection.
español, como dice o no. No es un nombre africano.
You asked him 10 questions, yo. So show him where he made your point
We're
at.
wrong for using
Show him where you made your point at.
Africa. We're wrong for
Montoya,
using
show him where he
African.
made your point at.
That's what I got out of this. That's crazy.
So exactly. So that's what the work that's what the work becomes. If you understand the need to be able to do exactly what he's challenging me to do. So because I've said that's the next step, he's saying since I'm unable to do it, it becomes a moot point. I'm saying the necessity of being able to do it if we're going to even waste, because I think it's to a degree a waste of time to talk about blame and accountability in the form of a continent the way that we do. It's a waste of time. And so if we're going to do it, then we should do the work and be specific every time we speak if we're going to do it. If we're going to try to learn this to move forward, then the understanding is teaching our people not to be victims and romanticize themselves. I think it is a huge mistake to think there is no connection and move forward from this point. There's been no group of humans that's ever been able to do that successfully. Hey, if that's your take, I can't knock it if that's what you think will work. I'm not trying to get a direct contact to knowing everything that happens, but I will no longer accept the parameters that were given to me. And I think it's crazy that we as a group would consider accepting those parameters when they were given to us.
It sounds like when it comes to viewing Africa as a victim, you're okay with viewing the entire continent as just Africa. But when it comes to like viewing Africa,
when did you suggest that I think it was okay?
Let me just finish, bro. I didn't cut you off. I waited for you to finish. When it comes to seeing Africa as a victim, because that's how you came in to the show, if I'm not mistaken, was talking about, we shouldn't be talking bad about Africa because we're all Africans and we're all one, and and then now
I didn't say none of that shit. Hell no, I didn't say none of that. We all
I didn't cut you off.
None of that.
But so
yeah, you can't make my point.
Whenever you want to look at Africa, let me just finish.
But I did not say anything about.
Come on, I didn't cut you off.
Finish if you think that I said that we're all one. You gotta at least have my shit right.
I'm finished. I'm not
gonna have my shit right. No, I'm not gonna
say that after I'm finished. I'm not gonna be as long-winded as you.
Yeah, but you can't make no point that I didn't say. You're making a point.
Okay, but you can just say that after I'm done. You can just say I didn't say that.
But you're about to make a point about some shit I didn't say. So your point can't be right if you're wrong about
never gonna let you say that.
Yeah, you ain't gonna put me on.
So when it comes to
all one, and we. If you think that's what I said, I would not let you say no point based on some shit I did not say. You about to make a point on some shit I did not say. I would never accept that. No, I ain't finna accept that bullshit.
You're behaving
like
a woman.
I do it all the time.
You're behaving like a woman right now.
I
Like
will.
you're really
I admit it.
behaving like
I
a
admit it.
woman right
I admit
now.
it. I admit it. I'm
You're
cool.
just
Call
gonna
me whatever
talk.
you
You're just
want to
gonna
call
talk,
me,
talk, talk.
but
Like
I'm
only
not gonna
women
let
talk.
somebody
Only
make a
women
point
talk like
about
that.
some shit I
We
did
ain't doing that though. We ain't calling no names or nothing like that. We gonna
I
have
ain't
the
no shit I did
discussion
not
and
say.
keep it
Ain't
above
no
level.
shit I
We
did
ain't
Hold
not
on.
say.
calling
We're gonna
nobody
keep
no
talking
We some
over
names.
people,
all
but
one
hold
shit.
on. We're not gonna
I
call
ain't say
names, but
nothing
it's
close to
okay.
that. That means he
Bro, just
missed
let
my
me
entire
finish my
point if he
statement,
think
then
I
you
said
can
that.
talk.
Go
Let me
ahead, bro.
finish my statement, then you can talk. When it comes to seeing Africa as a victim, when it comes to seeing black people as victims, all of a sudden we're all Africans. But when it comes to
I
black
never
people's
said that,
role in
so I don't even know what you're
slavery,
talking
you
about.
can't.
Why do you keep
I'm saying you
make
can't. You
your
can't
point
just
without
shut. You
saying
can't
that?
just be
Because I
quiet.
never
Like
have said that. I've never
I'm
said that.
saying,
So
man.
how is that my point?
That's a
Dude,
killer point,
He
though.
keeps saying my point was that we're this, and I've never suggested that. I don't even think that shit.
Okay,
So how
I'm
can
not
he make
talking
that
about you.
point?
I'm not
Whoever,
talking about you. I'm not
whether
talking
that was
about you.
said or not, that's still a killer point, though.
How is
Like,
it a killer
Yeah,
point if
that's why he
everything
because
keeps
for
he's
the
talking
talking to
most
me
over you.
though?
part,
That's
He's
why he
talking to
keeps
me.
talking over you. He doesn't want to
No,
hear
he's
the
talking to
outcome.
me
Y'all say
though.
stuff
He's
that I
talking to
don't
me.
say, and I don't jump in. Because if you're gonna
You know
make
what
a
I'm
good
saying?
point, I
How is
just
Just
that
be
want to
my
hear the
quiet,
point?
good
bro.
points
What is
y'all
the
Somebody
got
else
to
matter with
thinks
say.
it's
you?
a
Just be
killer
quiet
point.
and just be quiet.
Somebody else thinks it's a killer point, but I've never even thought that or said that.
okay,
Yeah,
So
I
but
how is
said,
it a
y'all,
killer
I
this
said
point
whole
Just
to
point,
what
regardless
I
of
this
may
who
think,
he
and
whole,
I've
is,
never
hold
thought
on.
that?
I
We
said
just
hold on,
relax.
regardless
y'all.
of who
Let me
he
just
Everybody
is.
hold on.
just let me
It
finish my
can't be
point.
regardless. I've never said no bullshit like
Hold
that.
on,
Right,
everybody
right.
hold on. Everybody make point. We are bogged down into a conversation that has nothing to do with the point. And we
But
still
the man
allowing
said that
that
I
shit to go.
came in, he's talking to me, about to
Facts.
make a point to me about some shit I never said.
Right.
I'm addressing that. He said he's
Man, you
talking
got
to
no
me.
discipline, Montoya. You got no discipline,
I
dude.
don't. I would never have discipline if you change what the fuck I said. I'll never have discipline of that. I'll never
Y'all
have
didn't
discipline. If you,
change my
you better say what I
whole,
said, then make your point.
y'all didn't
If you
change
change
my
what I
whole
said, I'll never
goddamn
have no discipline.
show.
If you
Y'all didn't
change what the fuck
change
I
my
said, no
whole
way,
show.
guys.
And
No
I
way.
let
I'll
it
never
You
do
go.
gotta
that.
have some discipline, man.
No,
Hey,
I
yo, he
don't.
had
If you're gonna
never
change, if you're gonna make a
shit.
point about some shit I did not say, I would never
Oh
have
man,
discipline.
that's a
Never.
How you
forever
trying to find
argument. That's a
how you
forever
trying to find disciples, but you ain't got no discipline? How does that
disciples.
work?
You got about an hour to argue with him on that. Yo, he never let you get away with that. Man, him
Yeah,
will
you ain't
argue
gonna
for
How he
change your
trying to
hours.
get
words
disciples?
and
Of
make
course
your
he's
point.
trying to get disciples. Listen to how he talks.
Who the-
Now look how
Jesus,
he keep talking. He keep talking.
Because
He
you
talk like
changed
he
what I
gonna
Hold
say
on.
said.
something.
We
You
not
said
Stop
gonna
I
following
came
him.
argue
in
over
on
who's
we
gonna
all
talk.
one. We're all Africans. I've never said that in no point today at all. So
All
you
right,
finna make your
cool.
point based off that? Hell no. You can't
Don't
make a point based
a
off some shit
American
I never
Dream. Don't
said.
use his name. Make your point and don't. The
Okay,
hit
that's
Doug
what
is
I've been
gonna
trying to
holler.
do, bro.
Don't hold on.
No, you
Don't
said you
listen.
came in here on some shit. You
Listen.
said that directly.
Don't use
You
Ump
did say
name.
that.
Don't use Montoya name. Just go ahead
I
and make
promise
your
I
point.
won't.
The hit Doug is gonna holler. Go ahead, American Dream. Just throw it
I
out there. Throw the rock.
promise
Throw the
I
rock.
won't
The
use
hit
either
Doug is gonna
name.
holler. Trust me.
I promise I won't use either name. I promise I won't use either name. And I also promise he's gonna cut me off. Watch. So whenever it comes to
y'all
seeing black
niggas, boy,
people as
y'all something
victims,
else,
let me
boy.
get this point out, please.
That's them B-more niggas, man. The B-more niggas is wild.
Yeah, cause we gonna keep arguing over who said what. Just throw the rock. Cause you making a hell of a point. Just throw the rock. The hit Doug is gonna holler. Trust me.
Them B-more niggas is different, man. Them motherfuckers are wild as
Indeed.
Oh
So
man,
man, I've
yo,
been trying
that
to get
shit
this
was
out. So
funny.
when it comes to seeing black people
Damn.
as victims, when it comes to seeing black people as victims, we're okay with looking at the whole continent as a whole and calling us all Africans. But when it comes to seeing black people as the problem, we don't want to look at us as all Africans. We want to say, you got to name exactly who the individual is. And so that's kind of like a double standard. And let me not say nobody's.
Yeah, I said the exact opposite of that. And that dude made a point. I said the exact opposite of that. I said on here continuously, I've said that it is a complete waste of time. It's a complete waste of time to romanticize and see ourselves as victims and to refer to ourselves that way. And he's saying that's what. So how can he come in starting with that is a point? And I never fucking said. I said the exact opposite of that. I said the exact opposite of what he said. That's why that
But
shit is.
Montoya, what I'm telling you is you may not realize it, but you contradict yourself a lot. You say one thing, then you say the total opposite of it.
I've consistently said what I just said. I've said it over and over and over again, what I just said. I've said it over and over again. There was no point where I mentioned anything about us seeing ourselves as one. Never once said that shit. I've consistently said that's a waste of time. I've said it over and over. So if you think I've contradicted myself, there's been no time today where I've said see us as one, that we should do that. I've consistently said it. We should not be victims.
Why is it a waste of
Montoya,
time?
hold on, Montoya. They don't know you the
Why
ultimate
did you say it was a waste
black.
of
Hold
time?
on. I'm gonna let y'all know who Montoya is. He's the ultimate kill the blackologist. I mean the ultimate. I'm gonna say this real slow. Montoya is the ultimate kill the blackologist. I'm just let you know.
Yeah,
I don't fuck with none of that bullshit. I don't fuck with that victimized, see ourselves as Africans as one. Humans are humans. Humans move in tribes. So they're stupid for us to even see ourselves the way that we've been taught to see ourselves. I've been saying that over and over. I've been feeling this way for 15 years. So no way you've heard me say what you just suggested.
Yeah, we argued about this 15 years ago. 15 years ago.
So how should we see ourselves?
So ain't never
How should we see
at no
ourselves?
point. Because I've challenged Chef to consider using his language difference, then y'all input that I must mean all the bullshit you just said. I've never thought that shit at no point in this conversation. I am having a nuanced conversation that Chef can continue to say it the way he wants to. I'm challenging him on it, not to be right about the overall conversation today. I'm just saying we all, whether we want to realize it or not, we've all admitted where the parameters come from. I'm just saying I would love to see this group challenge itself to not speak in that manner, because you can do the conversation without generalizing it the way that we're doing. And the reason I think it hurts our community is because now we get into this idea.
It hurts what community?
So
let Montoya finish.
Okay, yeah, let me answer the question. Okay, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll answer the question. So in the sense of, I love the work that Pseudo Killers and Amara Squad does. The reason I love the work is because, and this is what I think Chef is brilliant at, I've agreed with most of this point today, whether y'all realize or not. I'm having a nuanced argument with him. But for the most part, the reason I agree with it is because the way we've been taught history, not just us as Black people, Americans in general for that matter, it's been done in a way that's detrimental. And the reason that it's detrimental is because we are allowed to think one race has power, whether we want to call it that or not, but subconsciously we see one race is above another, and then we have these distinctions. And the reason we have those distinctions is because they were given to us. Now, I'm not naive and think that we're going to learn our African history like the brother was challenging me to know which tribe I come from. I'm not naive to think that's where Blacks. I'm not suggesting that we need to go learn all that shit just to move forward. That's not what you're hearing. But when I realized that a construct was handed to me, I would love to see this group, because everybody else, like Chef said, and I agree with, we all generalize and talk that way. I'm challenging this group to be the teachers and not just reduce it to the Africans do that, because still the only reason the entire world refers to Africa the way it does is because of the transatlantic slave trade. It's the only reason. We do not talk about specific countries. Nobody hardly does it. We do it from time to time. This group does do it from time to time. I'm challenging us to be better.
And do what?
When you have the conversations, we can be the conversation. We can be the group, just not to apply a blanket statement to immigrants or Africans that come over here, when we realize that the reason they won't even understand what we're talking about is because during their colonization, they got roped into 53 countries and battled each other because they shouldn't have been roped together. So when we understand what was all done to us, spending time on blame and accountability is fruitless.
So check this out, Montoya. And when these Europeans went to West Africa, the reason why we talk about it, one reason why we talk about Africa in general, the African American, is because these countries that are there today, right, didn't exist, right? They went to the West African coast and they named these places according to what they was getting from the region, right? So they would call it the Ivory Coast. That's where they
Right,
was getting
absolutely.
all of the ivory from. The Gold Coast, that's where they was getting all of the gold from. The Slave Coast, that was the coast where they was getting all of the slaves from. So these was general big regions that they had to travel by boat down the coast of West Africa, right? So in general, this whole landmass was called Africa. That's the reason why we're using it in general, because the specific countries of Ghana didn't exist at that time. Nigeria didn't exist at that time. Angola didn't exist at that time. So when we're talking about Africa. The Africans then didn't even know of a continent called Africa at that time. We're living in 2021. So we know that the continent, that large body of land is called Africa. So we call it Africa. We get more specific when we start talking about slavery that we come from. We say West Africa, West and Central Africa, because we getting more specific, right? Then we go to the point where it's time to start naming specific groups of people that was caught up in the slave trade or that participated in the slave trade. Then we get down to specific tribes. Even using the country names that exist today is an anachronism, so to say. We're using that wrong because those countries didn't exist at the time of slavery. So at some points of the conversation, we do have to talk in general. That's my point. But when it was time to get specific,
all I've heard for 2 hours is the generalization.
No, we went into specifics, and I've been saying that over and over.
I've been on here 2 hours and I ain't heard no specifics. I'm not saying you never use specifics. I'm not saying you never use specifics, but but if you got that information, keep talking like that. That's what the fuck we need. Why go? It wasn't necessary. It wasn't necessary to generalize.
We're having conversations on different levels, Montoya. If we talk about World War I, we're going to refer to Europe, and then we're going to refer to the specific countries in Europe, right? But we're not going to exclude Europe because that's where it took place.
All I know is we're reduced to generalizing in a way that nobody else in the world has to do it. I'm just saying, there's no other group. They got a battle with the group. They're never going to say, this happened to me with other South Americans. I never got North American.
The discussion we're having today it was broken down on all levels. Was there slavery on the continent? We established that. And then we went into the specific areas, the specific empires, even down to specific rulers that engaged in those activities. We're having a conversation on levels. And so World War I didn't happen. World War I happened in Europe. It didn't happen in the African continent. And which countries in Europe took place? Then we go into Austria. Then we talk about France. Then we talk about Spain and Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, because it's broken down on levels. When you talk about the Netherlands, you break it down again. It was centralized in the southern part of the Netherlands. It's not the whole of Netherlands. There was the resistance in the Netherlands. The Friesland people, for example, don't consider themselves Dutch, but when they're talking about the Netherlands, they are included. It's levels to a conversation, regardless of where you're having it. Point is, for us in the West, after being mixed and matched and stripped, we have become a different people. So when we are talking about Africa, we cannot go back to specific clans and specific tribes very easy when we're having a conversation because of everything Chef just explained.
And that I've agreed
Very
with.
well said, Cedric.
And that I've agreed with everything that Chef said as far as why and what happened. And I'm saying, can we not be better? Because it ain't like we have to refer to the Africans to have this conversation if y'all have the specifics. Can we not be better?
Yeah, but I'm saying if we were talking about the slaves and we said African, you wouldn't have a problem with that. You wouldn't say, can y'all be better?
You wouldn't have a problem with that. Like, I don't even
So hold on, I don't
understand
understand your
what
question.
point
So
you're
say, I
trying to
don't
make.
understand what I don't. No. So hold on. So I'm really trying to understand. If we were talking about, say
Why
it
is
again.
it? Why,
I
why
don't
is it if
understand.
we can't? Why is using the word African? Why is saying Africans engaged in slavery? Why is saying the word African not being? I don't
Because it
understand what
messes
point.
it up.
Why do
Because
we?
and I
Why
told
do
you at
we
the
have to
beginning of the
be better?
conversation. I told you at the beginning of the conversation that's a Christian statement that Africans enslaved themselves. That's a Christian statement, bro. Like they're trying to
But
be
I think,
funny.
you know, the
That's
interesting,
why.
the ironic thing is it speaks to exactly what the topic of this whole thing is, just how people try to give a pass to Africa. When they talk about what happened on
What?
the continent, they don't
No, it's
even
not a
want you to use the
pass.
word
It's not a
Africa.
giving a
They
pass
don't
to
even want you to
Africa.
use the
It's
word
just
Africans. Like, really?
so what happens? Yeah. So what happens is every other group, if you go through their history, there's a lot of enslavement throughout history. When you look at how they explain their enslavement, it's never going to be a reference to the continent. It's going to be a reference to exactly who did it. They're never gonna reference their continent ever. They're gonna reference the exact group that did it. That's what they're gonna do. I know it's not easy for us to do it, but that's the fucking. I'm not telling us to run down that path, but the fact that we're saying it the way that we were taught to say it, we should own that. That's what the fuck we're doing, and we can be better and smarter than that. Nobody else is ever going to refer to the continent enslaved them. You're going to read people's history when the Berbers did it, when this group did it, when this group did it. You're going to read the actual motherfuckers that did it. And that shit matters.
It do matter because the shit start to shrink.
Exactly. Like it's actually silly. It's actually silly to say Africans enslaved us. It's silly. It's silly for the Irish to say Europeans enslaved us. The British enslaved them.
Is it silly to say Africans were enslaved?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Is it silly to say Africans were enslaved?
Yeah, it ends up being silly because that's the context we were given. Everybody else
Right,
says who they are and where they're from. And so Irish would say, Irish doesn't say, the Irish would never say Europeans were enslaved. They would say we were enslaved.
Okay, so you're saying the same thing. The same.
The Irish don't refer to
the Irish themselves are Europeans, and they wouldn't say that.
But the Irish don't refer to the specific clans, though. They refer to the group Irish, but the Irish are split up in specific clans, right? So they don't refer to I'm from this clan or that clan, because all the clans was involved in slavery. Some of the clans were aligned with the British and were enslaving the clans that weren't, but they refer to the Irish enslavement, right?
Absolutely. And you've been saying that for so long, Cedric. Sheesh. And you know what? Like, the funny thing is, when we define, I don't even want to get into it. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into it, but it's just funny how you've been saying it for so long and it just gets ignored. Like, you know, people generalize all the time, but it's only a problem when they generalize dealing with black
enslaved
people's.
Irish, do you think that's the equivalent of saying Africans enslaved Africans? Do you think that's an equivalent?
It can be, why
because
not?
the example that he just gave with the Irish and say, yeah, Irish enslaved Irish.
The problem is, like I said before, like Montoya, you kind of hopped in the middle of the conversation from beginning days. We done broke down in general. We done laid out specifics. We done put it in context. And it's like, no matter how many times we do it, we get up getting caught on semantics. Well, you shouldn't say it this way. You should say it like this. Don't say it like that. Say it like this. And it's like, no matter how we phrase it, we always end.
Well, you say no matter how you phrase it, and I'm just
takes away from the point that we're not even. We're just trying to.
I'm saying to you that there's no other group that will ever rephrase it the way we're phrasing.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. We're just trying to clarify what are the conditions of servitude or slavery that happen in Africa. All the other stuff, man, that's good political banter we can get into later, but we're trying to hash out what does slavery look like in Africa? How deep did it run in Africa? You know what I'm saying? What was the mechanism that allowed that caused people to be enslaved? Like, we're talking about that. All the other stuff is just
all this other stuff, but like we know that different tribes in South America practice cannibalism. We know that or whatever. And the reason you can even read that dialogue, the thing that you would never hear them say is South Americans cannibalize South Americans. Like that shit matters for a reason why you would never hear them say that. And we're willing to say it like it ain't
cannibalism in South America is not as prevalent as slavery was on the continent of Africa.
It don't matter what
It
continent. The point is
It does
nobody was
matter.
saved that
It
the
does
continent did
matter.
it to the continent.
It
The
does matter
continent
because you're
doesn't say
talking
the
about an
continent.
outlier. But
No,
like I
I'm
said, I
not.
don't.
Nobody
But
talks
I'm
that
saying
way.
like that's just. But what I'm
Nobody
saying,
talks that way.
but I'm saying it's like that's just distracting from the other conversation that we was having, man. To be caught up in this dialogue, though, that's crazy.
Yeah, we're just
Yeah,
gonna
this
accept
is
that.
this is like a really ridiculous distraction to me.
All
Like
right, that's
it's
cool.
just
All
such
right,
a
I'll let y'all
ridiculous
go, man.
distraction.
I'm about to go to
And
another
it's like,
job, so
man,
I'll
I
let
can't believe
y'all.
we
Hey,
wasted
I
Montoya. Hey,
respect
like 2
Montoya.
I
hours
respect
on
the
this.
perspective. I
Hey,
respect where y'all
Montoya.
coming from.
Hey,
Yeah, go ahead,
Montoya.
Tom.
You know what happened? You flipped the whole conversation on the head and made them niggas realize that they was talking reckless. Yep, they generalized the whole situation, even in these specifics. The foundation was the generalization. And you
Yeah, that's why
gave
I
a
call
great
it.
point. South
Right.
Americans practice cannibalism. Now we getting into, well, it was
Stop
only
encouraging
10
that
nations
man.
that did it,
You stop
5,
encouraging that man.
4. So then why would we say the whole? So my point is, how many do you need? How many African nations do you need before you can say Africa? How many cannibalistic South American countries do you need before you can say South America practice cannibalism? Is it 2 or 3 before you can say South America? Is it 30? Like, what's that number look like?
It's actually 1.
So
when
one,
we
you
say
can say
Africans,
South America. Okay.
when we say Africans played a role in the transatlantic slave trade, are we talking about all Africa, bro? When we make that general statement, at any time do you think I'm talking about all Africa?
Well, that's what the fuck the Christians say. They mean all of Africa.
You already know it does it. We talked
All
about
right,
the
then.
West Coast. We talked about the areas where the shit was coming out. We talked about where the ports was. When Chef started when he started the show, he read about the port, about the Europeans didn't have a place to dock. Like we already handled all that shit out. Like we was general. We got specific. Then we got even more specific. We got in a time period. Like goddamn.
And the more specific you got, listen, the more specific y'all niggas got, the more the shit shrunk. They just start shrinking. It got smaller and smaller.
Hey, man, I'm
you
sorry
go
I
from the
can't-
whole continent practicing cannibalism in North America, and the more you got specific, the smaller that shit got shrunk. It end up being.
I really appreciate y'all perspective. I know I got a little, like I said, I don't let nobody change what I say. I'll get emotional every time on that. So I admit that. I do gotta go. I respect where y'all coming from. I'm not saying that, obviously I did come in late, so that definitely played some of the role in it. I don't think it's semantics, again, just in my opinion, but I do respect that y'all feel like it's just semantics. And I'll even apologize if y'all feel like this derailed it. Since I definitely missed the boat, if y'all feel like I missed the boat, I can respect that. I don't give a fuck about being right. I do think the psychology of how we talk can be better. That's why I held on to it for so long. I don't think it's semantics, but I respect that y'all do. I gotta go. I would love to continue talking to y'all. Thank y'all for letting me even jump on for the few minutes I could. I gotta go. Holler at y'all.
Hey man, check them out on Mental Dialogue, man. Go subscribe to the channel Mental Dialogue.
Uncle
All right,
play
man.
with. I was waiting for that. My favorite
The Mental Dialogue. The Mental Dialogue.
Yo,
Get you at the end of the day.
Aunt be trying to get a win anywhere he can, yo. Aunt be trying to hold on to something.
He'll bite. He'll bite y'all. I knew he was biting.
The Mental Dialogue. Shit, yo, I told y'all where I'm a drawing line. Fuck it. They all humans and all that shit. All right, I'm good with that. Amen. Make sure we apply it to all other conversations. I'm good. Yep.
Yep. Now we gotta get in the we're gonna get in the Queen of Zynga.
All right.
Queen of Zynga.
All right, next time. Queen is my favorite person
All
in
the
history.
details.
Yo.
We can lay it all out. So that'll be a good little show. Everybody can get the whole spiel on the Zynga. And we'll touch on the Masi. We'll touch on the Masi. See what their role
Talking
was.
about. Okay.
We'll just,
You never
we'll
made me
go down
mad
the line. That
though.
way we'll definitely be specific.
Yeah.
We go
Yeah,
down
we
the line.
Pacific.
That way they can't say
Yeah.
we be specific. We do it. Each and
Yeah.
every
That's some
party
real
involved.
shit.
And,
You know what made me mad about the Nzinga shit? Yo, she fighting against her own motherfucking tribe. That shit crazy, ain't it? The whole story is bananas, yo. So I think it was American Dream to say, yo, they should have organized on that right there, American Dream, with Angola and all that, yo, they should have just knocked it off, yo. Listen, yo, if they would have knocked it off, yo, they would have been successful. They couldn't stop fighting amongst themselves, yo. That's why Chancellor William work is so pivotal in any conversation, yo. He tell you, say the niggas kept fighting, like they kept doing it, like they would, like Angola, yo. Like, listen, man, you got 1/4 of Angola with the motherfucking Portuguese. You got Nzinga side going against the Portuguese and fighting against the side that went with the daggone Portuguese. Then you got people in the country, then you got nobles in the country picking and choosing sides. Like, it's the most ridiculous way to fight against a formidable enemy ever. So that's the shit I like to talk about. The fuck the slavery part, nigga. What about the part where they can't figure out that, okay, the enemy, how they said the enemy of my enemy is my man. What happened to that? Like, inside the country, they couldn't galvanize together. She was on her own, you know, like, oh man. Look, they were saying that I'm gonna give you a good point. She was saying, yo, you gotta figure out a way to deal with them and straight up fighting at them like that. That might not get it. Some kind of diplomacy need to be had. That's a fact, right? They were saying, well, we're not doing any diplomacy, fuck them. Now, y'all may say, yeah, that's how you do it. But the truth is, yo, you got to organize your shit better, right? So she was playing the same game they was playing. They wasn't coming straight at them niggas, guns ablazing. Yo, they was manipulating. So she was manipulating back. And now we come to see that's really how a land is won and taken. Not by the straight, I'm going to dive into it. Nope, they couldn't. The Europeans couldn't dive straight into it. They had to get y'all niggas beefing with each other within the country, where the government never was centralized, where they was arguing over the kingdomship. While you arguing over the kingdomship, and then they actually put in a vassal leader. They put in a vassal leader. And she was trying to say, yo, no matter what, this nigga is a vassal leader. I'm just saying, yo, you was right about that point. They couldn't, if they didn't organize right there, say, hold on.
Indeed,
They couldn't figure out
but
who the
what's
king
interesting
was.
though, what's interesting though is that you said the Europeans tried to get them to fight each other instead of saying the Europeans took advantage of them fighting each other, right? Because the
Okay,
fighting
well,
each
all
other
right.
is
Okay, I'm gonna say that.
is
I like it. I
inherent,
like the way you said
you
it.
know.
I like the
And
way you
what's
said it.
like, and what's interesting is that, you know, if you study even African American movements, most of them are kind of dismantled because of infighting, if you will. Like they're all dismantled from the inside. You know what I'm saying? And then and that's true throughout our history, but somehow, you know, we're to believe that our blackness kind of makes us one. And it may be what
Nah.
makes us one, but it's not what prevents that infighting. Like we have to figure out something more that can prevent that infighting, because apparently our blackness alone does not do that. There has to be something because whatever it is that creates that infighting, it's not happening everywhere. It's not happening in other communities. So what is it other than our blackness that can unite us and eliminate that infighting? And I think that's a bigger discussion to be had.
I know what it is, American Dream. Guess what it is, American Dream? They caught us on some in-between shit. Meaning, if left to our own devices, they would have worked that shit out. Even Nzinga would have murdered all they motherfucking ass and made the kingdom one, or they would have murdered her and made the kingdom one. They'd have worked it out. Like the Maasi did. They just went all in. And it was four nations. It was 4 nations rivalry, right? And the top dog, you know, the cream always rise to the top. right? Always does. And that particular one end up being, I'm saying, the leadership of that particular nation, yo. And so they worked it out. Watch this. The same thing occurred with Japan. I argue that, and Sosa knows this, because Sosa watched the same the documentary that I watched, right? If Europeans would have came in the midst of them getting it together, yo, they'd have fucked it all up. But what happened was, at the end of the day, yo, after all, they fought for 100 years against each other, trying to figure that shit out. At the end, the cream rose to the top. This is what unified Japan. This is what, and if you understand that story, then you understand why China is still fucking with Korea. Because once Japan got unified, right? Watch this. Once humans get unified, like Shaka, then you got to figure out somebody else to fuck up. So Japan got unified. They wasn't fighting no more. Now we got to fight somebody else. They started to expand their territory. They had to go through the peninsula that led to China. You got to go through Korea to get to China. Korea was like, nope, we're not doing it. We're not agreeing with y'all. We're not fucking with you. And they fought Korea forever. China backed Korea, right? Back then. That's why China backed Korea now. You can't get China to turn their back on Korea. Why? Because
North Korea now, they split. They split. America got south. I think China got the north. Right?
Yeah, can't get them to change, yo. And then I don't even believe, like, for real, at the end, they're going to all pick China, yo. Watch what I say. Watch, because they're going to go back in some ancient history shit and say, for real, we don't like you.
I think we just, over here, blackness is out as one, right? That's how we came up. But we project that concept back on them.
Yeah,
that's where all the damn complication comes from.
There you go, brother. There you go, brother.
For the longest time, we were saying we was in Africa being peaceful. And you know what I'm saying? You know, we used to hear them shit.
Yep. Yeah.
All we did was spread love to each other. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
like,
that shit ain't true.
Never happened.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Then we get mad at the biblical story when they killing each other. But shit, everybody do it. What's going on there, man? My main man, Kyle, man. That's my brother right there, yo. He in the AO. And he always make sure Brother Uncle is safe. That's a real dude right there. Real dudes don't gotta say they real dudes. They just fucking show up. This brother right here, he shows the fuck up in real life. What's going on, Kyle?
Man, what's good? How you doing, bro?
Doing good, man. What you think about the conversation, man? It's been fun.
I think this is a good conversation, man. I literally listened to y'all the whole day. I was on the road the whole day, man. And like y'all kept me moving, man. So like I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate. Matter of fact, I want to say this, Chevron, y'all probably got the best looking backgrounds on YouTube. Like, y'all shit is on point.
That shit fire. I totally got that. I'm gonna say that shit is fire.
Yeah, that shit fire as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I was like, nigga, where you get that for things like Call of Duty or something? I'm like, that shit's fire.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Real, it take the conversation, like it already be good conversations, but it gives it legitimacy because like the background just be on fire, man. Like shout out to Shepherd for doing his thing, bro.
Appreciate it.
Listen, just with that shit, yo, the subscribers done went up since he put that shit on there. Dang.
Man, look, hit the subscribe button, like the video, hit the subscribe button, man. Like y'all need to tune in. This is where it's at. I really just came in to give y'all brothers y'all flowers, man. Like I appreciate what y'all doing. And I'm tuned in. You know, I got a lot of things going on in my mind right now, but like I'm tuned in and thank y'all for what y'all doing, bro. Because a lot of folks come on here to argue with y'all. I'm gonna come in here to say thank you.
Appreciate that.
I ain't got nothing to say for real. Y'all carry on.
So no, what you think about the conversation though? Do you think it got bogged down with the with the language part or what?
I think that's what American Dream is. Like American Dream's job is to come in and bring confusion to conversation. Like anytime niggas is learning, American Dream is lurking. He gonna come in, he gonna throw some confusion. He gonna be like, well, what about this? Like that's what that nigga do, bro. Like y'all gotta understand. Like he's the permanent antagonist. He's like the fucking rod. He's the Joker to your Batman shit, bro. Like that's what he does. And like, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. But he's still our brother. We still gotta love and respect him the same way Batman respects the fucking Joker, but still fucking up every episode. That's American Dream. He's a nigga that he get fucked up every time he come on live, but he always come back. It's like the nigga be taking spinach or some shit. He get powered up and he come back and get his ass beat again. So American Dream, thank you for what you do, bro.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's my man. You know what I mean?
Magazine, Word Up Magazine.
That's my man. But you definitely wowed out this episode.
Oh, hold on. Is that Kyle?
Yeah, that's Kyle.
Yeah, it's me,
oh
bro.
man, fuck you too, my brother.
Hey man, yeah, man.
Yeah,
It ain't nothing but love.
I love it. I love it.
Oh.
But yeah, I feel like you went to that Montoya point because you had nothing else for me. So you went with that Montoya point that was bogus. But I wouldn't say that was Montoya point completely because I heard you make that argument before. So I'm not gonna say you piggyback, but in this conversation, you used that argument as a scapegoat. You definitely did. Because that was irrelevant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some points can be good points, but in the context of the conversation could be irrelevant. So that's what I say about that.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let y'all have that. Because y'all already conceded. Y'all already said.
I didn't concede. I think Africans can use the word Africa. I think I see Europeans, like you said, when they talk about World War I and World War II, they talk about Europe. And then when they got to talk about where specific battles took place at, that's when they name the countries. So y'all basically wrong as 2 left feet to try to act like motherfuckers. We call Chinese people and them Asians.
You reduced it. That ain't what he was saying.
Listen. Y'all said the only place it happened is amongst African Americans and Africans. And I'm saying it don't. I can show you this. We call Mexicans and them Latinos. That is a general blanket term for all of those different countries and cultures of people. We call them Latinos. That's general as a motherfucker. But they gotta be the ones that specifically say, no, I'm from El Salvador, or I'm from, you know what I mean, Mexico, or they have to do that. But for the most part, we call them Latinos. They say the Latino vote. Look on, when it's time, at any election time, they say we gotta galvanize the Latino vote. They don't say the Mexican American vote. That's when they're being specific. Right? But in general, they call it the Latino voting block. But go ahead.
Do you know what Latino means?
Yeah. I know
what it means.
Being what? Latin, speaking a Latin language?
Like I said, Ladino. Like Latino is a.
Oh, you said Ladino.
Is a corruption.
You said what? Say it again.
Ladino.
Oh, Ladino. No, go ahead.
Yeah, like they was originally called Latinos because they used to subscribe to the belief system of the Latin culture. These were Negroes like me and you that felt empowered because they believed in the Latino system or the Latin system, and so they were called Latinos. Like these were slaves that converted, or the people who was colonized that were converted into the Latin system, the Sephardic people, the whatever you want to call it. Like these are like the Latinos, the Luso-Africans, the whole nine, right? People who was mixed, people who was just strictly African, that said that hey, this way is better than our current way. And so like if you get to a point and put it under that context, it makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do that to other people in general. That's just the American way. I don't think there's something wrong with African Americans or Black Americans, whatever you want to call us, when we use the term Africa. You know what I mean? As a general state, that's crazy to say that we can't do that. It seemed like the conversation went today saying we couldn't use Africa in general. What the hell is that?
But yeah, the thing is though, it's not even a bad thing because we do it. It's also double positivity. So it's not like we only do it. It's always done.
Upcoming black African power.
Intelligence. Yeah, African intelligence. The Africans the first to do this. You know what I'm saying? So we don't just do it one way. We do it both ways. That's why it's like it's crazy to me.
I think y'all glanced over what I just said though. Like when I'm talking about like so people who was brought here to the South America and the Caribbean island, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them call themselves Latinos or Latinos, and some of them subscribe to being an African. It's a fork in the road,
and
bro.
some Afro-Latino, they put it together sometimes.
You're absolutely right, right? But like the African Latinos, they still hold on to being African.
Facts.
Like so, you got Dominicans. The Dominicans are Latinos.
Mm-hmm.
The Haitians are Africans,
and they Afro-Latinos, right?
Yeah, they're African. You know, they held on to their Africanness longer,
mm-hmm.
and they still maintain those cultural values. You know what I'm saying? And so, like,
and most people don't look at Haitians as being Latinos, but they actually are.
They definitely are, and they definitely don't because they held on to their belief system. And that's the point of what I was saying is that like when you subscribe to being a Latino or Ladino, you know what I'm saying? That means that you are agreeing with the culture of the Latin people.
That enslaved
you subscribe to being African, you agree with the culture of the African people more prominent.
Mm-hmm.
So like for when we say that we're African American rather than American, that means that we're still holding on to a piece of our culture the same way that people are Spanish Americans, Latin Americans, whatever, they hold on to a piece of their culture in this new situation. And I think that we glance over the nuances of these words a lot of times because sometimes we don't know what it means. Sometimes we don't care what it means. And sometimes we just feel like they're not important. And I believe that everything that we say is important because like your point, it gives it more, for me, it gave it more power. It gave it more importance because you can bring that Latino or the Latino aspect into it. And it gives what they believe more credence than, I'm bad, I'm rambling, but.
You stupid, yo.
Hey, but I see, but they're putting the nuance on it, right? And so now you have the Afro Latinos.
Mm-hmm.
Mexico, you have the Afro Mexicans. So they're now attaching their African, they're attaching their Africanness even to their Latinness, if that's a word. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
To still hold on to the connection within Africa. And then when you look at them Afro Mexicans, you don't even see some of them. You don't see no African features at all, and they still represent. It's just crazy. It's crazy when you see it, though. Like, what the hell?
That's a fact. That's a Cedric, where you at?
Fact, Jack. I know I'm about to retire, man. I'm about to get in here, man. I enjoyed the conversation, man.
Yeah, it definitely was a healthy one.
It was a healthy one, yo.
Latino negro estoy aquí. Porque mi apellido es Ortega, pero yo soy negro, entonces dime que soy latino o no.
What the hell? You ain't even talking.
Está preguntando ustedes, porque ya estamos hablando de latino y yo soy un negro que habla español y vive en el Caribe. Dime que soy latino.
English, nigga, English. We speak English.
I forgot. I got carried away. I thought I heard the Latino thing and all of that.
Nigga.
You wasn't even speaking Spanish, was you, Cedric? Hell no.
Yeah, I was speaking fluent Spanish, huh?
What? That was our Spanish, my nigga.
I'm a real product of a European education. I speak 3 fluent European languages, English, Dutch, and Spanish. And I speak a dialect off of the west coast of Africa that was created by the Portuguese and the Africans called Papiamento. So I'm the only one that speak a little bit of African.
But then see, you know better than, goddammit.
I speak the better.
You speak the Menu Nature.
No, Papiamento is not Menu Nature. It's a Latin dialect that was created by the Portuguese and the African. That's spoken on Cape Verde, that's spoken on Curacao, Aruba, and Bonaire. It's a African dialect that was created by a homogenization between Portuguese and African language.
We got a nice license.
So like a little pigeon language, like.
Certo. Então, me sabe, a cena que nós sabemos para mim, esta zona mais diferente foi outra coisa que batende, pero ora por escutar, esta zona quase mesmo coisa que português, vamos ver? That's a dialect spoken in the Caribbean that comes from West Africa.
I said it sounds like you can do the cha-cha slide really well, my nigga. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Out there making shit up. Don't believe said that man don't speak. Out there making words up. You just believe it. I can just say it.
Oh my God. Y'all
how you know he's saying something? You can't even translate it. What's up, nigga? How we know you speaking a real language? We can't even translate that.
Pois não me pode repetir tu coisa como tá papo.
It's definitely
look it up. The dialects spoken on Curacao, Aruba, and Bonaire, and Cape Verde. Look it up. It's called Papiamento. It literally translates into speaking. Papiamento means to speak.
That's that shit Pepe Le Pew was saying, bro. I heard that shit, bro.
I ain't lying.
You know Pepe Le Pew makes shit up.
So we got
but what I was doing in the Spanish was just attesting to the point the brother was making, which is the Latino is really linked to embracing the Catholic culture, which is also embracing the language, right? Which is spoken amongst the Latin speaking countries, which is Portuguese and Spanish. Now the Haitian, because of them holding on traditionally to their African roots, although incorporated a lot into the Catholic religion, they did not adopt the Latin language. So they continue to speak African, Creole, and French. So they're not considered within the Latin American sphere. So when we talk about Latin America, that starts from Santo Domingo in the Caribbean, Cuba, go all the way down to South America, Argentina. So it covers a very wide region, including all of Middle America, Mexico, Honduras, all these countries. Those are the Latin-speaking countries. And in Honduras, for example, there's a large population of people that speak Caribbean English just like me. So that's a dual nation right there, Honduras. They speak English and the Spanish.
We need to travel more.
Oh, yeah, I can consider myself, although being from the Eastern Caribbean, where we predominantly speak English, my heritage is in the southern part of the Caribbean, where it's predominantly Latin American. So my Spanish is fluent. I embrace salsa. All the aspects of the Latin culture is indigenous to my person because I'm linked to both ends of the Caribbean spectrum. So my Spanish is just as fluent as my English. And my last name is of Spanish descent, it's Ortega.
Yeah, obviously, Ortega, I already knew that.
Yeah, Cedric Ortega, like English first name and a Spanish last name, as colonized as you can get.
Yeah, you definitely Hispanic. You know, you definitely done turned into a Mexican on this motherfucker.
Andale arriba. Then I could switch it up and I could start to speak Dutch, and you would say this nigga European, this nigga white.
Yeah, hey, you went from eating jerk chicken to goddamn burritos real fast, bro. What's going on?
Kijk, want als ik Nederlands gaat spreken, dan moet je ook nog aannemen dat je gewoon vloeiend in het Nederlands alles een beetje kunt.
Now you sound like Hitler.
But you don't know none of the
Beans and
but you
Marino,
don't know
you too, nigga.
That shit
but you
sound
don't know
like
none of the
he sound like Hitler.
you don't know none of the you don't know none of the like the Santeria type stuff though. The African mixed with the little Catholicism.
Yes. That's practiced throughout the whole of the Latin culture countries. They incorporated a lot of the African traditions into their Catholicism. So, for example, the Spanish, they believe in Santeria, which is praying to angels and this angel and that angel. It's all spookism, all magic, all with rituals, which comes from African tradition. It's nowhere in the Bible, but they incorporate the two. So what was a Agun remains an Agun, but now represented by the Archangel Michael, for example. So Agun, the African aspect of it, has been translated into the European angel Michael.
I'm saying you ain't never practiced it.
Spookism.
I mean, you ain't been an atheist your whole damn life. I'm saying at one point
Listen,
like
I said I've always been kind of a science buff. And at 14, when I asked my mom what was a virgin, because I didn't understand the Virgin Mary had a baby boy. When she explained to me that was a woman that didn't have sex, I've been having biology and sex education was part of it. I told my mom then and there, that's it, I'm done with your church.
Don't talk about your parents, though, like your parents.
No.
Family.
No, but look, my parents don't practice that stuff, but in the folklore, how we speak, so they would see someone go crazy, and the first thing they would say is somebody walk over on them. That's within the context of the general speaking on the in these cultures. But actually practicing that stuff, nah. My mom would be more on the religious spectrum where that's concerned than on the embrace your traditional Africanism. No. They ain't getting involved in that. That's evil, but it exists. But the concept of it being done in these Caribbean islands, it's looked upon negatively because of our deep-rooted westernized religious concept. So this island is predominantly Catholic. So my daughter goes to early stimulation and come home singing the Bible, pray every day, when her dad's an atheist. But I got to deal with that reality because the most schools are still religious based, whether Catholic, whether Methodist, whether Seventh-day Adventist, all European, all Catholic based. There are one or two public schools, but I don't prefer to send my child to those schools. So you're forced to deal with religion being taught to your child, whether you want it or not. Westernized religion, Catholicism, Methodist.
Hey, but I got to slide there, y'all. Good, Bill, man.
All right, yeah, we about
Hey,
to
we
get
got to
out
do
of here.
we got to do Queen of Zinc. We got to do Queen of Zinc and Monty next, though.
Yeah, that's gonna be a one. They gonna run all over the place with that one. Trust me. They gonna use every trick in the book. But any last words, Sosa, before you get out of here?
Nah, man. Let's thank the chat. Thank everybody for bearing with us, man. And hit that like button on your way out, man. Shoot, we can do this again next time.
All right, that's what's up. Cedric.
Was a great build. We went all over the place like we always do, but we got to the point. The fact of the matter is the African is not excluded from being a human. So we did everything that everybody else did. Great build, Chef. It was a beautiful, beautiful build. Thanks to the panel, thanks to the chat. And we sue the killers. That's what we do.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Who else in here? Boom. Hey, Boom, you ain't never get a chance to speak. Yo, where was you? I know you had something to add to the conversation.
No, the thing is I just got here late. So like I didn't even get the context of what was going on. I just heard you guys talking about African leaders and how they refer to themselves and the continent and so forth. But I wasn't there at the beginning of the conversation. So that's why I've been on mute all along, because I'm like, I'm trying to tell what's going on, and I think you guys just like cleared up everything. So, that's why I just remained on mute.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
American.
Maybe next time.
Yeah,
I'll just save my
definitely.
point.
We click in tomorrow. We gonna try to get into a similar conversation. Probably deal with Queen and Zinga and Amasi and whether they were complicit in the slave trade. So hopefully we'll try to put together. I'm gonna look at some sources, see if we can put together a show for that tomorrow to try to beat Unc up on that. So
All right, cool. Yeah, if I catch the live early, I'll hop on the Zoom.
Okay, appreciate it. Mark and Dream, you got any last words, bro?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me, first of all, Chef. You're a kind man. The only thing I would like to say is everything we've been talking about Africa's role. Again, it doesn't justify what happened. It doesn't minimize what happened. But taking accountability, I think, is a part of the healing process, and it's just as important as everything else. And again, man, just thanks for having me. Peace. Enjoy your evening.
All right, peace. Kyle, any last words?
Most definitely, man. Hey, look, thank y'all for allowing me to come on y'all platform. I'm a firm believer that Sankofa is the worst principle that we bring into 2021. We need to leave this shit right here today. We need to start focusing on tomorrow. STEM, science, technology, engineering. In fact, STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arithmetic and mathematics. Like, we need to focus on that shit, man. Like, and I'm saying, like, understanding your past is good, but staying in your past is not a good place, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us, we stay 3,000 years behind everybody else in this world, and we wonder why we're not reaping the benefits. And it's obvious to the people who move forward, you know what I'm saying? But for the ones who stay right there, it's not. And follow us, man. We're gonna put y'all on the right path, man. You know what I'm saying? Sheffer, I do want to see your test results of your fucking.
I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna start studying that Sunday. Cause I definitely
want to. You supposed to start saying that shit 2 months ago.
I know. Which one you said I should look at? Because I still got that in my locked and loaded. Which one?
So like what I recommend doing is, like, if you want to get 6 figures off the rip, I would recommend starting off with just start off with studying network engineering first and foremost, right? Because you understand how things connect. And then once you understand how things connect, you can understand how to do it on a virtual level. Then you can go to, like, right now I'm trying to transition to my Azure certification. Like, Azure certification, they start off around 125 per year. Like, that's the minimum. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got people that make 180 and up, you know what I'm saying? They, like, I be getting interviews and jobs, like, they be like, look, bro, this is what I make right here. And I be like, wow, I need to go ahead and get that certification. And so, like, the certifications ain't that difficult, but it's just like the fact that you gotta do this to get to that, so you can understand the next step in your path. And studying network administration.
So which one you think I should study first? What would be the logical progression for it to be, so it can go smooth for me, as far as comprehending this shit?
Like, as far as comprehension, like, it's like anything else. It's steps to the shit. So, like, I would start off with, like, a network. Like, you start with like so you have something called your CCNA, and then you have a network plus, right? I mean, a network this is it right here. This is this certification right here that I have on my wall, right? So it's different I took it down. I got a few of them on my wall right now, but, like, network plus means that you understand network engineering in a functional level, right? And so that would be a nice place to start off, because most of those jobs start off around 90,000. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I've been in this role for about a year now, And then like my next step will be into virtualization. Virtualization is understanding network engineering in a cloud-based environment, which is Azure, which is AWS, or which is what's the other one? Well, those are the main two that people go get jobs in, AWS and Azure, right? And so the next step is understanding how to do that logically in a topological system that's virtual. And those jobs pay you $125 and higher because you can do everything and you don't have to have as many employees and you don't have to have the hardware because everything now is software based. You can create containers, you can create hypervisors and create virtual software and stuff like that. And now you can do everything from a hardware standpoint with limited hardware. And so you get paid more money because you can do it virtually. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So in fact, I'm put my number in the chat, bro. Hit me up, bro. Like I'm on the path too. I ain't where I want to be in this career path, but I'm a lot farther than I was when I lived in the projects. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like dead ass serious. Like, and like I think if we spent the time and effort that we spend to learn about Africa, and no diss on anybody who does this or religions or anything like that, if we spent like a fraction of that time and took one test, that one test can get you $100,000 a year. You see what I'm saying? And like these tests ain't that difficult. I'm taking my my Azure certification next week. I've been studying for a month. So 30 days out of my life can give me $125,000. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we behind because we want to be behind. That don't make no sense. This shit is a choice. This shit is a choice for us being behind. Damn. Yeah, definitely. I think you didn't email me. What's your email? Because I'm about to email you my number.
Etanupe02, ETANUPE02 @gmail.com. I'll put my phone number in the side chat too before I leave if you want.
Oh yeah, do that. Hey Corey, you still there or you walking that baby? What you doing, Corey? Or you playing Call of Duty? All right, I got it, Kyle.
All right, cool, bet, bro. Appreciate it.
All right, Corey must be dealing with that baby. But anyways, excellent build. I hope y'all learned something. I definitely learned something. So
what's up, Chef? Terry, my bad, I was on mute. My bad.
I was asking, did you have any closing words?
No, not really. I just, you know what I'm saying, I appreciate the conversation. It was definitely a healthy conversation. You already know I like the challenging ones anyway, so or the ones that touch on people's emotions and things like that, man. You know, I always like to say challenge was held sacred. Always challenge was held sacred. You know what I mean? That'll keep your feet on the ground. So you know what I mean? Let's just keep it like that. I think we can continue the conversation or move forward with a different one. Either way, it was all good though. So I appreciate everybody that came through. I appreciate everybody in the chat, everybody that was on the panel today. Peace and Black African power.
Peace. All right, so yeah, y'all done heard from everybody. Y'all know our take on it. You don't have to agree with us, but hopefully you learned something. And tomorrow we'll be back at y'all with another topic. It's the pseudo killers.
Heat Rock 410. What it is though.
What it is.
Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious.
Give me some likes. Before y'all get out of here, give us some
I
likes.
need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish. And you don't speak a lick of it, the game will make you trip a
Hit
bit.
that like button on your way out the door.
Till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Man, let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta say you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, you can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie. Keep it a
Likes,
stack.
give me likes.
When I was coke dealing, the rules was no squealing, no stealing from your mans and no feelings. For these hoes, that's just gonna mess up the guap. 10 toes down whenever you on your block, or even when you ain't. Don't know them from a can of paint. Just be loyal and trustworthy. You ain't gotta be a saint. A lot of y'all be geeking, backstabbing and sneaking. Nose clean during the week, but they dabble on weekends. Oh, nigga,
That's
I
what's
be
up,
hating.
Danny.
Your niggas might be sleeping, but I was trained to tread water in the deep end. Jellyfish sting, but them sharks will bite your head off. Run up on you while you park, get the dumping, then they slid off. The hood know who did it. Now let's see if your homies with it, or your name die in vain, cause one of your homies did it. Ain't no reason to kill your man over a kilogram. How you thinking y'all fam, then spin you like a ceiling fan. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. But let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. And once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie.
We
keep
out.
It a stack.
Give me them likes.
While I'm still rapping at 40, well, let's chat about it.